Yo, what is going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy Papa React, aka Sunny, and the Papa fam is making the strongest comeback of the damn year. A complete SaaS app. No string left untouched. A complete SaaS app, and I'm delivering the entire thing to you today. NEXT.JS 13, all the greatest tech, Shadcn. Papa fam is about to go wild in this place. We've got Stripe, we've got Firebase Extensions, we've got Firebase version 9, we've got Zustand, we've got Zod for checking things out, we've got full TypeScript involvement in this thing, we've got skeleton loaders, we've got dark mode, we've got Vercel deployment, we've got everything. Stripe Webhooks are being integrated. All of it is working. It is absolutely crazy, and I'm excited to be back on your screens. Let's go ahead and introduce a build, guys. Check out the SaaS of 2023. Boom, we're gonna go introduce this one. Let's go, guys. Peace. That's what I'm talking about. It's been too long. Look at this, guys. The SaaS that we are going to be building today. Chat with anyone. And I actually have the complete domain of this, right? It's going to be a live SaaS. So you can see here, basically you can chat in any language, okay? So you can go ahead and say, like, you know, like, look at this. I'm going to go ahead and refresh it so you can see for yourself exactly what goes on here. It's absolutely crazy. So look at this, yeah? Someone can chat in Japanese. Someone comes in, starts talking in English. Someone else comes in Japanese, and bro, like, guys, no joke, you can chat in any language and it dynamically does it, and you can select the language over here. But I'm going to show you demos of this entire thing, right? We have full pricing involvements, we have a full pricing structure. You can literally, like quite literally, from this video alone, go and build an entire SaaS company. That's the level of value we're about to drop today. I want that to sink in for a second. An entire SaaS business will be possible after today's video, and I'm giving it to you for free. So this is something that I really am going to blow your minds with today, okay? Jamie goes, wait for the translation SaaS apps to pop up on his stream. Honestly, it's crazy. I'm going to try and beat you guys to some bits. But if you are excited for this, smash the like button. I'm going to go ahead and demo a couple of areas. We've got our light mode. We've got our dark mode support. So if I go back to the main screen, you can see for yourself a bit more nicely. A beautiful UI. Let's go ahead and load up our chats. Over here, Jay, I want to go ahead and chat to you. Let's go ahead and have a chat right now. You can see it, server-side renders. We can go ahead and jump in. So if I'm in this chat right now, I want to go ahead and see if Jay and me, yep, we've got Jay inside the chat. Let's go ahead and say, yo, Jay, welcome to the stream. And Jay, I want you to talk to me in any other language. And guys, the crazy part about this is, look at this. If I go into my language dropdown, you can see I'm a pro member, which means I get all the languages. And I'm going to show you how to do this as well. Look, I can chat in German. I can talk in Hindi. Look at this. Look, Jay can speak in any language he wants and it will come to me. I can go in Russian. I can go in Latin. Look at this. This is crazy, guys. This is absolutely incredible. So if I was to go ahead and even if I set it in French and I type in hello world, look at this. Oh my God. It's just, you can literally, quite literally talk to anyone in the world with a zero language barrier now. Look at this, Jay's talking in French. This is crazy, right? And the thing is, the input field completely automatically detects what you're talking about. And so this is something for the masses. Every single person can use this. And again, like I said, you know, your boy doesn't do half measures here. The whole thing looks beautiful. Look at this. It's fully mobile responsive as well. I want to make it very clear. Look at this, the entire thing, absolutely beautiful. Look at this, really amazing stuff. Jay pops up. We can change it to any language. And look at that, it's immediate, guys. It's actually crazy. We have Arabic. We have Mandarin. This is crazy. And you're going to learn all of this for absolutely free. And then not only that, guys, all of this is world-class supported and set up. So this is fully scalable. I want to show you right now. Let's go ahead and click on manage my billing because I'm a pro member. Check this out, guys. If we click on manage billing, it takes me to a Stripe portal where I can literally go ahead and manage my entire session. So you can look at this. This is all connected, by the way. So any change that happens here, a webhook will go ahead and fire off, which updates my Firestore database. So all of this is being supported from in real-time capacities, right? This is absolutely nuts, and we're doing this like in the best way I can explain to you right now, right? So we've got tons and tons of things that are happening here. We've even got security. I've gone to the extent of doing crazy little details, right? We've got hot toast notifications. Look, boom. Success, right? Things pop in. Shadcn is supporting this, right? Now, let's go ahead and say, I want to go ahead and Jay, I would like you to create a chat and send me a link to that chat that I'm not invited in. Okay, so let's say I try and go into a chat, for example, ABC, and I haven't got permission to go inside of that chat. you can see, boom, I go ahead and see you do not have permission to go ahead and visit that chat. So we go ahead and dismiss that. We've got errors, we've got error handling, we've got everything is gracefully handled. We've got dynamic loading states. Just look at it, it's so beautiful, guys. And we even go to the extent of if you want to go ahead and sign up to your pricing, you click on get started today, and it will tell you if you're subscribed, okay? And if you're not a pro member, I can show you what happens here as well. So let's go ahead and pull up an example of 2 people. So now on the left side, I am a pro member. On the right side, I am not a pro member. You can see we've got the upgrade. So let's go ahead and click into the chat. So you can see here, we're going to do a full user flow right now. So I'm going to go ahead and create a chat. Boom, let's go ahead and start a chat. Pro members have some limitations, right? So I've added some limitations for you guys, such as the ability to only make, for example, 3 chats, the only ability to maybe only have 20 messages in a chat at one time, the ability to only have 2 participants in a chat. So we've gone ahead and set up some restrictions, and I'm going to show you how to apply them so you can go ahead and literally combine that flexible, like do it whatever you want with it and build your own SaaS. Okay, so let's go ahead and add this user to the chat. In this case, on the right hand side, on this end, you can see we are not a pro, which is why it says upgrade to pro. And this is actually papareact.team@gmail.com, right? Now, if I was to make a mistake here, firstly, I'm using Zustand for form validation. Boom, that's there. If I want to go ahead and do papareact.com, so say this is valid, but let's just say 8. This person doesn't exist. So we go ahead and we actually check before we send the invite out. Now, if I go ahead and do the right one, you'll see on the right hand side, boom, that user just got added to that conversation. And we also get a share link. And as you can see over here, we get the share link. Now, obviously this is actually deployed as well. So you can go ahead and feel free to check it for yourself. But I'm actually gonna show you instead of that, an instance where I'm actually gonna kind of append this now onto my own because I wanna show you on my local host instead. Wait for it, guys. Let's go ahead and do this. Oh, actually, to be honest, it's not going to do it because I've actually got this running. Okay, I'm going to have to sign in. That's fine. What I'm going to do instead is actually show you on the main app. So I'm going to log into the main app. So you can feel free right now to go over to the main app and actually try this for yourself. But let's go here. I'm going to type in, for example, hello, Sunny. And on the left-hand side, we should see, okay, let's go ahead and see right now here, hello, Sunny. Okay, so now we have our 2 members, right? So let's go ahead and set this up in the way that we wanted. So the left person, for example, understands English. The right person is French. So let's go ahead. In this case, they're not pro, so they only get English and German. So obviously this is an example. So let's say German, okay? Now, over here, we're going to say Ich heiße Sunny. That means my name is Sunny. I don't know if I've spelled it right, but you can see here, look at that. My name is Sunny. And over here, I can say, hey, what's the weather today? Right, and wait for it, guys. Look at this. Look, hey, what's the weather today? On this side, hey, what's the weather? Look at that. Oh, it's so good. It's so good, right? And this whole thing works out of the box perfectly in every way that you can expect, right? We've got modals working. This is all accessible components. You can create new chats, come back, forth, everything works. You can also delete a chat, right? And I'm going to show you how to do this in Firestore with nested collections, which is actually not as simple as it sounds. We're using server actions inside this build. We've got everything, including server components, client components, everything is broken down and shown to you in a way that you will understand, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the home screen right now. This is going to be here for a later demonstration. Now, I want to show you guys, you can play with it yourself, and I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat right now. There you go, boom. You can go ahead and check it out yourself and play with this app. Please don't spam it because we're going to be using that for a demo, okay? So don't mess up with it. I don't want it to be, fooled around with, but the Stripe right now is in the test key. So if you want to test out the payments, simply 4242 along and it will work, okay? So let's go ahead and break down this entire build. We are using things like the Firestore extensions, translate text in Firestore, which is going to dynamically, when data goes in, go ahead and translate it into 10 languages of my selecting. And that can go up to as many languages as you want. We are then going to have the run payments with Stripe extension. I'm going to show you all of this, okay? Now, I do want to mention, if at any point this is too complicated, you don't understand, or even if you're wondering, when does Sunny actually learn or teach this stuff, then you can feel free to check out our flagship course, 0 to Full Stack Hero. I actually showed all of this inside of my course way back in the day, like about a month ago. We've been touching this stuff, like Zustand, Zod, all of this Shadcn, all of it has been covered inside of 0 to Full Stack Hero. If you want to go ahead and get a head start, or you want to go ahead and keep your development skills top tier and always sharp, then head to papareact.com/course and take a look at what we have to offer. This is literally the ultimate way to stay ahead of the development game, and this is what I put every bit of effort into. If you like the builds that I'm doing, then it's up to you to go ahead and check this out. This is the way to keep up with me every single week, okay? We also have NextAuth Authentication, handling all of our authentication needs. This is absolutely incredible, right? And we also have PPP, so price purchase parity for for anyone inside of a third world country, or if you need a little bit of help accessing the course. So there you go, right? Absolutely fire. Now I'm going to go ahead and break down this entire build. Now somebody says I can go ahead and purchase the course even if I'm in the US. Yes, wherever you are in the world, you can join our course, Zero to Full Stack Hero. Right, so feel free to go ahead and check it out. Simply head over to papareact.com/course, and you can honestly see for yourself who has been saying what. Watch the video, see real members, everything. Okay, so a lot of people are saying, what is price parity? It just means that there's a discount for certain countries, so it helps you access the course a little bit easier. Okay, so you can go ahead and do it. Now you can buy this course anywhere, so feel free to. Okay, so it does not matter where you are in the world. Now we're going to go ahead and break down this course so we can get started with today's build. Right, let's go ahead. Firstly, we're just about to smash 200 likes. Now, hundreds of people tuned in from all around the world. So welcome back to the course. And I want to say something as well. Let me know right now. I want to chat to you guys throughout this entire stream. Let me know where you're watching from right now, so that way I know you're tuned in and you're engaged. And while you guys do that, I'm going to go ahead and actually start writing down what this tech stack entails. And so all of the things that you're going to learn today. Yeah, firstly, we've got everyone here. We've got Camille says, this is live or pre-recorded? This is definitely live, dude. We've got India in the house, Giancarlo, UK, Cyprus, Sri Lanka, India. That's what I'm talking about. USA, France, Sri Lanka, St. Lucia, Portugal, Kenya, Montreal, Canada, Latvia, Poland. That's what I'm saying, guys. All right, Pakistan in the house. Everyone is San Francisco, Paris, Hungary. That's what I'm saying. And we got Kenya. What's up, guys? Good to see you all. Right. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to type in, okay, there we are. All right. So first up, I'm going to go ahead and teach you everything that you have to know. But firstly, everything here is covering Next.js, right? Next.js, in fact, 13 in particular, right? So that means we're covering React, of course. Then we've got Stripe payments to handle the Stripe payments, right? Now, remember, if you want to go ahead and check this demo out while I'm talking on the screen, you can feel free to at any time, right? You can simply head over to SaaS Translator app. This one here, SaaS-translator-app.vercel.app. Okay, feel free to go ahead and play with it yourself, so you can see what you're going to build, mess around with it yourself. Okay, we've got Stripe payments involved, and inside of Stripe payments, we're not even just doing Stripe payments by themselves, guys. I took it a step further. Never have you learned how to do Stripe portal links. Portal links are basically, imagine if a customer signs up on your website, we will give them a way to go into the Stripe portal and actually cancel or amend their payment details, cancel the membership, and then we'll dynamically update the database. And how do we do that? We're simply going to go ahead and use Stripe Webhooks to go ahead and do that. And everything is interconnected. It's going ahead and honestly, when I tell you this is one of the biggest builds I've ever done, I am not playing around, guys. Right? Shadcn. I always say CDN, but it's actually Shadcn, right? We're using this to make the beautiful UI that you see. It's absolutely incredible. It's powerful. Of course, with Shadcn, we have Tailwind. So you're going to learn about Tailwind CSS. So lots of fun stuff to come. Then, of course, to support our backend, we've got Firebase version 9. Okay, so we've got Firebase version 9. In Next.js 13, I forgot to mention, we have server components. Right, and of course we've got server actions as well inside, right? So we've got server actions. So if you've ever wondered, where can I go ahead and actually figure out where I can learn any of this stuff, right? This is the video today. All right? No joke, this is the video today, and it actually helps you out a lot, right? So this is the way to go. And of course, something which you're going to be excited for, Firebase rules. I actually did use them this time, right? So if you want to learn about Firebase rules, today is the video to do that, right? So you can go ahead, jump in and skip ahead if you're watching a replay. You can check that out, right? So we've got that working. To handle the authentication, we have NextAuth, right? I'm also going to teach you about something called higher order components, right? So higher order components. Now, again, these are concepts that I teach inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. These are like more advanced concepts, right? These are actually going to help you get that more senior level in your development career and skills, right? So higher order components for the win, right? Then we're going to learn about Zod. Zod is perfect for invalidating forms, sort of validating our input and output, everything around TypeScript. We're securing our forms with Zod. Now, to lift our state up, to allow our state to be, things like subscription, if we want to access it from anywhere around the world, then we're going to use something, not around the world, around the app, we're going to use Zustand to manage our global state, right? So lots of good stuff here. We've also got with Next.js 13, the ability to handle loading states, where we're going to show you how to do skeleton loaders, right? And then what do I mean by a skeleton loader? I mean this right here. Look at this, boom, beautiful skeleton loaders, right? Oh, look at this. We've got some chats here. Yo, this is awesome. What's up, guys? Giancarlo, I see you guys chatting with me right now. That's what I'm talking about. That's amazing, right? On top of all of this, you're going to learn how to write custom hooks. Now, I don't know what to say to you guys. Is this not enough value? Like, this is crazy, right? All in one video. And it took me, when I tell you, it took me time to build this thing. It took me days. I spent ages building this. So like I'm putting it all in this value in there for free, right? We've got Vercel to do the deployments, right? All of this stuff is happening. And we have light and dark mode, so dark mode as well. So you can take a screenshot of that right now. We have even more than that. I'm not even joking, right? There's actually so much here. We've got the new app router as well. So if you want to learn about the app router, we're doing that as well. So absolute huge amount of value in this video. And like I said, if you're like any of this stuff that you're going to see in this video, then absolutely, you know what to do. Go ahead and check out Zero to Full Stack Hero. I'm pushing it hard because honestly, no joke, what you're about to see in this build is a fraction of what we show inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So everything that you see here, just imagine weekly in the form of a coaching call, in the form of hundreds of hours of module content, in the form of amazing success coaches. We've cracked it. We just know how to get the devs up now. And we are killing it with all of our devs. So you guys know where to go. Zero to Full Stack Hero, boom, check it out yourself. We've got even students in the course, let's go. Right? Now I think it's time to jump into this build. What do you say, guys? Even the little details, look at this, look, just the loader. Like, look, it's so nice. It's so nice. Right? If I head back over here, I can change the languages here. You can see, look at this, Spanish comes in. If I change it to Japanese, boom, look at that. Oh, it's so nice. It's so clean. Look at that. Jamie goes, his coaching calls are worth it alone. Jamie's a diamond member. Absolutely awesome stuff, right? And also, I forgot to mention, when users want to sign up, because I didn't even show that, right? When users want to sign up, we even have the Stripe checkout section. So let's go ahead and pretend, or assume that in this case, look, we are a non-pro member. You can see here, it would say pro if we were. But in this case, I want to go ahead and go upgrade. So let's go ahead and say view pricing. Oh, and I forgot to mention, by the way, I know I keep getting carried away, but I forgot to mention, on top of all of this, I even teach you how to manage protected routes. Right, so I always get this question, Sunny, can you teach us this protected routes? For example, if we have /chat, you can't access this unless you're logged in, right? So I'm even going to show you how to do that as well, right? So honestly, no joke, it's absolutely nuts what we're doing today, right? So let's go ahead and upgrade you. Oops, what have I done here? Let's go back over here. Okay, here we are. So /pricing, and I want to go ahead and get started. So I'm going to click on get started today, and it takes me to my membership. Let's handle your membership, Sonny. Great. Let's click sign up, and look at this, guys. As it loads up, it's going to create a Stripe checkout session using server actions, and then boom, it creates a perfect checkout section. Absolutely powerful, incredible stuff. All of this is taught today in this video. So if you're watching the replay of this, you're lucky because you're going to have all the timestamps available. You skip ahead wherever you want to get to. But I thought it was very important to demonstrate the sheer amount of work that went into this build. And not only that, the amount of layers of like awesome complexity that we've added in to actually simplify the build, such as higher order components, custom hooks, everything is going to be simplified, and you will understand it by the end of this video. Okay, I promise you, I put so much work in. I don't know if you can tell, but I put so much work into this video that I am passionate about it, and you can tell because I'm very excited to demonstrate it today, right? So I think without further ado, we should jump straight into the build. So first thing I want to do is drop the music down a little bit more. Remember, if you want the playlist, you can feel free. It's in the description for the audio, everything like that. But if you're not a pro member, just a final demonstration, we are restricting. For example, say you build like 3 chats. So I'm going to go ahead and create a 3rd chat. If you try and make a 4th, you see free plan limit exceeded and so forth. So we've got even additional things like that, which are going to be included. Then of course you can upgrade to pro, then it lifts your restriction, and then you will go ahead and actually get something along the lines of this, where you'll be a pro member, in which case you can create as many chats as you would like, right? So a lot of things to go ahead and get involved in, a lot of things to go ahead and see. So absolutely incredible stuff. So we got some chats. I'm going to go ahead and jump into some of the chats here. We've got Sijan says, let's go. Love from Nepal. Patty says, the course is very good. Walk through every step and it's consistent. Thank you so much. Abby says, I'm here from Nigeria. Nice one, bro. We got Kenya in the house, and Demaniel says, Sunny, the code destroyer. Absolute fire. Amazing stuff, guys. Let's jump into it. We've got nearly 300 people across channels watching right now. Nearly 300 likes already as well. Absolutely crazy stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and actually remember, by the way, something that I didn't even mention. This is a full real-time chat as well, right? So not only have we just done that, but we've got all this extra complexity behind it. Like, look, You can chat in any language. It's no joke. It's actually very useful. Nothing like this properly exists yet. So whoever gets there first, absolutely crazy, right? Matt G in the house. Yo, he goes, it's been a minute, great energy. Let's go. Let's do it. Right. On that note, I think we should start building. So first thing I want to show you is we're using Next.js 13 to go ahead and get our app set up. So I'm going to show you the way that I would like to do it as if I was an absolute beginner. So head over to Next.js 13. Over here, you can see the docs, and pretty much you can just jump into the documentation, right? So I don't need to do any of this. I'm going to show you actually how I would do it. But here you can see it's the documentation yourself. And I would recommend whenever you're doing any of my tutorials or anything like that, always have the docs open, okay? And I'm trying to teach you because it's very important because things change. And you might watch this in like a year's time and come back and be like, you know, I don't know, something changed and it's not adding up. Always relate to this and make sure you're using the app browser. In this case is what we're doing, all right? So Next.js 13. Now I'm going to be using a Warp browser. Okay, so a Warp browser in this case is what I'm doing right here. So as you can see, the Warp browser. So I'm going to open up a terminal and let's go ahead and set our app up. So I'm going to firstly put it inside of documents /builds. Okay, and now inside of here, I'm going to do Control R, which is actually a nice little trick, and say create next app. Okay, now here you can do, obviously you can see I was doing coaching calls inside of our course last. We're going to go ahead and create our app. Now we're going to say this is a SaaS, it's a translation app, and we're going to say YouTube. Okay, so YouTube app. So this is going to help me obviously identify it. So this will go ahead and set up a template or start a template for our build. Okay, so this will get everything up and running in the way that we need it to go ahead and get prepared. So in this case, if you do at latest, you'll make sure you've got the most up-to-date template. So we're going to say yes, just hit enter. And then you're going to say, if you want to use TypeScript, yes. Do you want to use ESLint? Yeah, obviously, just like at this point, just hit enter on all of those because we are doing it very simply with the defaults. Okay. We've got Nigeria and Malaysia in the house. This is amazing. Lawar says, this is some massive stuff. We've got Barcelona in the house as well. What's up, Roger? This is crazy. Solano says, your builds help me land a front end gig. That's what I'm talking about. Jay, screenshot that kind of stuff. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Okay. At this point, we're going to CD into that directory. Okay. So CD SaaS. And then we're going to say a translation app YouTube. Okay, so translation app YouTube. You can see I've been building lots of apps. All right. And then we say code dot. Right. And this will open up VS Code with our current directory. Now I'm going to go ahead and close my Warp browser and we should see our VS Code. Now I'm going to make this a little bit bigger for you. And obviously, if you need any additional changes, just let me know in the chat. I am reading. I am trying my best to keep up with everyone as well. Okay. So we're going to click in app and I want to just start my app as a starting point. So first things first, I'm going to shut the old app. And as I mentioned before, the actual app is running at this URL. So if you want to, at any point, get a demonstration or see what we're building, head over to that to see a final completed build, okay? So let's go ahead and actually get this up and running. So we're gonna go ahead, pull up our terminal with Command J, output, we're gonna close the middle over here. And over here, we're gonna simply type in npm run dev. And this will go ahead and start up our app on localhost 3000, okay? So right now, what I want to do is, and I highly recommend you do the same, is you prepare your entire workspace. Remember, clean workspace makes all the difference in the world. We're going to go ahead and close that right now, make this over here. And just like that, now on the left-hand side, we have our code. If I refresh the right, we should have our starter template. So you should be at this point, okay? Great. Now, what I want you to do is head over to page.tsx. Now, with the app router in Next.js 13, this page.tsx resembles the home page, okay? So what I want you to do is actually delete everything inside of this, go all the way down, delete it, and simply we're going to type in H1, and we're going to turn this into a full-blown chat with anyone app, okay? So this is going to become an entire SaaS app throughout this video. I know, it's pretty nuts, right? So let's build a SaaS, okay? Now, I'm going to go ahead and delete a lot of our default styling. Command B to open up this. I'm going to open up our layout and I'm just going to simplify some of this, right? So obviously metadata you can change for your SEO purposes. In this case, we're keeping it relatively simple. I do want to go into globals.css and simply remove everything under Tailwind. All I want to start with is the default styling from Tailwind, okay? Nothing more than that. Very simple, very sort of basic steps to get up and running. Okay. Now, the first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and build our homepage. Okay. So I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Let's go ahead and build out the homepage. So I remember before I jump in any further, I remember if you get any stuck at any point in this video, I highly recommend you check out the course at popularreact.com/course. Okay. So let's go back. We're going to build the first homepage. So this is going to be the homepage right here. So let's go ahead and build this. Okay. Chat with anyone, anywhere. Right. Let's do it. So for this homepage, I want to essentially have, now for the homepage, what I've actually done is I've split it up into different areas. We have some things like the header component, and then we have the actual main page component. But it's worth mentioning that this page component is actually partly from a library called Tailwind UI. Now, Tailwind UI I have purchased. It's an awesome library, but some of this stuff, especially the pricing and the landing page, has actually been pulled from it. So some of the components are available here. This is obviously an incognito browser, but I've gone ahead and purchased this, and you can actually go ahead and check it yourself, right? So some of the snippets which I will be putting in are snippets from Tailwind UI, which have heavily been modified, okay? But this is purely educational, and I do recommend that you go ahead and actually reach out and get Tailwind UI, because honestly, you can use it for production builds, and it's incredible. So no joke, you can go to like a hero section, and you can see right here, this is the one we based it on, but you can actually go ahead and build these really beautiful UIs and these kind of all of this good stuff. So Tailwind UI for the absolute win. They're doing an amazing job over there, okay? So let's go back to our application, and we're going to go ahead and start this out. Now, I want to go ahead and just sort of make sense of what we're going to do. So first things first, inside of our layout, this is where things typically get rendered. So let's start off by building our header component. I think that's a good place to start. So we're going to type in header, okay? Now header is going to sit next to the children, okay? So the children are going to be present. We don't have a header at the moment, so Command B. And inside of this layer, I'm going to go ahead and create a components folder. Inside of there, I'm going to say header.tsx, okay? Now I'm going to use this snippet called RFCE, and this snippet is actually a snippet which I've installed. And if you simply type in ES7, you will see one of the very popular snippets, this one right here, is how I do that. And I mention it every time, and every time it's like 1 million more developers have downloaded it. So if you could all subscribe, that would be great, because then we have 9 million devs subscribe to this channel. So we have the header. Now what I'm going to do is head back over here, control spacebar at the end of header, and we should see that we import it into our code. Okay, now what we should see is header on the right hand side. So this allows us to start what we're doing. So first things first is we're going to go ahead and actually get the header built out. So let's go ahead and build this out, and I'm going to break it down. We have a simple logo on the left, and we have the buttons on the right. Now we are using something called Shadcn. I'm going to show you how to install it, how to get it up and running, and all this good stuff. Okay. Patty said, I'm waiting for your debugging part. Yeah, hopefully that we don't get there too quick. But yeah, we should be lots of debugging today. We're going to set the header over here. And over here now, we're going to go ahead and type in nav. So this is going to have some navigational components inside of it. Now, the first thing is we're going to have a logo. Okay. Now this logo, I'm actually going to create a component to resemble the logo. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and create a component. And inside, we're going to say logo.tsx. RFCE, boom. And inside of this, we are going to go ahead and create our logo. Now I've done this because we are going to basically be using a link combined with something called the aspect ratio to kind of always keep our logo in a perfect size no matter what screen we're in. And I will show you how we do that. But before we actually do that, I need to show you something. Well, first things first, I need the actual logo. Now I've actually got a logo, and I'm going to create a folder called images. And inside of that folder, I'm actually going to create another folder called logos. Okay, so inside of here, I'm gonna have another folder called logos, and I've simply got a picture which I'm dragging and dropping inside of it. Okay, now you can feel free to drag and drop your own pictures. Again, I'm not gonna hold your hand in everything, but that is an SVG of a logo, right? It's a black logo, very simple, right? So it's simply gonna be a black logo. Now I'm using SVG because it's more performant. You can use a PNG if you would like, okay? But design your logo, put it in. Or you can access the Papa GitHub repo, which the link is in the description. If you want to build the code for any of this build, all of it is going to be linked down in the description, so you can actually sort of use it alongside as you code. Okay. Now in this case, we're going to go ahead and import our logo from our folder. There you go. And you can see here I said at logos. Now that's not actually going to work out of the box. We have to add something called a alias. Now if we go to our TS config, you can see we've got these paths. Now these paths are built in a way that they basically simplify how we can go ahead and pull from different folders. Okay, so I'm going to create an alias called logos, and logos / anything. And you can see all it resembles is the images, logos, this folder. So that way we don't have to type out this long field every time. Instead, we can just go ahead and do that. And again, I know we may be only doing it here, but the point of this is you understand good concepts as you're coding and learning in these videos. It's not just about building something pretty. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to a link. And we're going to have the actual logo demonstrated here. Now, but before I actually pop in the logo, I want to do one thing. Firstly, I want to add a href because the logo is going to take us to the home page. We are going to import this from the next link component, and I'm going to say go home. And this is going to be replaced with a logo eventually. Okay, so we're going to pull this now in. Instead of this, we're going to say logo like so, and we're going to pull that in like so. Okay, now if we restart, you can see it says go home, and that is a clickable link. Okay. So that's great. Everyone loves a .. / logo PNG. Yeah, honestly, I know. Let's have a quick water break as well. But guys, this is absolutely incredible. We're literally nearly at 300 viewers across platforms, and we're about to smash 300 likes. Let's go. I'm not kidding you guys as well. This is absolutely going to be a massive build. Right, so I'm going to be very good with the pace, but remember, this is going to be on YouTube afterwards. So do not stress. Everything will be available for you afterwards. So you don't have to worry about anything. Okay. So if anything's too fast is what I'm saying. Okay. So we need Shadcn now. So I'm going to actually create another browser. And we're going to pop this inside of this. I mean, this is going to be our little web browsing section. We're going to say Shadcn. Okay. And now, as you can see, we've got Shadcn. Now, inside of here, this is an awesome component library. But the beautiful thing about Shadcn is it's not a normal library that you would expect, right? What we actually have here is you're not actually pulling in these massive modules. You're simply running a CLI command, which actually adds the code to a UI folder inside of your app. And then you can actually see the code. The reason why I love this is because it removes a lot of the abstraction of sometimes we would pull in this big component and we'll be like, don't actually know how this thing actually works. In this case, you can see everything for yourself. Thank you so much, Abo. We have a $10 donation from a Papa Fam member, not only a member of Zero to Full Stack Hero, but actually a member in the Papa Fam YouTube family as well. That is incredible. And we've got the donations rolling in. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. That is huge. Let's click on the documentation to continue. And we're going to click on installation. We're going to click on Next.js. And here is the first thing. So we've already done this step. So what I now want to do is npx Shadcn latest init. So we're going to copy that. If you simply click copy here, you can click on npm. We're using npm. You can tell that we're using npm because over here you can see package.json. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open up a second terminal. My left terminal is the one that I use for running the server. My right terminal I like to just kind of have as installing any extra dependencies. So we're going to pop that in. Now what you're going to see here is we've got a bunch of things which will pop in. So let's go ahead and see what comes in. It will ask us a few questions like this, right? So here, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. What default styling? We're going to use the default, but you can feel free to use something like the default styling. We're going to keep it on the default, which is Slate. Globals.css is where our styles are. CSS variables, yes. Tailwind CSS, that's fine. And then yes, 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 yes. Okay, so enter, 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 enter. Right, very simple to get it up and running. This is absolutely awesome, guys. If you haven't used it before, I highly recommend you use it. Okay, so with that done, we're now going to head back over and you can see if you want to go ahead and change up your font, you can do so as you require. But at this point, I think we're pretty good. Okay, yeah, this is great. All right, so now I'm going to show you an example of how we can add something from here. Okay, so for example, if we want to add a button, right? So let's go ahead and click on the button. If you want this button right here with this beautiful UI and everything, all you have to now do is add this command. So for example, if we were to do this right now, because we are going to need a button inside of our app, we simply go ahead, we pop it in. And what you'll find is this will actually add it to our project in our folder directory. Now, I think this is absolutely incredible. It's a different take on everything. But as you can see now in our UI, inside of our components folder, we actually have the button and we would use this button and would simply pass it props. So this is what I really like because we're not pulling it in from some random place and it's all based off a library called of Radix, right? Radix, however you pronounce it, okay? So this is definitely something to check out, okay? So now we've done that, we are gonna be actually using the aspect ratio. Now this is great, right? So this actually keeps the aspect ratio. So we're gonna install this by using this command. And what I really love about this, about Shadcn, is it actually has lots of examples, usage, that kind of thing. And you can even click on Ask Copilot as well. So it really, really helps you out, all right? So this will go ahead and install aspect ratio into it. And as you can see now, we have aspect ratio. Really great stuff, right? And they even handle client component versus server component and so forth. So that helps out a lot as well. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to simply pull in aspect ratio from our UI library. So let's go ahead and do that right now. And we're going to go ahead and style it accordingly. So in this case, we've got a div, and inside of that div, we've got aspect ratio. Okay. Now for the aspect ratio, we're going to keep a ratio of 16:9 with a rough bit of styling. So we're going to go ahead and pop that in like so. And then our image is actually going to be inside of here. So this is a Next.js image. So we're going to use the next image component. If you aren't aware of that, then you can feel free to go ahead and actually check out my Next.js image tutorial where I teach all of this on the channel for free, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to simply pop in the following. Now, I'll show you exactly what I'm going to do here. So we're going to say it's priority because we want that logo to always appear, okay? The source is going to come from our logo image. We're going to say any chat logo. So, and this is actually a different one. We're just going to say logo now. And then I'm actually going to make it a rounded. So it's a full rounded circle. In fact, we don't actually even need that anymore, to be honest. And then all I'm going to say is on dark mode, we're simply going to apply a filter and we're going to invert the color. So if you see what I did in the main build here, what you'll find is when we go into our dark mode, you see that it's a black logo, but all we're doing is inverting the color of the logo when we actually go ahead and apply dark mode. And this is how we do it, okay? So let's do that. So let's go ahead and hit save. And as you can see here, the final step to this actually is that I just want to go ahead and make sure that the logo is always centered, irrelevant of what we do. So we're going to say flex items should be centrally aligned. And then this is where we're going to set the width and height. I want the width to be height 72 and the height to be of 14. Okay, perfect. Now for the overall container, I want the overflow to be hidden in case anything kind of spills out of there. And I also want to prefetch false. Now what this means is by default, if you use a Next.js link tag, it will try to prefetch the home page, right? Or whatever page it's linked to. In this case, it's the home page. I don't want that to actually happen. I want it to not always prefetch. You might not want to go home, right? As into the home route. So we're going to go ahead and actually leave that, right? Oh, we've got 2 Tailwind config files. Oops, I've actually messed that up. Thank you for spotting that out, guys. Yes, I made a mistake there. Right, let's see what I did there. So let's go back to our installation. So we're already at the debugging step. So I forgot to do the correct thing that I was trying to do. So what you need instead is... Oh, okay. Which one came in after? I can't remember. I think it was tailwind config.js came in. So we actually just need to combine these, to be honest with you. So... I have my TypeScript file here and I have the other file there. So to be honest, what we can do is perhaps, I'm just double checking. Let's do a little quick comparison of the two. Very simple fix around this. I've got the same file open. Let's do the same thing here. So as you can see, we're just going to check dark mode is class. Yes, that's fine. We're doing pages, component, app, and source. This one actually has more. This one only is extending the background image where we have some styling applied. Now, all I can do here is, to be honest, very simply, is take the background image that we have here and I can extend it over there and just do a comma, and I can get rid of the tailwind TS file. Oh, actually, I want to keep the TS file, to be honest with you. So what I'm actually going to do is take all of these file extensions and I'm going to change these to be those. Okay, so that way we're supporting all of the files that we see here. And the only thing that I need to do now is, I mean, I don't like the fact that it's written like this. I actually want to keep it like this. So let's go ahead and keep it like that. And I'm going to import it, and then I have to change this to a TypeScript file. Okay, so this one will actually now have to be a TypeScript file. So I'm going to delete my old TypeScript file, change this to .ts, and hopefully we ain't broken everything. So let's give it a try. Let's go here. The height is 0. Where was that coming from? Okay. To be honest, okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. I have an idea. Let's keep the old import as it was. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so rather than debugging this live, all I want you to do is go ahead and save at this point. So basically before I change this over, and we'll just keep our config as a JavaScript file. For now, it's fine. I know you can change that to a string if you wanted and take it to TypeScript, but just for the sake of, we've got so much to carry on, it's completely fine. Okay. So this was actually generated by Shadcn, so it's completely fine. Now let's go ahead and try this out. Okay. So we don't have, cannot run resolve module black SVG. Okay. So that's my fault now. Save. All right, where is my image? Yeah, logos / let's go here. Okay, so I've screwed up something now. Okay. Great. All right, let's go to our image, which is inside of images. I've actually messed it up here, I think. So images / logo, and this is / logos. Yeah, okay, that's fine. / logos. There you go. And now you can see, there we go. It was just / logos. Okay, so a little bit of debugging. We made it back, right? Someone said just change the string. Yes, I know, we can do that. It's fine. You can feel free to change that, okay? So let's do this. Logos black SVG. There we go. There we have it. Nice, right? Okay, now we can carry on. So you can feel free to change that that file to TypeScript and so forth, okay? Now, would love some shout out, Divya. I see you. Okay, so we have the logo here, and that looks great. So next up, what we're going to do is head back over into our header and carry on coding. All right, we're going to try and pick up the pace because we've got lots to do in today's video. All right, 300 likes has also been smashed already. That's awesome. We've literally just begun. This is absolutely incredible. Let's keep on going strong. All right, so we've got the nav bar, we've got the logo, and inside of this, we've got the div. And here I'm going to have something called a language select, which is going to be dependent on what route we're in. So a lot of interesting stuff happens here. We're going to have a section where if we're logged in, then we're going to go ahead and render out a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and do something there. Okay. And then I also want to go ahead and have something called an upgrade banner outside of our navigation, right? So this is going to be the upgrade banner, and this is going to be responsible for upgrade to pro if you're not already upgraded. Okay, so you can see lots of things happening here. Now, when it comes to the styling, I'm going to be running through some of the styling, but I'm going to be going at a pace which is quite fast because I need to cover quite a lot. Okay, so in this case, the header is going to be a sticky header. I want it to be stuck to the top, which is going to be top 0. Z index of 50, so it overlaps everything. Now, a few things that we're going to do. We're going to simply set the background to white, so that way it's always white and nice, right? Otherwise, when we have dark mode enabled, background gray is going to be applied, okay? So there you go, very simple. And for the nav bar, we're going to go ahead and make it a flex, right? So this is going to be a flex column on the smaller screens, and then we're going to apply a few rules here as well. So in this case, we're going to say flex column, and I'll show you why these rules will apply. As you see here on a smaller screen, it becomes a flex column, and in this case, otherwise by default, it's a flex row. Okay, so in this case, we're going to say flex column because this is mobile first. So all of the rules that you write inside of your Tailwind are going to be mobile first, and then you do is you say from small screens above, then we want to apply, for example, like flex row. Okay, so items should be centrally aligned, and then I'm going to style it accordingly, right? So this part is fairly self-explanatory where I pop it in. So we've got padding of 5, padding left of 2, background white on the dark screen, obviously also on the gray. And then this is the interesting one, which is saying it shouldn't get past a max width of, if you hover over it, if you've got the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense installed, it's just an extension, you just type in Tailwind, it'll come up. Then you see a max width of 80, and then MX Auto centers it. So that means you see how it stays in this like max width constraint. That's what we want. We don't want it to be too big. Instead, we want to do that. So that's how we do it. That's basically a media query here. Yeah, so you highlight over it, media queries. Okay. So in this case, that's great. Now, as you can see here, look at that. It's on the left-hand side, and then on the smaller screen is centered and so forth. So this is absolutely great. This is what we want. Okay. So at this point as well, I'm going to have that styled. I'm going to style this little div so it's ready to accept some of the other stuff that we have going on. This is essentially just going to take up the rest of the room. So it's going to be flex 1. So as you can see, this entire space right here, I'm going to go ahead and remove this now. This entire space right here, oops. This entire space right here is flex 1. So flex 1 means it takes up as much room as it can. And then we're going to have everything towards the end. So justify end. Okay. Kareem says, thanks, man, for everything. I got a job because of you. That's awesome. Thank you so much, dude. Jay, screenshot that. Item central, justify end. And we want a space of 4 between all these components. Okay. So that's great. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're only going to render these buttons if you're logged in, right? What I am actually going to say is the 2 buttons that we want to always have is the dark mode toggle and the user button. So I want these 2 buttons to be always. So always when I'm logged in or logged out, and these buttons are going to be only if I have a session, okay? Because we should only be able to access this stuff if you're logged in. So let's go ahead and do these 2. So first things first is we're going to go ahead and actually outside of inside the div, but underneath the session area, we're going to have a dark mode toggle. And we are also going to have a user button, okay? User button. And I hope you like the way that I'm explaining this, because we're actually going ahead and commenting it so that way you can feel free to go ahead and build it out as we do it. It should make it very clear. Right now, the dark mode toggle, let's do that first. Now, first thing I want to do is create something called a dark mode toggle.tsx, okay? RFCE. And I actually have a really good playlist for this now. So if I go all the way up, I've got some new songs which are really good for I found for flow state, okay? So let's dive into our flow state. Let's get building now. So on the dark mode toggle, we are going to do the following. All right. So we are using something called a drop-down menu from Shadcn, right? So in this case, CN. I'm going to say that a few times. Forgive me. All right. So here we're going to say dark mode toggle. So let's go ahead and pull that in. Dark mode toggle like so. Pull that away. Now, Command B. Now I've got my header pulling in my dark mode toggle, and this is going to be this button eventually. Okay. Now what's really nice here is if we go into our Shadcn website and we go to the dark mode area, NEXT.JS, you will see it shows us how to do it. So we start off by saying npm install next themes. Command J pulls this up, and then next thing you know, I want to install that. So npm install next themes. Okay, now we go down, create a theme provider. Now you'll notice that a provider is essentially quite important, because in this case, you can see it's a client component. Okay, so we need to create this client component. So I'm going to copy this and create a theme provider. But in our case, I'm actually going to name it something different. I'm going to name it what did I name it? I called it a theme provider. There we go. Right. So in this case, theme provider.tsx. We're going to paste it in. Okay, so we've got our theme provider set. This is a higher order component as well, because it's going to wrap our layout component. So in this case, I will then want you to go into your layout file. So we're going to go to our layout file. So Command P, start typing in, and you can see layout. And then here you can see Command J, hide that. I want you to wrap the header from this area. So everything inside the body is going to be wrapped with a theme provider. And you see where it's pulling in from? Our own components. Okay, so we're going to wrap everything, including the header and the children. Now that's not all. The theme provider requires some things, and we can actually find those things here. So if you see in the third step, we can go ahead and add it in. So in this case, you can see here, boom, attribute is class, default theme will be your system. So if you're automatically, on a dark mode, like I like to use dark mode throughout Mac OS, then you actually see the default. It will use the default theme from your system to first set your style and so forth. Okay, and then disable transition on change. Okay, nice. Now what we're going to do then is we should have access to the inner functions that we need to go ahead and do it. So you can see here dark mode toggle. Now what I love about this so much is they actually give us all the code that we require. So what I want you to do here is I simply want you to copy the code from the dark mode toggle, because it's perfect. Honestly, it's exactly what I need, and it's exactly what we're going to be using. Yeah, so dark mode toggle. And what I want to do is take everything we have and replace it with this. And we're simply going to say dark mode toggle instead. And we need to install the drop down menu. Okay, so the drop down menu, if you go into the left area here, we have the drop down menu. And all this is responsible for this kind of element. We're going to go ahead and add it. So you can see the whole point of Shadcn, it really makes things very easy to go ahead and get set up. Right, so we're just going to go and install that. And as you can see here, we're using a hook, which is pulling from our higher order component that we wrapped everything inside of. And then you can go ahead and see the drop down menu. This is the logic for the drop down menu. All it is essentially got a button to go ahead and trigger the drop down menu. And then it goes ahead and shows the appropriate different drop down options. Okay. Okay. And then it shows a sun moon based on the correct theme that we're actually in. Okay, so at this point now, we're going to hit save, go back into our header, and we've got our dark mode toggle. Okay, now this is actually not here, so I'm going to go ahead and just re-import like so. Oh, it's because it's not a default export. You can actually just say default export like so, and that's very easy. We can do that. Default export function, that's fine. Export default, sorry. Blah. And then we can get rid of these annoying things. There we go. And just like that, guys, look at this. Boom. Aha. Look at that. I love it. I love it. Clean. Right? And if you want to stick to whatever your system is, by default, it will stick to the theme. So firstly, smash the like button for that, because that's damn cool and easy to implement. And yeah, this is what I'm saying. It's more about being a smart developer than one that recreates the boat. Quick little water break, and then we're going to go flying again. Okay, now we're almost at 400 likes, guys. Absolutely incredible stuff. So we've got the chat with anyone over here. So we've got the dark toggle done. Next step is we have the user button. Okay, so this user button, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to go ahead, create a component called the user button. So user button.tsx. Let me know right now, are you coding along with me, or are you watching it and you're going to be coding along afterwards? Matt says this is the cleanest dark mode toggle, I promise you. Look at that. I mean, it really is. It just really is. It's beautiful. All right, so we've got the user button next. Now the user button is going to be something along the lines of this. Now this is going to be a very cool dynamic user button. Oops, what have I done here? Yeah, it's a very cool dynamic user button. So if you're a pro member, it's going to actually say you're a pro member. It's going to say like a little pro shiny thing on it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pop in our user button like so. User button, boom, and we're going to go ahead and get rid of our comment, right? And these will always get rendered based on. So that was such a smooth toggle. I know, it's cool, right? So we've got the user button rendering there. Now for the user button, we are going to go ahead and let me know, do you like this kind of content? Because I'm telling you right now, it's a lot of work, but it's worth it. And I'll keep on bringing the fire if you like it, right? So we've got the user button here. Now we're going to go ahead and actually have a drop down menu here. Now what I want to show you is, again, we can use our Shadcn examples here to really simplify everything. Okay, so here we've got a nice little breakdown of everything. What I actually wanted to showcase to you was we've got a nice, okay, let's just use this one here. Okay, so I want you to just import the following from the top, so we can go ahead and pop this in. Everyone says I love it, right? Edward says I love it. Ismail says I love it. That's what I'm talking about. The M Shahid says that's the beauty of coding. Exactly, couldn't agree more, right? And then here the drop down menu itself. Okay, so in this case we're gonna go ahead and pop this in like so. Boom, we've got a drop down menu. Now I want to show you the main thing to be obsessed with here. Drop down menu is a trigger. Now naturally, if you click it, you see we've got these options. So now what I want you to do is go ahead and customize it based on what we have to customize it on, right? So a few first things is, oh my God, Patty, you literally have read my mind. That is actually something I've got my eyes on doing, okay? I'm not gonna say any more, but that's something I wanna do, okay? This is gonna eventually resemble this, and then we click it and then it will show accordingly. Now I do want to mention this is fully responsive, so you can see that it changes based on the different themes as well, so it's very cool. Okay, so a few things first. We're going to create a user avatar here. The user avatar is going to be responsible for the user, we're going to have a user avatar in a lot of different places, so I'm just going to save us time now and make a component for it. So user avatar.tsx RFCE, boom, and we go up to the top, get rid of this, right? I think we should make an absolutely amazing coding drink. What do you think, Jay? I think it's a pretty good damn idea, guys. Right? We're going to be using the avatar image. So you can see we're using Shadcn quite a lot. So we're using this right here. So you can see how it's got a nice fallback image when it's loading the image, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and do this. Add the avatar inside, and let me know if you like the music as well. I absolutely love this right now. We've been updating our playlist, helps you get into that flow state, really kind of no lyrics, helps you get into it. I don't know about you guys, but I like to go ahead and really code with no lyric music because the lyrics throw me out, even though I'm talking on the live stream right now. The irony is crazy. Okay, so what we're gonna do then is pull in the avatar example here. We go ahead and pop it in like so, and I want you to go ahead and import the following like this. And as you see at the top, we've got the logo there, right? Now, we're gonna go back to the user button. And here, instead of this, we're gonna have our user avatar. Okay, like so, boom. Now you can see, we've got this nice little, oops, I'll keep zooming in. There you go, look at that. Look, firstly, it looks damn beautiful, right? Kenya represented, that's what I'm talking about. My family is actually from Kenya, believe it or not, you know that, it's pretty cool, yeah? So in this case, we got to the top, and now inside of, I'm not this one, I'm gonna actually go to user avatar into, user avatar, here we go. It's a lot of imports. Honestly, don't worry, because the benefit it's giving you is well worth it, right? Now we are actually gonna be using something called CN, right? CN comes from the lib folder utils, and this was added when we actually added in Shadcn. So what I want you to do is we're going to import this in this instance because I'm going to add a customization factor to it. I want this component to be customized. So obviously we can pass in imports into any component. Okay. So here I want to have a few different customizable props that we pass in. One is going to be the name. Okay. The other one is going to be the image. and then we're going to have class name, which is going to be essentially for passing in customizable class names. Now, what we want to do next is define the props. Okay, so the props here, we're going to have name, image, and class name. And class name is actually optional. Okay, in fact, for all of these, I want them to be optional because we want to have something like kind of placeholder if it's not there. Okay, so at this point, in fact, actually, you know what? I'm actually going to be a little bit stricter. I want the name and image to be mandatory. That's why username is freaking out right now. Okay, so that's a better example. Now, what I want to do here is for the avatar, I'm going to say class name, and we're going to simply put some JSX. I'm going to say CN. Now, this essentially means combine some tailwind, right? So what I want to do here is I want to have my own tailwind, and then I want to combine the class name inside of it that we've passed in as props as well. So I want to say background should be white. Background should be white, and the text should be black. Now, if we do this, okay, that's great. And then the class name, we can obviously pass in anything that we want. Okay, so at this point for the avatar, I'm going to say if we passed in an image, then I want to go ahead and render the avatar image, right? But in this case, it's not going to be an avatar image, right? What I actually want to do here is I'm going to use the NextJS image, because NextJS provides us something where we can optimize a little bit further than what we can do right here. So I'm going to go ahead and say oops, I've gone ahead and copied too much. I'm going to go ahead and pop in the Next.js image component, and I'm going to pass in the source. And basically right here, I would recommend you just put a placeholder URL for another image, and then you whitelist it. Okay, but for now, I'm just going to say blank. Obviously, you would have the image here, so it really does not make much difference. So you can actually get rid of that. The oat is going to be the name here. Right now, we're saying that's mandatory. Width and height of 40, and it's a rounded image. Okay. Now, if you want to do, keep the avatar image, you can do that. But in this case, I'm not doing that. So we're going to get rid of that. Now, as you can see here, we have no image because I'm not passing in any image as such yet. But what I am going to do here, just for name, just to be a bit simple about it, is just for now, I'm going to pass in a name and just say Sunny Sanga. And then the image, I'm going to pass in a URL, which is actually going to be for that GitHub URL. Now, Next.js will freak out. It'll say, we don't expect an image to come in from there. Do you trust it, basically? So we need to go to our next config and actually allow it to a list of imports. Now, thank you so much for another donation. We've got Anmol. He says, very realistic build. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you. Right, so in this case, someone says, is Firebase a good long-term solution? Honestly, it's all down to how you write your code. It's not about, it's a very good solution. Yes, it's just about people write code badly. That's the problem, okay? So here we're going to say images. I'm then going to go ahead and pop in domains. And inside of domains, we're going to pass an array. One of those is going to be github.com. And as we have now gone ahead and changed something in next config, you have to restart the server. It does it automatically, but I'm extra cautious. Right, so we're going to restart the server, and then we're going to restart our app. Now, we're almost at 400 likes, guys. I feel like we are easily going to break 1,000 today. I just know it. Right, it's absolutely not even a question. Right, now in this case, we've got the user avatar. That's great. Okay. Now, what I do want to do as well, I've not done yet, is inside of the user button. Where am I doing? Yeah, inside the user avatar. Where am I doing this? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. So now what you see what I'm doing when I refresh, once it's already fetched, it doesn't refetch. And I really like that. I think that's actually a really good point about using it. If you ever do get this weird error from Firebase, most of the time it's typically to do with something called your referral policy, in which case there's a very easy fix of just adding this in. So if you get some weird Firebase error, you can get rid of that, right, once we start putting in Firebase by adding that in. But in this case, that's fine. Now for the avatar fallback, we are simply going to go ahead and say, we're going to split the name up. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say the name should be split up based on the spaces. So imagine it was Sunny space Sanga. Now what it'll do is it'll split based on the space. So the space, that means you'll get Sunny and Sanga in two separate entries in an array. And then I'm going to select the first one. So it's just Sunny, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and, the characters. And so it'll be SS, okay? So in this case, you'll join them afterwards, and it'll be SS and so forth. So we're basically mapping them through. So you're basically getting the first character of each, and then we rejoin it. So you're going to get SS here. Now for the styling here, we're going to go ahead and say class name. And in fact, what I could do just to showcase something here is if I got rid of that, you can see like SS. Okay. So it just proves to you what I just said. Okay. Now for the styling, I'm going to say on a dark, for the dark theme, I want it to be background white with the text black, and then the text large as well. So let's go ahead and make it a dark theme. Let's go ahead and show you that. So if I hide that out, you can see, boom, it just highlights a lot more nicely. Okay, so that's how you do a little bit of debugging as well. And I also kind of want to add a slight delay. So I want this to be slightly delayed in the event that there's like a, you know, in this case we're fetching it, but you can go ahead and on the first fetch, sometimes it looks a bit kind of weird if it just snaps in. So I kind of delay it for a second, but that's completely your call as well. Okay. Priyansu Jain says, hey, Sonny, learned a lot from you and got hired from your projects only as my experience. That's what I'm talking about. Jay, screenshot that. That's absolutely awesome. Thank you for sharing it with us. Right. On that note, we have our user action button pretty much, the user avatar done. Okay. So user avatar is done. Now we have to continue with the user button. So user button. We are now going to go ahead and continue strong on with this. Now here we've got our drop down button. The drop down menu content is what we're going to focus on next. So I actually need the session. Okay, so I need a session here. And this is what a lot of my next steps are going to be based on, right? So session data, am I logged in? Am I not logged in? How do I go ahead and proceed forward with that? So that's really what I need to focus on right now. So in that case, if I show you what happens if I was to sign out, so if I signed out here, you will simply see a sign in button, okay? So that's what I kind of need to get happening first so we can then go ahead and continue on and build. So in this case, if I sign back in, you can see I'm in, right? So this is using Google Authentication as well, I forgot to mention. So I need to now go ahead and pause here and actually add in user authentication with NextAuth. Right, so first things first, let's head over to nextauth.com and I'm going to show you how to go ahead and implement it using the Next.js 13 app router. Right, so first things first, we're going to install it into our project, npm install NextAuth. So go ahead and do the following, pop that in. And like so, we're going to go and say npm install NextAuth. Guys, we're almost at 400 likes. It's absolutely incredible. You guys are awesome for coming in clutch here as well. I'm going to be a little bit kind of slower in the questions today because we've got a lot to cover, okay? So I'm going to try and keep it very flush. That way we all benefit as much as we can. Now, as you can see, this demonstration here is for Next.js 12. They've got a guide, however, which shows you how to do Next.js 13, and it's right here to simplify things for you. Now, we're going to go ahead and add in the following. So inside of our app router, this root right here. So I want you to copy that root. I want you to go into your own directory, go into your app router level and click on new file. And if you just paste in that entire root, guys, you will actually see, if you get rid of the API / you can see this. Now, as you can see, we've got the API auth NextAuth route.ts file. Firstly as well, Imran Codes, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the £2 donation. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. And it's a first super chat from Imran. Well, that's awesome, man. Hey, Sonny, do you think one of your builds can show what types of things are recruit? So again, if you want to learn more in-depth questions like that, head over to my course, properreact.com/course. We answer all of these questions every single week. That's the place to ask it, right? And we will answer everything in the coaching call. Finland in the house. Yo, what's up? Good to see you. Clerk, we have covered inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So if you want Clerk Authentication, you can go check out Zero to Full Stack Hero. I'm trying my best to cover everything, guys. Okay. So at this point for the app router, we can go ahead and pop in this. Now this is going to be our basis for setting things up. Okay. Obviously we need to pass something in here, right? So this is going to be our responsible for our auth object. So what I want you to do here is we're going to have an auth object that we pass in here. So at the package.json level, I'm going to create a auth.ts file. And inside of here, we're going to start having our authentication object that we expect, right? So here I'm going to say export const auth options, and I want this to be of type next auth options. Okay, this is going to be an object, and it's going to say at the end of it, we're going to say satisfies next auth options. Okay, so we're just adding a bit of type safety here. And obviously now it's going to complain because we don't have a lot of the like essential things that we need, right? So one of the essential things that we need is providers. Okay, we need providers. So providers is basically who are we giving the authentication handler, like what is the authentication provider? In this case, we're going to use Google Authentication to manage our authentication. And Google Authentication is as simple as adding in something like this, which is a Google provider. So client ID and client secret, and we simply pass these in. Now this is going to be server side, so this doesn't need to say next public, and it shouldn't say next public, okay? So this is not going to be visible on a client, but it handles our authentication for us. So now you can obviously go ahead and check this out for yourself. So you can see like NextAuth and all this stuff, but at this point we can go ahead and carry on ourselves because I've done it for you. I've done a lot of the hard work for you. this is actually how you add in a session provider as well. So I'll show you how we do all of this in the app router. Okay. So first things first, we need two credentials. So this is where Firebase now comes in. Okay. So I want you to obviously step it out, but we need to set up a couple of things. So I want you to go over to firebase.google.com. And what I want you to do once you're here, simply log in with a Google account, click on Go to Console. Right now, once you're inside of Go to Console, we are going to create a new project. So I want you to click on Add Project. And once you're here, I'm going you to go ahead and say the following. We're going to say SaaS Translator App. And let's just say SaaS Translator App YouTube. That way I'm very clear what's happening, right? I'm just going to say YT. Yeah, that way I'm very clear. Okay. And then we're not going to have Google Analytics on this project. And we're going to create the project. While that's happening, quick little water break for that pause. Okay, we're doing very strong, guys. Absolutely strong. Almost at 1,000 likes, which is nuts already. And we've just started. Nuts. Absolutely crazy. Okay. Right. So I see you, Jay. So we're going to click on continue. Now, once you're in here, I want you to go over to build. I want you to click on authentication. Over here, I want you to click on get started. And we're also going to tackle a very well-known bug right now. If you're using NextAuth with Google, there's a problem whereby you log in with NextAuth, but it doesn't actually authenticate the user on the Google side. I'm going to show you how to tap into the sessions and create a custom session via our NextAuth token. So it creates our custom session inside of Firebase. So we get all the privileges and stuff that we then apply in Firebase rules. Crazy stuff, I know. Peter, thank you so much. He goes, thanks for everything you do, Sonny. Hashtag Papa Fam. That's what I'm talking about. That's the energy I want. Thank you so much, man. $5 Canadian donation. That's awesome. All right. I'm also going to get the energy a little bit higher up in this place. Let's do this. All right. So we're going to go ahead and do additional providers. Google. I'm going to enable Google. You simply have to set a support email. So I've got one here, and we're going to click on save. Okay. That's it. Now, let's go ahead and get that to do its thing. And while that's doing its thing, we're going to go ahead and create something called a .env.local file. Now, inside of here, you will see if we went back to our auth.ts file, we need a Google client. So we're going to go ahead and create that Google client ID. And we need a, where am I going? God, here, Google client secret. Yeah, boom, there we need. Right, so while this is done, we go back to our Google. We simply go into Web SDK. Now, here is what you want to be careful of. We've got the web client ID, so I want you to copy that. And there is also a secret. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy that right now over there. Okay, so I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go off screen and copy it. So if you highlight this down, there is a client secret there. I'm copying it right now. I'm trying to not make it so visible so it's so easy for everyone to copy and stuff. But you want to copy that secret. And then I want you to go ahead and add it into this file right here. Okay, so I'm going to paste it and I'm going to close this file. Okay, so I pasted it, saving the file. I've closed the environment file. Okay, so now Google Provider has the Google Client ID and the Google Client secret. And I've gone ahead and added a bang here so that way it knows that we're actually put in there, right? Otherwise you can say if doesn't exist and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's that. Next up, what we need to do is we need to go ahead and create our middleware component. So I'm actually going to protect roots in this build as well. So what I'm actually going to have is a middleware, right? So a middleware means that on every request, it's going to pass through my middleware and it's going to go ahead and do an authentication check to make sure that if I'm trying to access specific roots, I'm actually protecting those roots. So that way, you know, unauthenticated users get access to what they need to get access to. Okay, so let's go ahead and say with auth. And I'm going to say export default with auth. Okay. And all you need to do is that. And that in itself will protect no pages yet. So we have to basically say if it matches certain paths, then it will protect. Now the pages that I want to protect, let's go ahead and put these in. I'm going to protect the chat ID and the register page. That means if you was to ever go to any of those URLs on this site, it will ask you to go ahead and log in. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click save. And just like that, we have protected roots. Very, very simple. Okay, now inside of route.ts here, this is where I need to go ahead and pass in my NextAuth options, right? So NextAuth, I need this, right? So I need my auth options. If I go into my route, one second guys, I am just going to go ahead and confirm that I've done this correctly. Yep, so I need to go ahead and import my auth options. So this isn't pulling in, weird. Okay, let's go ahead and pull it in ourselves. All right, at auth, there we go. Right, so it's being a little bit weird. It's being kind of frozen on me. There you go. It's always the demo gods that do this to me as well. It's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. All right, so in this case, we're going to pull from our auth file, and that will work in a second. Right, let it do this thing. So once that's done, this will go ahead and stop complaining, and it will allow us to have our authentication. Now, I need to go ahead and wrap my app in something called a session provider. Okay, so in this case, there you go. Right, and it'll work. So we've got the layout here. So we can't, this is by default a server component. Everything inside of the app router by default is a server component. What we're going to do now is create a component called an auth provider. Now that auth provider can actually be what we need it to be. So I'm going to make that right now. So this is going to be our client, where is it gone? Client providers, right? So I'm going to create anything that needs kind of, you know, client side rendering with basically a higher order component. We're going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to pop the following in. Now what this is doing is pulling in the session provider. It's making sure that it's using the client, like a client component. And it just basically says any children that you wrapped around it should just render out. So inside of the session provider. So in this case, what I do is I take my client providers, I go to my layout file, and I simply now pop it inside. And what we've now done is correctly added it into our app. So in this case, if I do the following and I say client providers, and I wrap my entire app around this, and I import my client providers, and now it's gone ahead and it's safely wrapped in our session provider inside of this, the session provider. This means that I can use things like use session, get server session, and so forth inside of my app. Now, I do want to make it very clear, right? The wrapping here that we just did allows me to use session. The get server session is because of the middleware and other things, right? So two different things as to what allows us to do that, okay? Now, at this point, we can see we've got the, yeah, this is working. Now, I want to make it very clear, just because this is a client component, it doesn't mean everything underneath it has to be a client component. No, it's smart enough to know that if you pass in a child, like for example, the children here is being rendered out. So all of these can be considered the children. If you pass it in this kind of way, then it will actually work, right? So you just need to export session provider, it's going to work. I don't think you can do that, to be honest with you now. It will not work, but we can try. Actually, I'm curious. I want to see if that actually works. Let's just do session provider. Boom. I don't think they fixed it yet, to be honest, but I am actually very curious if that works. Let's see. You might be right, guys, because it never used to be out of the box. So yeah, there you go. React context is available in server components. You can't do it. You have to make it in a client component, so client provider, and then you can see it works. That's why. Okay. So you now says, when you put client side components in higher order, won't child components be? No, it will not be. I actually always thought that that was the case, but it's not the case. All the children are not then client components as a side effect. As long as you do it in a higher order component fashion like this, where you're passing the children as a prop. Okay. Otherwise, that's the way to do it. Okay, so we've got this down. So now what I can do is I can actually start reaching in and checking if my user is authenticated. So on the header, I actually want to see if they're authenticated. So what I do is I simply, this is a server component, okay? So server components mean we can do async await at the top level, okay? You cannot do that in a client component. Now, if we use this function called get server session, control spacebar at the end to pull it in, and I want to pull in my auth options, what I want to show you now is something very important. Now, if I go ahead and console log my session, what you'll find is that because I'm rendering this out, what you'll see is, one, we should get 2 errors, right? So the first thing that I want you to notice is we need something called NextAuth URL, and we need a secret. In order for our server-side sessions to work, these are very important. So we need to go into our environment file and actually populate these. Now, what I want you to do is for your NextAuth URL, it's very simple. You just pop in a URL, and this is typically our development URL. You do not need to provide this on your Vercel, right? So when you actually deploy via Vercel, this gets replaced with Vercel_URL, which is our Vercel deployment URL. So if you've ever wondered, how do I always map it to the dynamic value that Vercel gives me? That's how you do it. You don't have to actually pass in NextAuth URL, right? NextAuth secret is the next one. Now this can honestly be ABC, some secret, right? So it can be something, I recommend you give it a proper value. It shows you a way on the website as to how you can go ahead and do it. But in this case, that's fine for now. I'm going to go ahead and pass in something like this. And I'm going to just make it a little bit more secure by passing that in, okay? So it's got some secret involved. Now, what I want you to do as well is if we go over and I clear my terminal, if I refresh the page now, you can see that I am not logged in. So you see how it's a no for no session, right? So there's no session at the moment. Sahib, thank you so much. Absolutely killer designer. He goes, awesome stuff, brother. This build will definitely gonna hit a million views. Thanks for providing this level of information for free. Thank you so much, Sahib, for the donation. Very generous of you. Thank you as well. Marius, I see you. He goes, I just noticed the sunny grew a bit. It looks amazing, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's getting, I would like to say it's getting colder in Dubai, but it's not. Okay, so we've got this down. Now what I can do is I can conditionally render things if the user is logged in or not. So session resembles if the user is logged in or not. So what I want to do now is inside of my header, we can go ahead and boom, guys, we just broke 400 likes as well. Let's go. We're going to hit 1,000 today. I'm telling you, right? It's absolutely crazy. So at this point, we've got the session here. I'm going to say here, if a session exists, then we're going to render out some stuff. Okay. So for now, I'm just going to render in 2 empty fragments, right? With nothing inside. But eventually what I want to do is have a chat, link to the chat. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now by saying there's a link tag here as well. So link tag, and this link tag is going to have a href to /chat. Okay. And then I'm also going to say the prefetch should be false. I don't want it to prefetch that because the chat might be heavy or expensive. And it's these things that can lead to unnecessary read and write. I want to stress this point. Everyone always hates on Firebase. No, it's actually you are not understanding how and why you're pulling extra reads and stuff like that. So stop prefetching, because without realizing you're pulling all the data into your database when you might not even access it. Okay. So messages, square icon from Lucid React is what we're going to use for the icon. And here I'm going to go ahead and pop this in, and that is ugly because, oh, sorry, I've done that there. Okay, so we're going to pop that in. Now that's actually inside of our link, and I need to close my link. There we go. What's going on here? Why is it freaking out? Let's go ahead and what's happening here? Why is this? We got a session. Oh, okay. Oops, my bad. There we go. Yeah. And then the class name. So in this case, I'm going to style this very simply by making it a square icon. And this is essentially just this icon right here, right? So we're simply going to add that in if we're not logged in. So we should see that if we are logged in. But right now we're not logged in. So if we actually say we're not logged in, you see, boom, it pops up. But we only want to show that when we're logged in. Okay. So that's the first thing. Great. Looks good. If we're not logged in, however, I want to show the pricing page. So I want to show a link to pricing. So I want to say it's going to be a link tag with the href. It's going to be /pricing. And then it's going to be, again, prefetch. This one, you could probably actually kind of, keep the prefetch, because you don't actually won't worry too much, because it's actually very light call. And that you want it to be super fast. So that is a bit more fair to say prefetch is okay. And then here, we need to be a ternary instead of a conditional. Yeah, there we go. And let's continue on. So now we've got the pricing. Perfect stuff. That looks great. And we can click it and it takes us to pricing, which of course doesn't exist right now. Yeah. So that's the reason why it's doing it. Now, I do want to mention as well, there's a slight optimization that you can do, which I haven't done in this build, but the landing page and the pricing page, you can separate into these other groups where you've got these parentheses around your roots, and it makes it a static site page where we don't have, for example, the checking of the session provider. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because some of you might call me out and be like, your server-side rendering the page, the landing page and pricing page, when you should statically generate. I understand that, but there's so much build stuff that needs to be done in this build that I'm mentioning it now so you can do that. But we're going to just carry on with a simpler way of moving forward with it in this build, because there's only so much I can show in this huge build. Okay, so we've got the pricing here. Then the next thing I want to do is go ahead and do the following. Now I'm going to speed it up because we've got quite a lot to do. Right now, I just want to mention as well, right now you might be like, oh my God, I'm over my depth. This is too crazy. Again, you can feel free to check out Zero to Full Stack Hero, papareact.com/course. I explain all of this inside of this course. We have Next.js simplified massively inside of here. So feel free, check it out if you get stuck at any point, right? I promise you become a pro. This is what we're about, okay? Now, the user button, I'm also going to be passing through the session. So I want to start passing the session through my user button as well, which means I actually need to go ahead and accept the session as prop. Okay, so inside of my user button, I'm actually going to go ahead and accept the session as the prompt. So we're going to say session comes through, and we are going to say that this is a NextAuth session, right? Now it can also be a no value as well, because you may not be logged in, right? So that's great. Now, if there is no session, I don't want to show a drop down. I want to show a sign in button. So we're going to say if there is no session, then instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to return the following. I'm going to return a button which has a sign in button, right? And then it's going to handle the following. So firstly, we installed the button earlier with Shadcn. So I'm going to import it. And this is going to be a button here, and it's going to say sign in, like so. Okay. And on this button, we're going to say the class name, well, we don't actually want to style it. It looks fine as it is. We're going to say instead, we're going to use a variant of outline. Okay. So variant is going to be outline. And I'm going to say on click, I want to do an inline arrow function, which just signs me in. So notice how NextAuth React allows us to do this very simply. And as you can see here now, we've got an on-click function being passed in. This is because right now, if we have any click handlers, we actually need to go ahead and make it a client component, because we can't understand if the user has mounted unless we're on the client. So in this case, now you can see it sign in. That looks great. And if also, just to mention as well, if we go on light mode, looks very, very clean, guys. Okay. So at this point, I want to click sign in, and you can see it takes me to our providers that we set up earlier. Okay. Does this app cover Japanese? Yes, it does. It actually does cover Japanese. So it's absolutely amazing. All right, let's click sign in with Google, and I want to highlight something, an error that's going to come up. You're going to get this. You're going to get this app request is invalid. So I want you to click on error details, and this is what I want you to pay attention to. This step will happen again when you also come to deploy your app to Vercel. Okay, so I want to pay attention to this point. Go to the Google Cloud. All right, so I'm going to go to Google Cloud Console. I'm going to go down here to the Google Cloud Platform. Now, once you're inside of it, I want you to go to your project that you have created. In this case, it's going to be our app that we just created, SaaS Translator app YouTube. Now, as Firebase is a Google project, it would have gone ahead and created this for us. Once you've done that, I want you to go into the sidebar. I want you to go in API and services, credentials. This is where we handle our authentication section. So web client, click it. And then inside of here, we need to whitelist 3000, okay? So I want you to go here and basically do the following, add the URI. And firstly, I want to go ahead and pop that in, and I want to get rid of that. So we just need to say whitelist 3000. It's already doing 5000. I don't know who uses 5000 to be honest, but there you go, 3000. And then the redirect URI is going to be the one that they gave us. Simply click save, and now our authentication will work from our local host. So if we go back now to our local host and we click on sign in, we'll have a different error now. No, it'll work now, sorry. So now you can see we've got the accounts. If I log into my account, it will log us in, and this will go ahead and now change from our sign in to our user identification. So if I go ahead and refresh now, it hasn't worked. So in this case, we need to figure out why it hasn't worked, but we should see that the session is actually there. Although okay, again, we're debugging, it's fine. Let's go ahead and see why it's not pulled in. So we've logged in and something did not work. Okay, so first things first, let's debug it. So I've got my local host, I've got my session. Let's go ahead and see console log session, boom. Let's go. Yep, so I'm logged in. So there's my session. In fact, I'm probably just not passing it in. Well, I didn't save. So save, use a button. And okay, so I didn't click save. That's why. Okay, so now you can see if I refresh, it server-side renders that and it shows my profile page. Yeah, thank you, Giancarlo. You got it. There you go. Right. So this is real world coding. This is what I mean. Like, this happens, and this is what I mean by you guys are on point. You guys are watching, following along. This is what it's about, right? Okay, so we got that. Now, of course, we passed it through to the here. Now, what I want you to do here, instead of this, I want you to instead go ahead and pass in the session.user.name. Okay, now notice how it's freaking out here, saying whoa, 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 you might not be undefined, blah blah blah, and so forth, right? Now in this case, I wanted you to, that's actually why I had it as maybe not there. So in fact, okay, what we'll do then is we'll say that this is conditional. I know it's probably not a thing, but here we're going to just say user's name, and so forth. Okay, we're going to pass that in, boom. And here instead, we can go ahead and do the following. I mean, at this point, you can really, I would argue that you could just force it and say, yeah, it's definitely there. But yeah, okay, it's fine. Session name. Session.username, session.username. Oh, okay. I realized why I've done this wrong. If there's no session. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. So I did something stupid here. So instead, I want to only render this if a session exists. So I'm saying session and boom. Okay. Now session, I'm going to go and say drop down menu. Sorry. Okay. So I think I've actually confused something. No, that's fine. I want the session to be there. If session exists, yeah, let's do it. Screw it. All right. And then we're going to say session.user.name. Why is mine not free? Oh yeah. Okay. Of course. I understand. Yeah. It's going to be string or no value. That's fine. There we go. Boom. Boom. And to be honest with you, okay. Screw it, it's fine. Oh, okay, I see why. I see why, because I changed something later on for NextAuth. It's okay, that's fine. For now, we're going to keep it like this. We're just going to protect, we're going to say it could be undefined, we'll handle it accordingly. I have an idea though. Somebody says, what does this app do? Honestly, feel free to head over to this link right here, SaaS translator app, Vercel, and you'll see chat with anyone. Whoa. Imran Codes just dropped a £50 donation. What the hell? Thank you so much. He goes, hey Sonny, I'm in the Papa Fam. When I joined, I was a junior developer. When he talks about the Papa Fam, he's here, guys. He goes, when I joined, I was a junior developer. Now I'm a senior and expected to be a lead in April. You've inspired me to teach on YouTube to help people learn. People join Zero to Full Stack Hero course. I promise you won't regret it. Guys, what more can we say? Thank you, firstly. That's a huge donation. And absolutely, results speak for themselves. Like he was a junior dev, now he's senior, and he's almost getting promoted to a lead. Incredible stuff. You cannot make it up. That is in the chat right now. Jay screenshotted that. Yeah, there you go. That's absolutely amazing. That's what the Papa Fam is about. Feel free to join if you're interested, guys. That's exactly what we're about in this family. Absolutely amazing stuff. Thank you for sharing that with me as well. And again, thank you for the huge donation. That's absolutely amazing. I can't make this up. It's absolutely, wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Instead of this, we're going to say session dot, and that's it. Look at this community. It's amazing. Honestly, everyone's like, thank you so much. Crazy. We're going to put the image in, right? So my image. Now, if you see, it will start complaining because it's coming from Google. So we have to now basically whitelist some of Google stuff. So let's go ahead and go back to our next config and add this to the list of things whitelisted from Google. Okay, boom. Let's go back over here and let's refresh, right? We're going to hit save. And this is going to restart our server. So it's automatically restarting. So I'm going to trust that it restarted it. And then you can see it did not restart. Well, okay, there you go. Boom. Okay, my account. There you go. Nice. Cool. So we've got this working very well. And yeah, so now we've got this in place. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to add in a drop down item. So this in front right now, we're going to say, just get rid of this. I'm just going to assume that we don't have any of this. I'm going to keep it there. To be honest, we can get rid of it. Yeah, I'm going to say sign out. Okay, so sign out. So obviously, if you're logged in, you will see this button, right? So it's going to say sign out if it's there, right? So what I want you to do then is have an on-click where it signs you out. So here was the on-click, and this is going to be an arrow function which says sign out, right? Let's do this. Sorry, sign out. And you can see I'm pulling these in. So next sign out from NextAuth React. And boom, hit save. That's, you know what, I just can't believe that. That's actually so cool to see that, right? That he joined as a junior dev, senior lead because of the help of Zero to Full Stack in these videos. Absolutely incredible stories like this. Like, it's just, it makes my day. Like, honestly, that makes my day alone. That's absolutely amazing. Wow, okay, let's carry on. So we've got this looking great. I want the label to not say my account. I want it to say session.user.name. Session.user.name, like so. Okay, and we're going to conditionally optional chain, so you can see it says Sunny Sanga. There you go. If I sign out now, you can see boom, and then it forces me to sign in again, in which case I have the option to sign in with several accounts. I'm going to click my account and it will sign us in. Hugo says, let's start coding from Portugal. That's what I'm talking about, dude. And just like that, look at that, beautiful. Look at that. Already we have such nice components and we haven't even got into the juice of everything, right? Which is absolutely amazing. Right, so that's looking absolutely great so far. Right, next up, let's move forward to the, eventually I want to add in something called a subscription listener here, right? So that's the fun part later on. So we're gonna add higher order components. Trust me, we are nowhere near to like, there's got so much to do, it's crazy. All right, I'm getting kind of nervous. Okay, let's go. The user button here. So we're gonna go back to our header. And you can see, like, I honestly put in so much work to this build. It's nuts. Let's see if we've got everything done in the headers. We've got the dark mode toggle done. We've got the header button done. And then we've got the upgrade banner, which is not ready to be done just yet. Okay. Now, I do want to create a create chat button, however. So the create chat button is going to be sitting under this here. So this is going to be create chat button. And it's going to be like so. And we're going to create this component inside of our code, right? So in this case, boom. Over here, create chatbutton.tsx, RFCE, boom, and there we go. Rajaf says, you're the reason I became a professional React dev. Thank you, Sonny. That's amazing. I'm going to forgive that you spelled my name wrong, but thank you. That's awesome. Thank you so much, man. Jay screenshot it. Really, really good stuff, guys. I love the positivity. And again, just smash the thumbs up button. Does enough support for keeping this screen growing. Let's do use client, right? So here we've got the create chat button, and this is going to be, in short, it's going to be a div with a button inside of it. Okay, to be honest with you, I don't even know if we need the div. I think we should just do a straight up button. So let's just do a straight up button. We're going to import it like so, and this is going to eventually say something like, it's going to have a message square plus button. Okay, Albert says, Habibi, thank you for the amazing content. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, dude. We're going to say messages square plus icon. So square, I actually want the square plus icon. Where is that square plus icon? I can't seem to see it. I'm going to import it manually from my own. There we go. Right. So boom, manually. There we go. Back. Okay. So now what we should see, if I go back to my header and I simply import this like so, boom, hit save, we should see a little icon. Right. Great stuff. Go back to this, and I actually want that to be a little bit more low key. So I want to make that actually a ghost variant. Right. So in this case, a variant is going to be a ghost. Right, in that case, it looks a lot more clean, low-key, sort of, you know. In fact, we could have done that with that one, but in this case, this button is going to be pretty active. It's going to be the button which is responsible for that behavior right there, right? So that's eventually going to do all of that. Okay, so trust me, I know it's crazy, right? We've got all of this stuff, right? And oh yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, right? SaaS means software as a service. I completely didn't even say that in the beginning. I'm so sorry, right? It means software as a service. All right. So we've got this down, right? Now what I want to do is eventually I'm going to have all the logic to create the chat and all that kind of stuff. But for now, I think we're pretty good on that front, okay? So eventually what I will have is we're going to click that button and it will take you to a new chat and so forth, right? So I think we can just, we can hook it up a little bit roughly. So let's go ahead and create the rough outline here. So we'll say something like const create new chat, new chat, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. So this is going to be an async function, and eventually I'm going to reroute the user to the new chat, right? So what I actually need is the router. The router allows us to do any routing, and make sure you don't make this mistake, right? You see here, next navigation. Okay, Matt, I feel you. I hear you. Make sure it's next navigation, not next router. If you're using NEXT.JS 13, right? It's software as a service. Yeah, and that's not software as a subscription, right? But it basically does that though. It's basically the same thing, similar thing, right? But in this case, you got the create new chat. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say on click, I am going to create a new chat. Okay. Now, obviously for now, I want to have all the logic here. All the cool logic here of creating a new chat. However, for now, we're simply going to just pretend that we pushed the user in the right direction, and we're going to go ahead and just throw them at the chat that they went ahead and created. So let's just say it was chat ABC. I don't know. Okay. The point is that now we can go ahead and click it, and it takes them to chat ABC. See that? Okay. And obviously we'll upgrade this with all the functionality. Great. All right. With that said, now we are going to go ahead. Forgot to mention, you're looking good in this build. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. So now you guys can see here with the chat with anyone, we've got the main header down. All right. So it's a responsive header. Everything is looking pretty nice at this point. What I do want to do now is actually build out the homepage. Right now, as I mentioned before, this homepage, a lot of the elements come from Tailwind UI elements. Right. So in this case, we're actually going to you're going to see a little bit of like plugging in. My main focus here is not to focus on obviously this beautiful homepage, right? But you can customize the homepage, you can customize the pricing page as much as your heart's desire. The main thing here that I'm trying to teach you is the functionality side of it. So in this element, we're going to move fairly fast. Now, what I want you to do is head over to page at its core. This is the home page, and we're going to start customizing this. Okay, so I want this to look pretty much like this, right? So a very beautiful home page. So we're going to go ahead and build that out right now, so that way we can start building out the rest of the flows. So At this point, we've got a few different elements. I just want to kind of pop in and get styling the way we need to. Okay, so again, this part, I'm just going to kind of throw the UI in because I don't want to spend too long. This is all visual stuff, right? So you can feel free to get the Tailwind UI elements library and do it yourself. But in this case, yeah, I'm going to move fairly quick over this. So we're going to have the div here. This is not going to be a main block, really. I mean, it could be a div. I mean, I guess it could be a main. That's fine. Yeah. And then we're going to have firstly this little color, right? So this is actually going to be like an absolute little design. So you see these little kind of, these little, I don't know what to call them, like these little glowing additions in the background. They're very nice, right? But we're just going to pop one of those in, right? So in this case, you can see here, it's a nice little trick. So you see that's that. That basically just draws that out, okay? So I'm not going to go into that again too much. Tailwind UI is the way to go. Glowing orbs, blobs, whatever you want to call them, okay? Thank you, Jay. And for the div at the top, we're going to go ahead and give it a bunch of styling. Again, this area you can customize to your heart's content. I'm showing you relatively quickly how we're going to proceed forward with it, okay? So I hope that makes it very clear, right? In fact, I want this bit to be like that. Right now, I'm not sure why that's going ahead and giving me this. Okay, I mean, we can carry on for now. And then I want the div here. Now this div is actually going to be where the main juice of things happen. So I want to have, wherever I put it, the clip path, that div outside of this div. I'm going to have a div with another div inside of it. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, right? So this bit I actually kind of want to just kind of glance over. So I'm going to pop this in and I'm going to show you. So this is, I know, don't freak out, okay? You can feel free to literally pause the video and just look at that, okay? But all it is a bunch of layout stuff, right? It's just centering things, like making sure it's max width and all that. H1, chat with anyone, anywhere, a bunch of this stuff. And then the link component we need to import. And then the image component we need to import. And the demo GIF is actually a GIF image, right? So obviously you can use a picture or whatever you want. I actually have an image, right? So I'm actually going to put this inside of my folder, inside of images, and here inside of the images tab, I'm going to create a folder called landing page. And this is going to have a file inside of it. And this for me is a GIF, right? Again, this GIF is available in the Papa GitHub repo, but of course you can, use whatever image you would like. Yes, so there is a Papa GitHub repo available for this. It'll be up straight away after this build is up. The link to that is in the description, and you can see right here, the GIF is basically this, okay? So it's just demo.gif. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and import the demo GIF. In order to do that, we have to basically go to the top. And what you want to do is when it's a GIF, right, you want to click on unoptimized because it's a GIF. You're not able to optimize it as simple as a normal image. Okay, so this part, again, as I mentioned before, it's very much a case of I want to just, you can pause the video and watch that through. Okay, that's my main thing there. So that's what we're doing here. Chat with anyone, anywhere. Look at that. It looks very clean, like absolutely beautiful. In fact, smash the like button if you like the design. All right, now after that we have one more little glowing blob, right? So you see this little glowing blob here. We're gonna have another one. So I want you to go underneath the previous div, but so get to this level, okay? And then I want you to pop in the following blob. Again, this comes from Tailwind UI. Feel free to purchase it if you're interested in supporting them. They're absolutely incredible with the design work, okay? So this is responsible for the second blob, which is this one down here. Okay, now you can see there's a little bit of a UI element hiccup there. So we're going to fix that in a second as well. All right, so what I have forgotten to do there, I will fix in a second as well. So in this case, if I refresh, I just want to see what's going on. Okay, so we will see what's up with that in a second. Yeah, there is an issue with that, which I need to address. Okay, so in that case, I'll get there. All right. So we got the home page, the layout. In fact, yep, I know why. So if we go to our layout, what I need you to do here is for the layout, for the body, right? The body, I want to go ahead and say class name. I don't really care about the fonts right now, the default fonts. We're gonna get rid of that. I don't really care. We want that. Instead, I'm going to say should be flex column, min height of the screen. Okay, so minimum height should be the screen. Yeah. And now you can see if we was to refresh, we don't actually, I actually didn't notice that before. In my build, final build, we didn't have it. So I've made a silly mistake here that I will find. I'll find that. I don't know where it is. I've done an overflow somewhere. I have done that inside of the let's have a look inside of my page. So inside the page at the top level, okay. I mean, I want to check something. There's something missing there. Where is it? I'm gonna put it back. Don't worry. Okay, so it's even there. So I haven't changed anything. Okay, so it's, I guess, at a higher up level. Oh, I know why. I know where it is. I know why. Okay, so this is actually down to some of the default styling at my Tailwind level. So it's actually to do with, if I show you this, let's just do a light, go back, sorry. Do light mode. Okay, so I mean, that's perfect. Right? I mean, it's more so the dark. Okay, I think I have a feeling I know where that is. And in fact, let's just address it now. So we need to update our, where is it? It is inside of our Tailwind config. Yes, it is here. Is it Tailwind config? No, it's in globals. Where is it? It is inside of, it's primary something. Primary Tailwind config. Why did I just customize it? Globals, there we are. Globals, here we are. So if you go into globals, after we installed next, what's it called? After we installed Shadcn, there we go, completely froze. After we installed Shadcn, it installed this to our base, right? So look, you can see the dark layout, the root layout, and so forth. Now I customized a few of these things, including the background, the foreground, and so forth. So what I want to do here is I'm going to pop in my new values because I can't remember which one's which, but you can feel free. These are the old values, and the new values are as such. Okay, so old values, new values. So basically the only ones that have changed is border, input, and ring. So I'm popping those in. And same for dark. Dark, we've got some new values as well. And for this one, I believe I've changed a bit more. So the background, yes, it is the background. So that's what changed, right? So the background, you can see here, it changed from 84% to 39.29%. I worked it out, yet that's what it was, okay? So it's just matching the background color. So all you can basically do here is see that the new value is the ring color changed and the background color changed, okay? So I hope that helps you guys out. Right, so now with that done, we've got rid of that little, yeah, there you go, the color matches. Okay, so that's what it was, yeah. So I changed the color out, and then there you go. Cool. Okay, now I want to make sense of something. So obviously we pasted in on most of it, but the logic here, right? So the get started button will take us to the /chat. Now /chat is authenticated by default. So if I try and sign out, because we have our middleware, if I try and click it, notice how it signs me in, right? So I have to sign in because it's a protected route. So let's go ahead and do that right now, and it'll take me through to /chat, which obviously doesn't exist. Next up, we have the pricing, which will take us to the pricing page, which we're going to create in a second as well. So I just want to make that very clear. Pricing will now take us to pricing and so forth, okay? And then the image is obviously just a GIF. Okay, so firstly, this is looking absolutely gorgeous, and we're nearly at 500 likes. Before we carry on with the pricing page, I'm gonna have a quick water break, and then we're actually doing very well in progress, guys. I'm very proud of you for sticking with me. Algo codes say, Remco says images should go in the public folder. Depends on where you're trying to pull them into or from, but yes, you can. I'm not getting into it, but yeah, you can, right? In this case, it depends on if you're optimizing, and there's lots of things that can be changed, right? Just drop the kids off to school here in the US. Gonna have to wait until you're done to start. Thanks for the work you put in, Sonny. Absolutely welcome, dude. Thank you so much for your amazing support. And yeah, guys, if you are interested, like I said, papareact.com/course, check it out. I'm plugging because this is like, honestly, the amount of work that went into this is crazy. Right, let's go. Let's create the pricing page next. I think pricing page is next for us. So we're going to create a /pricing, and then inside of here, we're going to say page. Oops, sorry, not this. We're going to say page.tsx. This is a new convention. This means /pricing page. We will have a page here, RFCE, and then we have the pricing page. Okay, so this will be responsible for everything regarding the pricing. Now I will show you how to make a beautiful pricing page. Just trust me, it will look very good. And we're going to use a reusable component in here as well. So our pricing page target is this. Very nice, very responsive, looking great pricing page. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and build this right now. By the way, how are you recombining NextAuth with Firebase? What server, what purpose? Since my own project I do it's right with is NextAuth. So I'll show you how to do it when we touch base. Okay, so for this part, pricing, right? Let's go ahead. I'm going to do the same principle that I told you previously, okay? So for the most part, the design elements here were from Tailwind UI with some slight tweaks, right? So in terms of design, you can feel free to pretty much, you know, like take inspiration from it. I have modified it, so don't worry, like you can feel free to mess around with some of the other differences. But this is essentially the grasp of the divs, the pricing and everything. So in this case, if I go to view pricing now, we will have an error here. So pricing cards is the main thing that I want you to pay attention to, but here. Right, so this is basically the main gist of it. So I'm gonna go to light mode. You can see like that's basically what we're gonna have. But obviously we're gonna have the cards on top of it, and then it'll push over that to give it a nice little effect. Okay, so again, I'm not gonna cover all of this. This is just styling elements, just for the landing page and stuff, right? I'll cover it for the rest of the build, but this landing page, it's not worth covering for just now, right? So you can feel free to kind of, you know, research and build your own pricing landing page. But the main thing I want you to focus on is the pricing cards, because we're actually gonna reuse them inside of our registration page as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and focus on that right now. So pricing cards is where we are at. So for pricing cards, I want you to go ahead, and I'm going to zoom back into the code. We're going to go ahead and import it from our components. Obviously it doesn't exist yet, so we're going to create our pricing cards, and this is the main sort of thing that I want you to pay attention to. Pricing cards.tsx rfce. Okay, so this is the main area that I want you to look at. So now what we have is, as we build this out, you should start seeing the pricing cards pulling in, right? So we go to pricing. Here we are. Here. So here we go. Pricing cards. Let's get rid of that. I just want to see where we at. So go here and import. And right now I haven't saved my pricing cards, which is why it's freaking out, I think. It's right there. What is going on? Hello. Let's put that in. What have I done? Callback. I don't understand. What is this? Nope. It's fine. Pricing cards. Why is that not happy? / components. Pricing cards.tsx. Yes, it's there. Okay. It's not under UI. No, that's for the UI is for Shadcn components. In fact, okay, let's just carry on coding. I feel like it's just being a bit, the demo gods are playing with me right now. Here I'm gonna have in redirect boolean. There we go. It's hella big on new tech. Yeah, Jimmy is huge. Dude, it's very big, this build. Right, so in this case we got this. Let me see, why is it not showing up? Okay, it is there. I don't understand. This is not a true error. Okay, don't ignore that. It's wrong. Get rid of it. Get out of here. Okay, so in that case, we're good. So we've got the pricing cards now. Okay, this is our main focus here. So we're going to build these pricing cards which look like this. Okay, so first things first, we have actually pulling all of our data in from 2 tiers, which I've actually separated into 2 array entries. So what I want you to do here is pop in these array entries like so. Tiers are, the first one is the starter pack and the second one is the pro pack. So right now you can see this is a subscription ID which we are actually statically adding in, right? So this is going to be, once we set up our subscription in Stripe, it will then go ahead and use that as reference for how much the cost is and all that kind of stuff, right? But what you can do if in your own time is dynamically pull this in from Stripe, so you list out only the things that are actually in Stripe, and including things like the features can be pulled in from the Stripe metadata. Obviously, we only have so much time in a live build, so I've gone ahead and just done it in a hard-coded fashion here, but nevertheless, that's how you do it, okay? So in this case, this is all the information regarding starter, pro, free pricing, and all that kind of stuff, right? So let's go ahead and build these 2 cards in the way that we need to, okay? So first things first, the pricing cards. Let's go in here, and I want you to stay with me, okay? Because this can be a little bit kind of scary what we're about to do now. So we've got the div in here. We've got a bit of styling. Now, all I'm going to do here is add in a grid layout, okay? So this is a grid layout. We're saying center the grid layout. We're adding a grid layout. Max width should be a medium size. So in this case, you can see when we go here, it's a medium max width. Grid columns 1 by default on a mobile view, and then on a large screen and above, we go to 2. On a large screen and above, we get max width 4XO instead of medium, and we want the gap between the cards to be 8. Okay. Now, inside of that grid layout, I'm going to render through my tier list. So we're going to say tiers.map. okay? And for every single tier, I want to go ahead and render out something. So in this case, every single tier, remember when you map through something, you should have a key. So in this case, we're going to map through. The key here is going to be the tier dot, and then you can feel free to use whatever you want. We're going to use the tier ID. In this case, our tier ID is this one. In this case, this is null. So it's just says it's starter. Yeah, starter ID, whatever the case, doesn't really matter as long as it's unique. And then we're going to have the actual contents, right? So the contents here, again, this is more of a UI element, right? So again, this is really like, it's not going to be very beneficial for me just kind of demonstrating all of the ins and outs here. Instead, what I'll show you is the container styling, and then we can move forward, because this again is more of a UI like kind of setup. I don't really find the value here is going to be that high for you if I show you all of this bit in and out. But as you can see, we've got the flex column, justify between. This is going to be everything inside of it. Flex column. So you see everything is layered up in a flex column view. Everything is rounded, the white. So that's where you get this rounded effect, right? And then we're saying that there's a ring around it when you sort of highlight it. Now, inside of here, we simply have the following. So this, I want you to pay attention to it. So right here, again, I'm going to zoom out and show you the grand scheme of things. So what I pulled in was from that div all the way down to that div. Okay. So we just have a bunch of layout, right? So there's a H3. We're using some of the properties from the tier. At the div, we're saying the price monthly, which is again a property here. We're just rendering it out with a bit of styling. Same over here, tier description. And then we're rendering through all the features. And instead of the check icon here, we're going to pull in from Lucid React. Okay. So we do that, and then we simply click on save. Okay. And now you can see that will pop in the styling. Okay. So I don't want to freak you out, but as in, trust me, that part, I think you can fairly much design on your own. Okay. Somebody says, can you explain what a SaaS platform is? A SaaS platform is a software application, a website, or anything like that, where you pay something like a subscription for. So in our instance, we have Chat with Anyone, where basically you can go ahead and pay a subscription fee to get access to pro features, which allow you full access to an app, right? So in this case, if you see the view pricing page, we've got like a limited free app, and then we've got the pro version, which is a recurring subscription, which you pay for every single month, and then you obviously get access to it, right? I'm just going to quickly turn off my Lux because it's going to start going all different colors. I need to stay awake for this. Usually my computer will start making me feel sleepy, right? So now that we're done there, we're going to go into this section over here. Thank you so much, Path. As he goes, good work, man. Top stuff, amazing stuff, right? So over here, what I want you to do now is underneath that div. Okay, so underneath the unordered list, underneath this div, I want to add in something. And now, as you can see here, we pass in a redirect. And this is because I want to reuse these cards on the registration page and on the informative, like sort of pricing page. So we're on the redirect. If we pass in redirect, instead of like, I want to have two buttons here, which actually go ahead and say something like, you know, go to or get started or something like that, right? So in this case, it's going to go ahead and have a link tag. So a NextJS link tag. And that's going to be an href towards the registration page. Okay, so it's going to be towards the registration page to register. And as you can see here, this is going to say get started today. Okay, and then over here, we're going to have the next bit. And this one is actually just going to say, if there is a tier ID. Okay, that's why I didn't do it. Yeah, if there is a tier ID, so I'll keep this as no. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, if there is a tier ID, register, not regular. Oh yeah, oops, thank you. That's how I love, this is pair programming at its finest, right? Here we'll say, if there is a tier ID, then we're going to render a checkout button. Now the checkout button I haven't created yet, so don't worry about it, but I will create that soon. And we don't need to pass in that, okay? So checkout button, before it freaks out, let's just quickly create a component to resemble this. So checkout button.tsx, RFCE, and that way we have something, so it's not going to freak out. And we go over here, we import it, control spacebar, boom, pull that in at the top, hit save. And now, as you can see, if we look at this, we actually have, if I refresh, we don't have the redirect, right? So in this case, it's not showing any of this because we don't have redirect. But on the pricing page, I actually want to show a redirect. So if we go to app.pricing, so this one right here, and we go down here to redirect true, we can actually see it is being passed in, but my pricing card is not actually picking up. So redirect comes through, and then we say redirect is there, then we actually show it, but that's strange. So if it's not redirect, and let's have a look. So if it's not redirect, it's there. So redirect. Oh, okay. My bad. It's because checkout button is not visible. In this case, the checkout button is not, it's probably white text. So if we say BG red, we should be able to see it there. So we type in something like, I don't know, text red 400. Okay, where's my checkout button? Sorry, that won't come up. What am I doing? Come on, guys, come on. This is going to be the text for this button. Okay, it's going to be, it's not actually visible. So text white, or text black. Should be, okay, there you go. Get started today. That's why. So I want to make that look like a button. Okay, so I've actually done a bit of styling for you to make that visible. Again, you can feel free to copy my styling or change it around as you wish. What I've done for the styling is a simple button. So it's basically got a bunch of styling around it. And if we go into, oops, what have I done? No way. That's not what I wanted. So boom, there we go. Okay, so I've got a bunch of disabled states and stuff as well. But now you can see, look, get started today. And if I click that, it's simply a link which takes me over. Okay, so now if I click this, we should go to the /register page. And again, that's a protected page, which will need authentication. So imagine a user is signed out. They are at our local host or the homepage. They look at the website. Great. Okay, I want to actually go ahead and view the pricing. Oh, this is nice. And let me get started with free or pro. I click it. I need to register or the login. So we sign in with Google. Let's go ahead and boom. You can obviously customize the sign in page. I've done that in lots of builds. So I'm not going to run through that step. You then go ahead and sign in. This will then take us to /register, where we will see the registration page. Okay, so you can see lots of stuff happening, but we're slowly making our way through. Okay, now with the checkout button, we're going to go ahead and say, this is going to be a long build, guys. This is going to be a long build, I'm telling you right now. All right, so we got the checkout button. This checkout button is actually going to be responsible for quite a lot of things. Okay, so that checkout button, we need, okay, so first thing, I guess we need to build the registration button, the registration page. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a section here called register. Okay, so let's go ahead and close this out. Let's zoom in again as well so you guys can see. Inside of app, we're going to have a /, this is going to be called register page, and this is going to be a page.tsx. Okay, we're almost at 500 likes, guys. Let's go. RFCE for that, and then we're going to go up to here. We're going to say register. All right, so it's going to be the registration page. Boom. Now for the registration page, you'll see the benefit of having reusable components, right? So this is honestly like a very, very prime example here of why they are important. Again, let me show you the registration page. If we go to here, this is what we want it to look like. So again, you can see the two things being reused. And again, I'm not going to highlight the emphasis on the back design. That's purely just a little like kind of, you know, visual thing that you can go ahead and add in if you want. I'll show you right now. Okay, so this, we already have the session, so I need to get the user if they're logged in. So I want to say, let's handle your membership Sunny, right? So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say const session equals await get server session. We also need to make this an async function, which I can do because we are at a client, a server component. I'm going to import my auth options. And now because I've got the server, I can do things with it. Okay. So again, what I mentioned previously is that we've actually got the UI element here, which again is not very important in my opinion. So we're actually going to go ahead and pop that UI element in. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in like so. All right, now you can feel free to again look at the way I've designed it and everything. Again, a lot of inspiration is taken from Tailwind UI to go ahead and get this done, but the main thing I want to focus on is let's handle your membership session user name, and we're splitting based on the space. So if it was Sunny Sangha with a space in the middle, it's grabbing the first element and it's using this conditional chaining in case it didn't have a second or it didn't have a first, so it won't break the entire app. It safely accesses it. Okay, so at this point, the radial gradient is basically responsible for a nice little background, and then pricing cards we're going to pass in, but you notice how redirect this time is false because we want to do an action. So because it's false, now it will actually show a checkout button. So you can see checkout buttons in white text, but it's only there for the thing which has a tier ID. So checkout button is actually being rendered there, and you can see there that now we have the membership button. So let's see the entire flow. They come to the homepage, they click on view pricing. Ooh, I'm interested in joining free or even pro. Get started, boom, and there you go. Now we're inside, and then it will say register here. Okay, so that's kind of our flow that we want to do. You can really kind of mess around with the flow, change it as much as you want, but feel free to kind of tinker with that as much as you want. Okay, now the checkout button. So now we go back to our pricing cards and we play with the checkout button. So let's go ahead and show you also how good it looks on light mode. So again, beautiful UI, right? It really does look great on every screen. So the checkout button, this is going to be more of an, like, this is where we start getting more involved. We start actually doing things like the sort of the Stripe checkout session and the Stripe payments and things like that. And this is where we actually start using the Stripe payment extension provided by Firebase to get things off the ground. Okay, so firstly, let's get the UI down. So I want to go ahead and build out a button which has a button which basically says sign up. Okay. So in fact, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say this is simply it's be a regular button because I've got a lot of styling on it. Vandit says amazing content, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for saying that. And then here we've just got a bunch of styling. So again, very similar styling as to what I had. It's actually the same styling as to what I had on the front page for that button where it said get started. So basically a block of text which says checkout button. This one's going to actually say sign up. Okay. So this is going to say sign up. And obviously you can refactor that button as you wish. Do whatever you need to do. Let's go ahead and pop that over there. Okay. Now, I'm going to have some logic above, which will say, you know, if you're subscribed or not. But in this instance, we are going to have a div surrounding the entire thing. Eventually we'll say if subscribed, show me the user is subscribed. Okay, so again, we need to go ahead and do that. So go ahead and pop this out. Boom. Today's day is 5-day build. Yeah, honestly, today is our 5-day build. It's huge. Imagine I prepped all of this. Like it's crazy. Like I'm no joke. We're gonna have a quick water break as well before I carry on. Right. So that's the sign up button. Jay, thank you for that. Okay, so let's carry on. Sonny, what happens if the pro subscription ends? Like the several chats we removed, or we keep the pro features? So very good question. You actually keep you'll keep your chats, but you won't be able to interact with them with the pro set of features. Like if you already hit over 20 chat messages, or if you want to try and create a new chat, it will stop you. And trust me when I say it's all in real time, because if you cancelled your membership from Stripe or you failed your payment, that fires a webhook, which fires against a Firestore, which we're checking against with a higher order component, which I'll show you how to build soon, that populates some Zustand state that we pull in and it works. It's effing crazy. Okay, so it's great. David Fetter goes, you're at the start of my road in React development. Amazing stuff. Papa Fam's on fire today. Absolutely crazy stuff, guys. I'm nearly at 500 likes, which is at 10 likes away. So somebody smash that and get us to that number. Right here for the div, we're going to say flex column and space y of 2. Boom. And that should be full width. There we go. That looks much better. And what I want to do here is I basically want to create a Stripe checkout session. Okay, so on click, because we have an on click, obviously naturally we need to convert this component to a click client component. So create checkout session. This is where we get into our flow. This kind of music has me going every time. Right, so we're going to create checkout session. I also need to make this a client component, otherwise it's going to freak out. So we're going to say use client, and then we're going to say const create checkout session. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Here the goal is simple. We are going to go ahead and push a document into Firestore database. Right, then what's going to happen behind the scenes is we're actually going to go ahead and have what was it? Okay, so yeah, so this is where Stripe extension on Firebase will basically create us a checkout session. Okay, and then what we do is we redirect the user to that checkout page. So this is the flow that we're going to basically be doing right now. Okay, so everyone get like super dialed in, because it's going to be a lot of fun. Right, so first things first is in all of that I need to check if the user is even authenticated. Right, so firstly they should not have even reached here if that was the case, right? So because this is a protected route, so you don't actually have to check, but I'm going to show you just to be extra on the side so you can understand how this all works, right? So if you do want to check if the user's logged in, you can do so by, you know, the data is the object that we're actually interested in, but we're renaming it to call it a session. And all we simply do is we say if the user does not exist, basically. So if they're not logged in, then we're going to return. So you don't actually allow them to do anything, right? So you can say if there's no user ID or anything like that, we can return. Okay, nice. Then next up, we can go ahead and do the following. Now, before we carry on here, I'm actually going to need to do one more thing. So naturally what happens is when you actually create a session with NextAuth, you get 3 pieces of information by default inside of your session, which is inside of your like token and everything. That's your name, your image, and your email. You don't get your ID, right? Now the ID is very important. Now you might be saying, but Sonny, you could use your email because that's unique. You can, but that ID is actually a very nice, unique identifier for a lot of different situations. One of which is going to come very important later on. So I'm going to show you what we can do, right? So let's go ahead and actually append our ID into our session. So firstly, in order to go ahead and push a document into Firestore, we're going to have to do a few things. We're going to have to set up Firebase. We're going to go ahead and have to actually upgrade our authentication strategy. So inside of Auth, what I need you to do now is I actually need you to go ahead and change the session strategy, right? So this is actually going to be called session. So where's it gone? So this is outside of provider, sorry. We say session, and this is going to be the strategy here is going to be, so strategy is going to be JWT. Okay, so we're going to use JWT token strategy. And then next up, we're going to go ahead and actually pass in something called a Firestore adapter, right? So we want to have all of our users synchronized to Firestore when they sign in, when their tokens were, all of that stuff. We want to have it synchronized in Firestore. So if we head over to our Firestore database, which we haven't created yet, let's go into Firestore database right now. And we are going to be making use of Firestore rules. So I'm going to show you a bunch of Firestore rules that you can actually access and set up yourself. But what I want you to do in the meantime is click create database. Now I want you to go ahead and start it originally in, we could do production mode to be honest, because I'm going to show you how to do it. Yeah, let's start in production mode. Okay, so start in production mode today. Whoa, that deserves a like in itself, right? Then we're going to click on next, and you can set your location. Now I'm just going to set United States, but you should actually be doing it where the majority of your users will be existing. Okay, that's what I would recommend. So once we've done that, we're now going to go ahead and basically set up our Firebase, right? So we need 2 Firebase files. We need one which resembles the setup for the Firebase client. This is for the person on their browser so they can make requests from their browser, okay? Then we have to have a Firebase admin. Now Firebase admin is at the server level. We don't need to worry about, can I access this file? Firebase admin means that at the server level, we should be able to do anything. So that means we basically bypass any restriction that we may have in our client side. So we need 2 configurations, one for Firebase, one for Firebase admin. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So first things first, what I need you to do is we're going to do the one for Firebase. So firebase.ts is going to come in over here. And I want you to go ahead and do npm install Firebase. So over here, I want you to do npm install Firebase. Right, let's go ahead and do that. Boom, we're almost at 500 likes. Let's go, guys. Absolutely crazy stuff, right? And then I want you to go ahead and pull in the following files, right? So we need all of these files here: get app, get apps, initialize app, get auth, get Firestore, and get functions. Okay. Do we use functions? I think we do actually. Yeah, we do. Right. And then we need our Firebase keys and everything that we need. So in this case, project settings, and I want you to go ahead and copy in here. So in this case, we've got this. Also, no, we don't need Firebase hosting. Let's just say SaaS, translator, app, YouTube. Again, this bit doesn't really make too much of a difference. And here, npm install Firebase. Okay, cool. And boom. So this bit, right? So we're going to copy that. In fact, I just want to copy the Firebase config. Okay. So I'm going to paste that in, right? So our configuration. Okay. And then what I need to do is I need to initialize it. Now, the first thing I need to do is check, because remember, we're using server-side rendering in a lot of cases. Now, you need to understand that if you've already initialized the app on one instance, you don't want to keep duplicating that, because you can have conflicts and things when you try and interact with the database. So we have to basically check, was the app already initialized? Right, so if it was already initialized, get the existing app. This basically means get apps. It means if the app was already initialized, it will return 1. So you see, array of initialized apps. Get the original app. Otherwise, initialize the app with the Firebase config. Okay, so that basically prevents us from having duplicates. And then what we do is we simply set up the authentication with that app, and we set up the database with that app as well. And we're also going to do the same thing with our functions, like so. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and say export all of these so we can go ahead and use them. This prevents us, it's called a singleton pattern. We teach it a lot in our course as well. So remember, if you want to go ahead and join the course, popularreact.com/course. All these things we teach. Why is a singleton pattern important? These kind of things prevents, redundant, these extra duplicate issues existing. Also, guys, we're about to break 500 likes. Absolutely incredible stuff. Amazing. This gives us access to the Firebase. So this is Firebase in a nutshell setup. The next one is Firebase admin. Okay, so Firebase admin, slightly different setup. It's not too much of an issue though. We can do it. So what I need you to do here is we're going to say npm install Firebase -admin. Okay, and while that's happening, I want you to go over to your NextAuth, and I want you to go to providers and go down to Firebase. Oh no, sorry, not providers. Adapters is what we need. So adapters, I want Firebase, right? Let that load, and we need this. Right, so basically, you can just copy that command if you want. That does Firebase admin as well. Paste it in, boom. Doesn't matter if you've already installed it; it won't install it again, right? Iman says, such an inspiration. Thank you so much. He also says, how many monitors do you have? I have 2 Pro XDRs and a MacBook 16-inch. Right. So in this case, we have this. You don't need that, by the way. You absolutely don't need that to code, right? So it's just me. I'm obviously coding on a lot of projects, right? 500 likes, boom. That's what I'm talking about. Energy is pumped. That's absolutely nuts. All right. So we've got auth.ts working. Oh no, sorry. Firebase auth. So where are we at? Firebase admin. Okay. So I didn't create it. Yes. Firebase admin.ts. Okay. Now inside of here, I want you to follow me on the following. So we're going to go ahead and pop these in, and then I need you to go ahead and create the following. Now the same check needs to exist, but we're going to do it this way. We're going to say let app, and then if the apps.length, basically again, if it's initialized previously, then we're going to initialize the app into our app variable. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and actually initialize Firestore based on it. And again, this actually does what we, okay. So this actually does the same thing, but it's with a helper. Right, so you can actually feel free to refactor this as much as you want, but the init Firestore prevents the duplicates as well, right? Then we're going to have the admin auth provided from this app instance as well, and we're going to go ahead and export our admin DB and our admin auth accordingly. So this admin auth allows us to do admin authentication things such as creating custom tokens for our user to sign in with, and admin DB allows us to modify the Firestore database with 0 restriction. Cool. Right. So now we go back into auth.ts. Actually, I forgot to mention here, Firebase project ID, Firebase client ID, Firebase private key. These things are very important. So what I want you to do here is go into your environment file. So environment.local. So head over to this file. I'm going to hide the screen for a second. So go into that file. And what I'm going to do here is, this is the annoying bit. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and hide my Google client secret. So I'm going to give this to Jay for a second, literally, and then come back. Okay, so you can go ahead and see this. We've got a Google client secret. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this here. And what I want you to do now is go into your Firebase admin, and we need these 3 things. So Firebase client ID, a project ID, sorry, client email. And we also need the private key. Okay. And I'll show you how we get these. So project ID, email, private key. Okay. Now the way we get this is very simple. What we do is we go over to our SaaS project over in Firebase. We click on continue to console. We then go to our service accounts in the project settings, and we have to create a special key, right? So this key allows us to do a lot of the things that we need to go ahead and do in order to get us out. The lighting, audio, video, quality, background. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah. Generate new private key. So I'm going to click on generate key, and this will download a key into my computer. Okay. Now what I want you to do here is basically open up that file. So I'm going to open it up right now. I'm not going to show you on my screen, but basically I've got that inside of another window. It's just a file, a JSON file. Okay. What I want you to do there is drag it into your editor so you can see it. Okay, so we've got this editor now. Now what I need you to do is I'm just going to hide some of that so that way we can't take it. But project ID, grab that, take that into your project ID. Okay, client email. I want you to go into let's go ahead and just do this. So client email, I want you to go ahead and grab this. I'm just going to confirm on my side that that is correct. Yes, we're going to grab that. And then the private key. Now this is the interesting one. So what I need you to do here is actually grab your key with the quotes. So you see this one all the way up. So it's this one. So grab it with the square quotes, yeah? And then I need you to paste it in. So you see, notice how these don't have this and this, right? It's because they don't need it. But with the instance of Firebase, with our key, because it has new line characters, this means that it explicitly takes the entire value, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and paste that in right now. So paste. Okay, so I paste that and notice how it's pasted in with that, and it's got the same thing over there. I'm trying to not show the entire key. Okay, Irfan, thank you so much, I appreciate it. So in this case, we save. Okay, so now I've got my credentials inside of our app, so you can use the file accordingly. And I haven't actually added that into my code like that, so it's just part of my environment credentials. Cool. So we've got that set up. Okay, now what I want you to do is to go into. I want you to go to your auth. Okay, so head over to your auth. Right, now we're going to carry on with the auth. So now we're going to connect our Firebase adapter. Now this is very important, guys, because the Firebase adapter is what is responsible for synchronizing all of our users logged in sessions, that kind of stuff. So what we do is we add in adapter and we simply import this from auth Firebase adapter and the admin DB from our Firebase admin configuration file. Now those two things alone will actually start synchronizing things into our database. Let's give it a look. So now, for example, if I was to go ahead and refresh the page, because we've actually logged in, we've actually gone ahead and that adapter should be fully working. If we go to our Firestore database, we should have some entries in there already resembling the users inside of our account, right? So I think actually we may need to log in and log out. Assuming I did it correctly, we're going to see actually all of this in action. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's do do I use that? I don't think I do. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, it's saying let's yep, let's do that. And try signing in with the Google. Invalid client secret is missing. Okay, interesting. So we're actually missing our client secret. So I haven't set it up correctly according to this. So let me just double check. I don't think my environment variables were pulled in correctly. So we've got our project client NextAuth secret. Oh yeah, oops, there you go. Client secret. I forgot to put it back. Right, so I just gave it to Jay for the meantime for safekeeping, and I'm gonna pop it back in. So right now, and put it, then basically just go ahead and close that again. Save, and now I've closed my file. Okay, so I forgot to put it back. Okay. The adapter adds automatically logged in user for DB. Yes, exactly. So now if we go to our localhost now and we try and do a login, we should see that the user will be added. Okay, so let's go ahead and give that a try. So let's go ahead and sign in right now. So sign in. 1 second. What have I done wrong? Sign in. Okay, there you go. Sign in with Google, and then let's sign in, and this should work accordingly. So boom. And let's go ahead and get that in. Guys, if you're enjoying this video, all I ask you is smash that like button, and then we'll keep the likes flying in. So again, we signed in, nice, right? Refresh your cloud Firestore. What you should see here is a bunch of entries now. This is the cool part. So look at that, accounts, right? So we've got the accounts, the user ID, the token, the provider account ID, user ID. This is what I want you to pay attention to, yeah? So this user ID doesn't get passed back to our session. So you know when we had that session originally, it's just the name, email, and image of the user. You see this? This is what we're getting. We're not getting the ID. Whereas you can see the ID is right there. So how can I get that ID? And I also want you to pay attention to, although I am logged in, check how the users tab is not here. So we don't have the Google logged in user. This is kind of a problem because now we can't make requests on behalf of the user which are applicable for the Firebase rules. Okay, otherwise, so right now it's signed into NextAuth, but it's not signed into Google's authentication. So that way we've got a little bit of a gap. So I'm going to show you how to fix that. Okay, using our custom callbacks and the custom callbacks. Okay, so I'm going to show you exactly how to do it right now. This is very important and it's actually a game changer for a lot of reasons. So callbacks, what you want to do here is basically pop in the following, and I want you to pay attention. We're going to modify two things. We're going to modify the JWT to go ahead and add in the user token. Okay, so in this case, the ID token. So when we get the JWT This is basically when the JWT is issued. So when the user is created and it gives us the JWT to log in with, this is how we go ahead and do the following. So here we have the user, and we have we want the token. We don't care about the rest of them. You can feel free to investigate what they are. Now all we're going to say is if a user is passed in, which we will when we log in, then what we want to do is we want to take the token user ID, and you can see here it doesn't say it, right? Or token sub, sorry, and we're going to append it to our user ID. Okay, and then we're going to return the token. Now what this actually does is that token, when we sign in, so as part of our sign-in process, we actually do get the ID of the user. Okay, and it comes back in this sub property. We're actually now appending it to the user. Okay, so in fact, we should actually at this point already have the ID appended to our user, right? Now what we need to do is upgrade our sessions. That way we actually get access to it on the front, on the client side. So over here, right? So the way we do that is we say session, and then we're going to go ahead and say asynchronous like so. And I want to simply say if there is a session user, then what I want to do is say if there is a token sub, which I should have gone ahead and done. So in this case, you see token sub equals user ID. So over there, that's where I've gone ahead and fixed that bit. Now what I want to do is say session.user.id equals token.sub. Okay. And then after all of this, I simply return the session. Okay. Now you can see here, by default, this is going to complain because the session object does not include an ID by default. So TypeScript's going to look at us and say, well, what the hell are you doing? You're not allowed to do that, right? So I'm going to show you how to extend the TypeScript definition to go ahead and actually allow this to happen. So we're going to create a next-auth.d.ts file. And inside of here, we're going to need two things. We're going to firstly need to import, where did it go? NextAuth. Yeah, we're going to import the NextAuth and default session. Then we're going to say declare modules. This is TypeScript wizardry, right? Yeah. We're going to say NextAuth. And what I want you to do here is don't jump ahead. I'll show you. So we're going to say interface. So what we're doing here is we're actually extending on the existing module that's there, right? We're going to say interface session. Actually is basically extending the default session. So default session, and we're going to say the user. Oh, sorry, I've messed that up. Sorry, not that. We're going to need that, so I'm going to paste that. So we're extending the session, and we're going to add two things. We're going to say to the user, I'm going to say the user has the ID string, but I also need these existing things, but I don't want to rewrite it, right? I want to kind of keep the existing wherever there was. So we're going to say basically, the default session, if you click into it, you can see that there's already name, email, and image, right? So here, so this isn't this called module augmentation? It probably is. I think it might actually be, right? So you can see here, let me join my Mac channel in a minute. Nice. So in this case, you can see we've extended it to the ID, right? So yes, I probably is, yeah. And then we're also going to add something called a Firebase token, right? So Firebase token, this is going to be optional because it's not always there. And then we're going to pop that in. Now notice how when we go back now, it's not complaining. In fact, if I go ahead and do dot, you'll see that there is an ID now. Okay, so we now see the ID being passed through. The next part is that in itself will actually go ahead and give me the token on the front end. So if I was to actually go into my page, let's go and assume, like, let's just say our page. I think pricing was pretty good. Pricing, yep. So was it here? No. We could just check it here, to be honest. We could say const session equals get server session, next pass in the auth options. And I want to show you something. If I do console log session, boom, and we was to simply inspect our terminal now, you'll see now inside of session, we will have, in fact, I need to go ahead and get the session out of it. So I think, is it session? No. It's session dot, oh, okay. Async. Yep. Thank you, Ayman. Ayman's on it today. It's good, dude. Oh, wait. There we go. And now if I console log my session, boom. Now, actually, I don't think we need to do that because that's when you're using the use hook, right? But now you can see that the ID comes through. Right? Awesome stuff. Why you pass auth options? Because it has a lot of this other data inside of it. Okay, so again, it's just about supporting it. Yeah, I don't think you actually need to pass it in when you do that, but I have found in the past I did run into some hiccups when I didn't pass it in. So just a safety precaution in my opinion, right? So in this case, there you go. So now we've got the ID, we can do things with the ID. So that was the first thing. But more importantly now, we're going to go ahead. Elements, it's been a long time away from your channel due to school, but it's good to be back. Exactly. Thank you so much. Smash that like button if you're excited for me to be back. That's awesome, man. So at this point, I'm going to go back to my auth, back to the callbacks here. And what I want to do now is I actually want to do something very important. We have access to the Firebase admin auth SDK. What I now need to do is basically pass in this ID. So the ID that we actually used was the user's ID. And I want to create I want to pass in the token, that ID, sorry, and I want to create something called a custom token. And then the user will basically use this custom token to authenticate on Firebase when they on the client side. So I'll show you the entire flow, and this fixes our Firebase authentication problem. All right, so we're going to say Firebase token equals await, and we're going to say admin auth dot create custom token, and in fact I need to import this in dot create custom token, and we're going to pass in the token, which is the ID, right? So that's just the user ID. I'm also going to say that the Firebase token is going to get appended to that, so that way we have the Firebase token inside the user now. So in the actual user, if I was to actually, I should have just kept that that stuff that I had here. Yeah, we can do that. So there you go, boom. Console log, there we go. And now what you'll see is I have a Firebase token as well. So I have the name, email, image, ID, and Firebase token. Okay, now this Firebase token is what I'll use to log into the Firebase side of things. So remember, it wasn't showing up as a Firebase logged in user. So main part here is, you see, there's no Firebase user. So now what I'm going to do is create a higher order component to always synchronize the Firebase user, okay, if we're signed in. So this is where it gets really interesting, right? If it's not already interesting enough. We're going to create something called a Firebase auth provider. So Firebase auth provider, and this is known as a higher order component. So Firebase auth provider, or provider pattern, okay? So we're going to go ahead and say that this is RFC, boom. And we're not really interested here in returning this, right? This is going to be just returning a React fragment with children inside of it. Now the children, if you're not familiar with this pattern, you could just copy this exact base syntax, right? So it's just basically passing through the children here. So boom. So you're basically just passing through like your child elements. It's going to be a client component. And what we're essentially doing here, guys, is we're always synchronizing the state. Right, so we're going to create a user effect and basically always synchronize the state with the user. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say I'm going to have a user effect. Yeah, so I'm going to say user effect. So we're going to tap into the component lifecycle here, and I want to basically go ahead and say, firstly, this is dependent on the session, right? So I need the session. Now, if we want to get the session, we're on the client side, we can go ahead and say const data session equals use session. Okay, now I mean this is kind of annoying that we even have to do this. I wish NextAuth figures out what the adapter situation here, because it would be a perfect situation if it was to go ahead and add the user in Firebase authentication at the same time they did this, but it doesn't. So we have to create this little hack around for it, but it's fine. It's part of coding, right? So in this case, we say if there is no session, then we're simply going to return. We don't want to do anything, right? This user effect is going to be dependent on this session because we're using it inside. So that's a dependency. And then we're going to create a function called sync Firebase auth. And the whole purpose of this is to basically synchronize this session, our NextAuth session, with our Firebase authenticate or Firebase session state, right? So at this point now, what we can do is we can go ahead and say asynchronous function, and it's going to be called sync Firebase auth. To be honest, we don't even need to have this inside. This could be outside the function right here. You can even push it outside to another thing. This is going to be the session, and then we pass in NextAuth like so. Now here, I'm going to say if there is a session, which to be honest, we're protecting here anyway, so it'll never get called without it, but we still want to have like a level of protection. If there is a session and there's a session Firebase token, then we're going to have a try catch block. Okay, and the try catch block here is essentially going to go ahead and firstly it'll throw an error if we are not signed in. But the main thing here is we're going to go ahead and say await sign in with custom tokens. So this is coming from the Firebase client SDK. This requires firstly the auth object from our client, not Firebase admin, our client SDK, right? So very important, don't get it mixed up, otherwise you get an error. And they say session.firebase token. So basically we're passing in our authentication object and we're passing in our Firebase token. Okay. Now, if that doesn't work, so in this case, if there is no session or Firebase token, we're just going to go ahead and simply call auth.signout. Okay. So what this does is it dependent on our NextAuth session state. So if we log out, this will be no, in which case it will come to the else and it will log me out. If we log in, it will be present here. The Firebase token will be present because we logged in. Then it will go ahead and sign me in with the custom tokens. So let's give this a try right now. I refresh the page, at which point I will be signed in, which will fire off my use effect, and then it will go ahead and sign me in. However, none of this works. And that's it. Joking. Imagine that. Imagine I just said none of it worked and left it, right? You have to use the bloody provider. It's not going to work, right? So you actually have to wrap your entire app with it. So in this case, we only care about it at this point, to be honest, underneath the body. So we're going to go ahead and say Firebase auth provider, and we're going to wrap the entire app as in our entire down to theme provider like so, and boom, right? So in this case, there you go. Now, if I refresh, right, and we go over to our authentication and we refresh, notice how we will have a customly signed in user created today, signed in today, and we have a record of their user ID. This allows us, this is exactly what we wanted, right? And now I think our state is synchronized. The only issue with this, guys, that I'll be honest, that I have found is at the server point in time when the request is made, it will not actually have the correct privileges. So it actually grants those privileges only when the first, after the lifecycle method. So once the client mounts, then it, the user effect kicks in, then it will authenticate the user. And then from that point, you can make the authenticated request. So it's just worth mentioning, if you try and do a server-side render into your Firebase from a client perspective, it won't work, but it's okay. It's okay, right? It's fine. This was a very good kind of fix for what we needed. So let's run more fast forward. So guys, we're doing very well as well, right? This is where we get into things like we've got a lot more to build. All right, so first things first, we've got this down. So let's click on get started now, and now we've got the Firebase auth provider in check. Authentication is done, we've got our synchronization done. Now I guess we can actually start creating our chat screen, right? So we can actually start creating this up, and we need to do the Stripe checkout. Oh my god, there's a lot to do. Wow, it's crazy. All right, so at this point, I think let's do the sign up process. So if we click on sign up, we should be able to do this bit. All right, so let's do the create checkout session. So checkout button, create checkout session, like so. Push your document into Firestore database. Let's do this. So we've got the checkout session. This is what I'm telling you guys. When I tell you I went big on this, I went massive on this build, right? So in this case, let's go ahead and say if no as a session ID, which we've already done, that's fine. Here I'm gonna say if no session.user.id, right? Then we're gonna return. Otherwise, I'm gonna start loading. Okay, now what I wanna do is I wanna have some UI updates. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop that in. So loading, we're gonna have some use state, boom, like so. And then here I'll say set loading. So at this point, once we start fetching, we'll say set loading to true. I'm gonna update my UI based on that as well. Now I need to access the document in the database. So I'm gonna say const doc ref, right? Now what I'm doing here is basically making a push into the database at the correct point that I want. So I'm gonna say await, add doc. So this is the new Firebase version 9. So we're using the modular approach to accessing it. So we say collection, Firebase Firestore, we need to import it. And then we pass in our database object, which we have from our local Firebase file. So all these imports you can see at the top. We're now going into the customers. Then we're going to go ahead and put inside the customers a session user ID. So in this case, session user ID, checkout sessions, right? Now this is important. I want you to pay attention here. So at this point, we pass in some data, right? So there's an extra bracket there. Pass into data. Now here's the important part. So we need a price that we're going to pass in. So in this case, we need to add this price in. I'm going to add in a fixed price, which I'll show you how to do. Okay. And here you got window location origin. So we're basically just going to redirect them back to the original location, but you could actually go ahead and argue that you want to / them to, it could be something like boom, something like / after they've signed in and they created their account / chat if you wanted. Okay, so that works as well. But in this case, we're just going to keep it very straightforward, very easy. So price, yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Now, before we even try this, we have to actually start enabling this on the back end, right? And I'll show you exactly how and I get these numbers and stuff. So let's go over to our Firebase build, and we've got extensions. It was, where the hell is extensions again? I always forget. Is it in here? No, it's not in here. No, it's not in there. No. Oh yeah, it's in build. Why am I thinking it in the other way? Okay, go to extensions. This is where we go ahead and add in the Stripe Jet stuff. So I've already created a Stripe account. You can feel free to create a Stripe account. In this case, let's go ahead and do it together. So here, explore the extensions up. So I want to explore extensions. And the extension that I'm interested in is actually the one with payments. So run payments with Stripe. I'm going to click on install. Now, you need a Blaze plan on Firebase. Don't worry, don't freak out. Yeah, everything costs to some degree, right? But the point is that like at this point, you need to go ahead and install the extension inside of your app. Now, you can set up a billing limit. It is completely fine. You're not going to get charged £1 billion, okay? You can set up a billing limit for $1. It's completely fine, right? But obviously it's not free because you're having cloud functions, all this kind of other stuff. So somebody says, will the code be available after the video? Yes, it'll be available in the GitHub repo, right? So we're going to click upgrade a project to continue. So I've already set up a billing account. I've got a billing account there, I guess. I'm going to click it. Maximum amount, let's just say $10, right? You can set whatever you want. $5 is completely fine. So boom, I'm going to charge it. There we go. And then this will upgrade my plan to Blaze, which allows me to go ahead and do the thing I need. Okay, so here we go. Review APIs enabled, blah, 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 event arc. Okay, so you can see here, this is all of the things it's going to create. Create customer, create checkout session. See all of this, create portal link. Again, these things need to be made. This is actually really important, but I didn't find this when I was working, but yeah, there you go. That's actually kind of cool. It's annoying because I couldn't get that working, but anyway, Stripe API key and all that stuff, right? So in this case, we need to go ahead and enable this, enable secrets, and enable cloud functions. Okay, so they made it very easy for us to actually go ahead and get this done. So this, and click next. Then here, and that we've already done that, click next. And now here, this is where I want you to pay attention. Don't worry about the deployment location. I'm just sticking with US. You can't change it after, so make sure wherever your base of users will be located, US, if you don't know, is central for that, so it's fine. Products fine, customers fine, configuration fine. Do not sync, right? So at this point, just leave it on default. But you can actually synchronize your new users to your Stripe customers and Cloud Firestore. So here you can actually go ahead and you see here for yourself, right? Create a new customer object in Stripe, and then it goes ahead and actually synchronizes things on the fly, right? So I would say do not sync. The reason why is you only want to sync when they purchase, in which case it will do it on the fly. Do not delete the customer objects. We always want to keep them. That's fine. This one we will have to come back to. So we will come back over later on. Okay. Actually, no, we need to do this, right? So in this case, at this point here, Stripe API key. So I need you to pause here, open up another window, go to stripe.com. Okay. Now once Stripe loads up, I just need to make sure my other account don't load up. So let me go ahead and log into my Stripe. So you want to log into your Stripe. I'm going to sign in to my appropriate account. So, okay. Yep. So let's do this one. That's fine. So I'm in an account here. So SaaS, demo, AI, YouTube. In this case, you can create a new account. It's completely fine. Let's just go ahead and type in. I've actually already created it. So I want you to follow that step. You can go ahead and create the account. Go to then developers over on the right. Go to API keys. Okay, and then I need you to create an API key. So create something called restricted key. I've already created one, but you're going to create a restricted key. And this is where it's very important. Okay, so you're going to create a key name. But if you go to restricted keys here and go to Stripe here, no, so it's not even that one. It was, okay, yeah. So if you go here, you see here it says write access only for customers checkout sessions, and customer portal resources, and read-only access for subscription and prices. So customers, so now you need to go to find customers, right? Okay. Same thing for checkout sessions. So checkout sessions, right? Okay. Customer portal, right? Okay. Let's go to read only for subscription and prices. Okay, so subscription and prices read only. Now we've got a restricted key, which is exactly what we wanted. Okay, go here and we're good. Okay, so after all of this, what we now do is we go up to the top, we give it a name. So in this case, we can go ahead and say something like, let's just say YouTube SaaS build, and then go down to the bottom and click on save. So I'm going to show you here, create key. Okay. Confirm your password. I'm just going to go ahead and confirm my password now. So in this case, I'm logging into the account. So boom. Okay, so it's logged me in. Okay, so at this point, I have the Stripe API key with restricted access. So this one here, reveal test key. So I'm going to click it and then I'm going to hide it, right? So in this case, I'm going to click it. I've copied my key and now I've hid it. Okay. So now I've got the key in my clipboard and I'm going to paste it here. Right. So I literally just copied it from here. I'm going to paste it here. I pasted it in, right? So in this case, you can't even see it, right? So it's fine. Right, so I'm pasted in my secret. Now you click on create secret and give it a second. Okay. So give it a second. Give it a second. It takes a while. The Stripe webhook secret, we actually come back to later on. Okay. So there's a part of this that you have to follow and understand, but give that a second. That will do its thing. And you see new secret version created. It's kind of a weird little glitchy wait that you have to kind of wait for. This bit you leave on optional for now. And then configure advanced, you can leave it. Enable events. I think we did. I don't think we did events. No, we didn't do events. Yeah, we didn't do events. Yeah. Click on install extension. Okay. So hit boom, install extension. Did we do enable events? No, I don't think we did. No, we didn't. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it's fine. Next up, what I need you to do while that is installing, Stripe key. We're going to need this, right? So what I need you to do is inside your code, go to your environment file. So I'm going to go into my environment file now. I'm going to hide something at the top. So my Google client secret. So I'm hiding that. I'm going to add in something called, I'm just talking it through as I'm doing it. So I'm going to add in a Stripe secret key. Okay, so I'm adding in a Stripe secret key. Now where to find this key is this one. So I'm going to click on reveal test key and I want you to copy it and paste it in there, just like that. Okay, so I'm now going to copy that test key and I'm going to paste it inside. Okay, that was silly. Oh no, you haven't seen it. Yeah, so I pasted it inside. Now I've closed the environment file. Boom. Okay, great. So at this point now, we have the key added in. Okay, that was great. I always screw that up. Anyway, it's fine. All right, so there you go. And then you can see, click on view details on how to use this extension. Okay, so at this point, I want you to go over here. I want to click on remind me there, for God's sake, GitHub. All right, let's go over here now. And there we are. So, yes. So, okay. First things first. So while that's happening now, I want you to pull this on the right. Right. And then so this view details, and I want you to start going through this. Trust me, it helps you out a lot. Okay, so let's start reading it. So you can go through. Now, first things first is these are some safety or like kind of restrictions and rules in Firebase. So I want you to go ahead, copy that, go over into your database. So let's go into our database. Let's go into our Firestore database, and we're going to paste these rules in. Okay. So this is basically going to only allow the authenticated users to access their information. So let's go into our rules. And it means only the user logged in can create a checkout session for their logged in state, right? So that's very good. So we're going to paste that in and we're going to click publish. Okay. Next up, we need to configure. Oops. What have I done here? I think we're good. You know, what did I mess up on? So unexpected design, blah, blah, blah. This was actually supposed to be different. So I'm going to quickly log into my Firebase other account because I have the rules over there as well. Let me log into that one. I can show you as well. So this is the other app that I've done. Let's go into our translator. Let's go into our Firestore database. I'm going to check against it. There's a slight change that we need to make here. Let's click on the rules. It was okay, yeah, so this is different. I wonder where I found this one. Where was it from? That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where did I find that? I can't remember. Okay, anyway, the main point is that inside of this, what I need you to do is I want to get the products collection. Oh, okay, I see. All right, so right, found it. I know what it is. So this is actually, if you go to your extensions. Oh, okay. So once this is installed, it will show you. All right. So I'll tell you what, I'll show you that instead rather than guesswork, right? Because it actually makes it very easy for you to follow this with me. Okay. So that's fine. We'll do that afterwards. So let's do that afterwards. Let's do this. Keep that over there for now. And we've got our Stripe key set up. Okay. So let that do its thing. While that's actually happening, we're going to enable our next one, which was the extension for. We're going to explore extensions. We're going to explore the translation extension. So if you noticed on the main app, when we actually go ahead and enable all of this functionality, so when you're typing in and it goes ahead and does that, this is all from the translation API, right? So this is all happening automatically based on that. So I'm going to enable that. So we're going to go ahead and say translate text in Firestore. We're going to click install. And we're going to install it into our YouTube app, like here. Okay. Now, again, we need to enable Blaze Plan. We need to enable the APIs that it's going to go ahead and do. And it's going to click on next. And here is the interesting part. So target languages. Okay, so what I need you to do here is go ahead and you can click on the view supported languages list. Now inside the view supported languages list, you can actually see all the different languages that this will support. So this is really powerful. No joke. It's incredibly powerful. You can do any of these languages and it will work. Okay. So in this case, we've actually gone ahead and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare it to my Firebase configuration that I've done. So I'll show you what I actually configured it with and we can see for ourselves. Right, so I'm going to go to our extensions and you can see here, I've got the same translate text. Let's go ahead and reconfigure. So here is the important part. Okay. So I've actually done a bunch of languages, so 10 different languages. So you can feel free to copy these, but know that you can do a lot more. Okay. Now the collection path, I have chats / a dynamic value / messages. That's what we want to do, not translations, but it's going to be instead this. Then we've got input, translated is fine, languages, and translate existing documents. We're going to say no. Okay. And then we're going to click on install extension. Okay. So that's good on that front. Now, while that's going ahead and set up, we can go back to our Stripe payments one. We can click on get started. Now here is what I was trying to show you. This is perfect. So you see when you click on get started here, what you'll find is it gives you all of the amazing kind of, rules and everything. It just gives it to you, which is absolutely amazing. So, oh, that's actually that. Oh, I see. Okay. You can copy that. That's pieces. Oh. So I'm going to go into my Firestore database. And I'm going to pop in. I feel like everyone's hyper focused right now at what I'm doing. Right, so here you go. Yeah, so I want you to paste in these rules in here. Boom, paste it, publish them. Okay. You won't get an error there. That's good. Next up, we can go down here. Let me know. Are you guys super focused right now? Because there's like 200 of you just like kind of hyper focused and the chat's gone like a lot more. Let me know. I'm very, very curious. Right. Next up, we're going to configure Stripe Webhooks. It's a very important step. Okay. So I want you to click on the Stripe dashboard. So go here and I want you to go to, so in fact, I'm going to click on it here. Take me over there. Okay. And then here you can see I've actually already created a Stripe endpoint, right, for this one, but I'll show you how to do it yourself. Okay. So what I need you to do is go ahead and add an endpoint. Okay, now here is what we want to do. So you can see here, endpoint URL. You want to copy this endpoint URL, paste it in here. What I love about the Stripe docs is look at this. I mean, like, that's absolutely really, really like amazing how how good the documentation is. And then you can give it, you know, some kind of description. We say YouTube SaaS build, it's fine. Listen to events on your account or events on connected accounts. We can say on your account, and then we can say current version is fine, and then select events. Now this is the important point, right? So what I want you to do is you need to go into each of these events. So for example, it takes a little bit of time, I will not lie to you, but in this case it's products.created, updated, and deleted, right? Same thing here. We're going to do price created, updated. And basically what I'm doing here as I do this is basically whenever any of these events happen on Stripe, what is going to happen is it's going to go ahead and actually customer.subscription, it's going to actually ping off the webhook, and then it will go ahead and update the Firestore database. So deleted, and we also needed .updated, this one here. Yeah, it's going to fire and it's going to update. So this is how the Firebase database is always going to be synchronized with our database, because it's actually listening, right? So we got payment. We need processing. We need succeeded. And we also need, you see what I mean? I told you it was definitely long. Succeeded and cancelled. Yeah. So there you go. So we got those 4. And then we actually have invoice. So invoice.paid. Invoice.payment succeeded. Payment succeeded. Payment failed. And we need upcoming. And we need this one. Oh, so these are actually optional. Oh, okay. So I've kind of gone a bit too far, but anyway, yeah. So your payment account, you can do these all optional ones afterwards. Yes, completely up to you. Tax rate as well. That's completely fine. So, and then we click on add events, right? Add events. Now you can see you got a bunch of events, right? Once that's done, we're going to reconfigure extension. Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to click on add endpoint. Now, what this will give us is this URL. Okay, so I want you to go ahead and copy this URL. So in this case, you want to copy it. So copy or signing secret, or copy that one. I can't remember where it was, but basically with your webhook signing secret. Okay, so you see the signing secret, we're going to reveal it. We're going to copy it. So that signing secret right there. Okay, obviously it's a secret. You shouldn't show that to everyone like I'm doing, but this is a demo, so it's fine. And basically now what you want to do is go back to our extension. So go back to the extension that we had our extensions at. So let's go to our, we should have both extensions here now. Go to run payments with Stripe, manage, reconfigure extension. And you see down here, we're going to pass in that webhook and we're going to create secret from it. Okay. So Stripe webhook secret. Now, well, you'll see here, well, it's a Stripe giveaway for unsupported countries. Yeah, I know. I mean, Jay, remind me to delete that. Yeah, but there you go. All right, so you can see secret version saved, and then we're going to click on save. Okay, so there you go. And just so I don't get confused up, I'm going to start closing a few of these things because I'm getting well confused. Okay, but now we've actually configured our extensions. So now that will take a while to go ahead and update, but if we go to our extensions, we should see that, okay, so Stripe is still configuring, and then translate text, that's fine. Now, if I go back into Stripe, right, and I see on how this extension works, you can actually start reading it down. So you can see here, at this point, you need to create a product for your Stripe account. So I've actually gone ahead and done this already for us. So if we go to our products, what you want to do is add a product, okay? So in this case, you've got it here. So I've already added this product to the database, but I'm just going to modify it so that way my webhook fires off. Okay. So in this case, if I go ahead and edit the product, I'm going to say pro membership, welcome to the pro membership, and it's $5.99 a month. Perfect. Okay. That's great. All right. Welcome to the pro membership. And I'm just going to make sure it fires off by saying pro membership. Okay. Save product. Now, to make sure that this actually worked, I need to check on 2 things. One, I need to go to my actual database and have a look over here. So firstly, what I would recommend is keep the instructions open, but go to your Firestore and open it up in a new tab. So you've got this open. And now we should see, oh, this isn't going to work yet because it's still managing the extension. So if we go to extension configuration, it's still configuring it. So in 3 to 5 minutes, it'll work. Okay. And for anyone wondering, yes, Stripe will obviously take a cut, right? Stripe is a payment processor. It is hell worth it, right? It's definitely worth it. It does a lot behind the scenes to get everything up and running. So yeah, it was definitely worth it. Right, so now this is the main things, right? So while that's happening, what I need you to do is take this price and we're going to go to our code in the meantime, and we're going to go to our pricing cards, and remember that ID that we had. I think it was actually, okay, I had it somewhere. It was price underscore ID. So it was in the checkout button. Okay, so here, checkout button. So I want you to paste it in where you have the price. So this is going to be for our pro. Okay, and obviously you can set this as environment variable if you want, or whatever you like. So that's going to be the price ID. And then we also have the subscription ID. Now that's the more interesting one, which I want you to take, which is actually located. It was subscription ID. I think it's not product ID. It was. Okay, so subscription ID. If you click into it, it says account ID, price, product. There is a subscription ID. Are we close to the end? No, we're actually not. That's a problem, right? So I need to speed up. But yeah, we've got a lot to go. There's a lot happening. Okay, where's that product ID? Okay, so if we go to our pricing cards, you will see this subscription ID. There's definitely a subscription ID somewhere. Oh, that's okay. That's a user. My bad. Okay, that's actually not. So here we can actually just type in pro. We're not actually going to be using the subscription ID at all. Okay, so I just realized something. All right, so that's not important. What we care about is the product ID. Okay, so now let's just hope that this figured out quickly. Let's get it passed. Okay, so it's almost done. All right, but what I would recommend here is I'll run you through what we're going to do, because we're going to run after this, right? So we've set up £5.99 GBP a month, right, for the payment. So all I've done here is matched up my $5.99 with the subscription that we set up on Stripe. So this one here, $5.99 a month. You can actually pour this dynamically. I haven't done that this time because obviously it's a little bit extra, but you can go ahead and do that. Now, if we go back down, you can see here, you can validate the client, the row client side. Okay, you can go ahead and do this as well. So you can actually go ahead and check the if they're eligible and that kind of stuff. You can set the branding for the customer portal. I'll show you how we do that afterwards. And then the main thing is that you can actually go ahead and use the extension. Okay, so here, one-time payments on the web is not what we're interested in. Subscription payments. So this one here. So notice what's happening here. We have the collection. We add in the price, the success, and the cancel URL, which is what we had in our checkout button here. Price, cancel, success, and cancel. And then checkout session will get attached by the extension. So the extension here will then create a checkout session for us. So what we're doing is we're listening to it in real time. When it gets attached, we're going to redirect the user to the checkout session. Simple as that. And then what we've done is with all the webhooks and everything else that we've just set up, at that point, it will actually go ahead and do what we need. Once the user puts in their billing details, it will subscribe them. They then go back, and then what we do is we set up a subscription handler which picks up on their subscription if they had completed it successfully. I promise you we'll do it. Okay, I promise you it sounds harder, but we'll get it done. Okay, so let's get this moving, right? So I think we're good now. Yes, we're live, right? So at this point now, I want to start running. So we've got the sign up button. So I'm going to click on sign up, and you can see it just went ahead and created. Oh, oops. Okay, so it went and created this checkout session, which I was not ready for. If we refresh, I believe it would have actually created a checkout session. So yep, so you can see accounts, customers. So if we click on customers, you can see a checkout session was created, but we didn't listen to it. Okay. Instead though, you can see that the email is there, but the Stripe ID, the customer ID is what we're more important with. Okay. So what I want to do now is actually listen to it. So let's start going, guys. So checkout button. I need to actually go ahead and listen to the checkout session. So after here, we're going to say return on snapshot, and snapshot is like a real-time listener. We pass in the document reference, and now what we say is we get the snapshot, and I want to do the following. Okay, So I'm going to say, I'm going to get a few things off of it. So the data, the URL, and if there was an error. Okay. And then I'm going to say, if there was an error, it should show an error and it should set loading to false, because that way, you know, the user is aware that something went wrong. It should stop loading, right? The circle should stop spinning. Otherwise, if a URL came back, we need to redirect the user and also set loading to false. Okay. So that will do it perfectly for us, right? And now before I kind of, you know, actually go ahead and set that, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to firstly say sign up, but I'm going to conditionally render this. I'm going to say if it's loading. Okay. So if we're loading, then I'm actually going to show a loading spinner, right? So I'm actually going to create a loading spinner for that afterwards, but for now I'll just say loading, sign up, because that loading spinner is actually very important for later on. Okay, right now it's loading, so we need to refresh. Okay, now let's see. I'm going to click sign up, and you see how it's loading, and then it's creating the second checkout session in the background. The checkout extension would have done it, and then boom, we go ahead and get sent to the product, and there you go. Look at that. That is, yes. And remember how I changed the capitals on Pro? That's how it does. That's how it works, right? Amazing. And now when you're testing this out, guys, you just need to use the special key 4242424242. So it's always 4242 when you're testing Stripe payments. Okay, this doesn't matter. And then here, to be honest with you, you can just type in whatever you want. It does not matter. This is like completely fine, right? And then you can click on subscribe. An email, obviously, you can type in abc at blah blah blah.com. Right? It's a test email, it doesn't matter, right? So if I do this, this will actually subscribe them. So now what you'll see here is abc@jj.com. Like, wait for it, processing. It will then go ahead and actually connect this person. So let's go ahead and let that do its thing. There you go, boom. And there you go, it redirected us. Okay, so if we go into our Stripe now, we should see payments. We should see, look, abc@jj.com now has the payment. There you go, payment successful, and everything went through just as we expected it, right? Obviously, this is a test account, so that is actually really great. Okay, so in this case, you can see the subscription and so forth. Everything is there. So we got the payment, and it's all gone through. So you can see it works, and the subscription is there. Now, what I want to pay attention to is if we refresh now, what we can see, this is the really cool part. We can see the customer ID, which we needed because remember I told you that's why we extended our session so we can get the customer ID, because that's what Firebase, the extension, was using. Now what we can see is we go to subscriptions, we can see the user subscription, and notice this is the really cool part, guys. We go all the way down and we can see the role. If we go down, the role is pro and the status is active. So this is the key bit of information here. Role is pro, status is active. Now let's run. Okay. Now we're doing very well. Okay. So this is, I know a lot of this setup stuff is kind of what needs to get off the ground so we can actually start moving with it, but I promise you it's going to move. Right. So now we need to create a Stripe subscription handler. So subscription higher order component. So just like we did a Firebase auth provider, we're going to create something called a subscription provider.tsx. Okay, now here I'm going to say RFCE. This is our subscription provider. It's going to be a client component, use client. I want to change the music. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. Let's do this, the new stuff that I added in. Okay, so let's get a bit into our flow state right now and let's start going away with our code. So we're going to go ahead and firstly we need the session. So we're going to say const data session, pull it in. We're going to have a use effect. Let me know if you like it when we get intense like this, because I kind of, you know, sometimes I need to be intense and kind of get into the coding flow. So we have our use effect here. This is going to be a custom hook. What I need to do for here is basically, I'm going to get the user. I'm going to get the subscription reference to the user. Okay. So I need to basically get so what I'm going to do here is, previously in the past, whenever I access the Firebase database, I always do it in a gung-ho fashion with the SDK. I'm always like, I just do document, open bracket, DB, and then I pass in the reference to the database. That's not a good way. You should be using something called a converter. I'm going to show you how we do it, and this ensures type safety through and through. So we're going to run with this as well. So we're going to go ahead over here. We're going to go ahead and type in lib. and wherever we got a lib, sorry, we got a lib. So we're gonna go into lib and we're gonna type in converters. And converters are responsible for basically how we push and pull data into Firestore. Now inside of our converters, this is where it gets interesting. We have got subscription, okay? So in this case, we're gonna do an example converter subscription.ts. This is gonna be responsible for how we push and pull data into our, into our thing. Into our database. So firstly, the important part here is that I actually done the hard work for you, and I'm going to create a type definition. So we're going to create a types folder, and inside of our types folder, we're going to call it subscription.ts, and in here, what I've done is, you can check yourself, but basically this is where I found this information. I looked through the Firebase extension, saw what returned, because their type definitions weren't there, which I probably will make a PR for at some point, but we need to do the following. So I'm going to create our own type definitions. Firstly, we need to install Stripe as well. So npm install Stripe. Okay, Delvin says, my goat, this guy is pure gold, landed my first job as a developer because of him. Yo, that's what I'm talking about, Delvin. Jay, screenshot that is sick. Thank you for sharing that with us. We're gonna go ahead and type in export interface. I actually dove into the docs here, but Delvin says, there's not much, but I now have a job because of him. Hats off to you, Sunny Sanga. Keep up the great work. We appreciate you, dude. That made my day. Thank you so much. You guys you don't understand, like that. This stuff makes my day. It makes the whole, there's so much work that goes into this, makes it all worth it. So thank you so much. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and show you. So this is basically a type definition that I found I didn't make this up. I found this from the actual diving into the Stripe Firebase extension, diving into the functions, diving into the interface that came back, right? So you can see here. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen now so you can copy it. But it's basically an ID, the metadata, the Stripe link, the row, the quantity, the items, product, prices in a special array, and then the status and so forth, right? So everything that you basically see that's stored in the database. That's basically what I'm trying to do here. So I'm trying to create a type definition which maps against this, okay? So we've gone ahead and done that. Again, all of this code is in the Papa GitHub repo. Okay, Zotan, yes, definitely is GOAT. I've also learned everything from now. I'm a tech lead. Yo, that's what I'm saying, guys. Yes, that's the energy is elite. Yeah. So now we're in the converters for the subscription. So this is where the magic truly happens, right? So you haven't seen me do this in the build before. So we're going to import the database, the subscription type that we just wrote, and a bunch of Firestore things. Now, we're going to create something called a Firestore converter. So we're going to say const subscription converter, right? Subscription converter. And it's actually, that's perfect. Yes. And we're going to go ahead and put this in. Now, this subscription converter requires a few things. You see, if we go ahead and do this, it's from Firestore and to Firestore. The first one we want to address is to Firestore. Now, what this does is it takes a function. This function has the subscription that we pass in, and I'll show you exactly what I mean by this. So the subscription, and this is of type subscription, which we wrote previously. This returns something called document data. Okay, so returns document data. And what we're going to do here is basically, this is essentially saying where we're basically going ahead and pulling the data into. So this means that we need to, okay, I'll explain it in a second properly. But this is going to be the subscription spread out. There you go. Okay. So when we push data to Firestore, we're saying that we're going to push the data in the form of a subscription. Okay. When we pull data from Firestore, right, we're going to go ahead and say that it's kind of the opposite, right? So now we're saying the data that we expect to go ahead and pull it out, right? Delvin, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that so much, right? Now here we get two things. We get snapshot and we get options, right? So here, snapshot and options. So I'm going to pop that in here, snapshot and options. And we also are going to return something which is called subscription. So basically think about what's happening. It's like the reverse of this, right? So we get this back, we get these two things and we return a subscription. So it's like the opposite, right? And then what we do is we basically access the data. So this data is essentially this data. So all of this data that you see here. And all we do is we return this in the form of the subscription. So we're going to say this is a subscription that's being returned. And what's actually inside of it is, typically I would have done a spread here, but for some reason it just didn't want to work. So This is why we do it. So it's actually const, sorry. And then we return the subscription. Okay, so pay attention here. If we look at this right now, you can see that this is basically how we push data to Firestore and how we pull it from Firestore. And the reason for this is all to do with the next step that I'm about to do, right? So just bear with me, right? So we say export const, and this is where we basically have our references to whatever we want to access. So subscription reference equals, we pass in the user ID. So this is a dynamic function. And then we basically, here we have our collection, and then we access, you know, this is the regular Firebase v9 stuff now. So we go into the customers, we go into the user ID, basically referencing this route: customers, user ID, subscriptions, and then the user route. So the user ID, subscriptions, sorry, subscriptions. And then you see here with converter, subscription converter. Now, I promise you, hear me out, right? So now that we have this, instead of like when we actually come to our code here, so when we come to pull the data in that, now we have type safety, which we do not have otherwise, right? So now we have type safety, and I'll show you exactly why. And it might be like, what the hell, all of that for this? But trust me. Okay, so session and set, we're gonna set afterwards. So here, oh, thank you so much. That means everything. Don't mention it. Believe me, you guys have changed lives. No words can ever be enough to express how much you're doing. Bless up. Thank you so much. It means everything. Right here, we'll say return on snapshot. We return because it's a listener. By returning it, you actually unsubscribe, which is very important. And then here's the magic: subscription reference. Okay, and this takes in the user ID. So session dot user ID. So session dot user dot ID, and then we get the snapshot back as the second argument. And then you could obviously log it out, but I don't want to do that. I want to say with the snapshot, we're going to say if snapshot is empty, then basically you're saying there is no matching document, which means that the user is not, basically user has no subscription. Okay, and this is freaking out because we haven't actually got our user effect correctly set up. We should say if there is no session return. Okay, else we found a subscription. Great days, right? User has a subscription, and then we're going to set this subscription. So here we need to set a higher piece of state. Okay, and even here we need to set a higher piece of state. Now we can do this in a lot of ways, right? We can do this with React context, we can do this with other stuff, but I'm recommending Zustand for global state management. We're going to use Zustand for global state management to populate a global state, right? Which we can then at any component pull data from. Similar to the Redux pattern, basically it's the exact same as Redux pattern, but Zustand is a very simple way of doing it. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it right now. So we go to Zustand. So here, bare necessities for state management. Let's go ahead and install it. So boom, npm installs Zustand. Boom, let's go over here. npm installs Zustand. Now guys, I know it can kind of go quite crazy, right? So with a lot of the content that we're doing right now, but you guys hear it yourself, like there's a lot of value here. It's a lot of time they're taken into it. Obviously to support this, things like the course, things like our sponsorships always help us out. Otherwise we couldn't do this all the time. So if you are interested and you want to learn more, it's not only 10 times more valuable for you, but consider joining popularreact.com/course. It's literally where I'm going to be teaching this every single week at this level, if not more. Very dedicated, one-to-one similarity in the coaching calls. Absolutely next level stuff. So if you are interested and we're giving you some value, that's the way of supporting the Pop Fam. That's the way of getting back, even more knowledge, extending to it, and all so forth. Yeah. So that's the way you guys can really make a difference. Where we need to create a store. So Hugo says, success, and it's only just passing information. Your intelligence, use that information to achieve level of success. And it's great. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. That's huge. All right. So let's go ahead and create a store now. So we're going to create a store folder, and inside that store folder, we're going to say, store. And then we're going to say store.ts, store.ts, right? Now, here, what I'm going to do is, firstly, I'm going to save us a bit of time, Okay, so I'm going to firstly pull in a couple of things. Firstly, create from Zustand that helps us create the store. Subscription is the type definitions. Now, I've created type definition for the amount of languages that I've added. You saw me when I set up the Firebase extension, I actually pulled these in. Guys, remember, if you are watching this, you're still watching, smash that like button. Helps this channel grow. We're almost at 600 likes, right? Languages supported map as well is basically a simple map which takes English to English, German to German, and so forth, okay? So this helps us out a lot. Next up, we're going to go ahead and say, we're going to set up an interface, and we're going to call this the subscription state. Okay. Now here we basically are just defining two functions, right? One is basically saying the subscription itself, and one is this the set subscription function. So this is basically a setter pattern. So this is how we get the subscription, and this is how we set a subscription in the global state. Okay. Next up, we need to actually go and implement. So this has actually helped me out quite a lot. So in this case, that's actually very spot on. Except here we're going to say subscription or null. Okay. So basically what we're doing here is this is how we set and interact with that global state layer. Okay. So in this case, the global state is really important because no matter where we are inside of our componentry, we can access this global state. Okay. So it's game changer stuff, right? So obviously Redux is this, React context is this, but if you never used it, it's game changer, right? So subscription, it begins off with no, and this is how we set it, right? So we basically, it's in an arrow function where we pass the subscription is sets, and you can also do a get here to get current information from the store and manipulate it in these calls. Okay, cool. Now we've done that. We simply have to, I believe, do we have to wrap our app? I don't even think we do. No, we don't have to wrap it. Yeah, we don't. Inside of our subscription provider here now, all I do is I say, this is why I think it's amazing, because it's so simple but powerful, right? So here we can go ahead and access it. So we can say const set subscription equals use subscription store, and then here we basically get access to the state as a function. And if I do state dot, you can see we get the subscription and the set subscription. So I now have my setter function, and I can simply enough go ahead and say set subscription no. All right, so there we go. User has no subscription, or we can say set subscription to the subscription. Now this is the magic part, right? If I say snapshot dot docs, and I go into the first document, because we don't care if they, like, you know, in this instance they're gonna have one subscription, right? Dot data. Now I want to show you something. If I access the data, look at this. I have type safety. That is because of the converter that we just created. So that converter that we created deserves a smash of the like button and a subscribe for the YouTube algorithm. No joke. That actually makes a big difference, right? So that gives us type safety, right? Otherwise, when you do .data, you have no idea what you're accessing, right? So that's that part. And for whatever reason, if we had an error, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say console log error getting the document. Okay, so this is important for us in case we're debugging, messing around with anything. We also actually have to put set subscription as a dependency in our handler here. Now, what we're returning, we're simply returning, this is a higher order component pattern. So we're returning children because it's wrapping our app. Okay, so our session, the subscription provider is actually going to be similar to our layouts and all that kind of stuff. So exactly as we had it inside of our layout file. So if you look at that, it's basically the exact same as a layout file. You see children React node, same here, children React node. And then all we do to get this working is we go to our layout and we simply pop it inside of the entire app. But I'm going to put it underneath the Firebase provider because we need to have the Firebase authenticated state to make sure that in case we're doing any kind of read, we have the correct privileges. We pop this in. And now, every time I come into my app, we will automatically populate that piece of store. Okay, so why is this game changer? Because let's go ahead and use it now. So in this drop down right here, or the upgrade banner. So for example, if we go back to the header now, I'm going to add an upgrade banner, which will know if my user is pro or not, right? So in this case, this user is pro, right? But we're going to show exactly how inside of our header. So in the header, I put an upgrade banner down here, right? So upgrade banner, like so. And what I haven't done yet is create the upgrade banner. So let's go ahead and create it. So we're going to do create upgrade banner.tsx, boom, RFCE, upgrade banner. And like so, it's going to be a use client component. And trust me, now our fundamentals are set up. It's going to really fly, right? So here we've got everything set up. So now if I need the subscription, you'll see the power now of setting up things like the global state and everything. All of the work that we did, you'll see where it really comes into fly now. So if I get the subscription, I can get it like so. That would be no if it's not even there, right? So I can say is pro, and I can basically go ahead and say subscription plan is pro, right? So this is actually not plan, it's .row. And you see how I can type check it as well now. We can say const router equals use router. We're going to pull that in from next navigation. So like so. And I can simply do a very quick check now. I can say if the subscription is undefined or if they're pro, then we don't need to show an upgrade banner. Very simple, right? Otherwise, we're going to show an upgrade banner. And to save a bit of time, all I'm going to do here is render a button which simply pushes them to the registration screen. So this is a button from our Shadcn, and it just pushes them to the register screen where it says upgrade to pro to unlock all features. Okay, so look at this now. So thank you so much. Booty Bedrick says, "Roll your fire." I appreciate you. So let's sign out now, and I'm going to sign into an account that's not a pro. So if I go ahead and sign in to, let's say, popularreact.com or the other account, where is it? Come on, yes, popularreact.team. Let's see this now. So popularreact.team should not be a pro because in our database, we do not have a pro membership yet. So in this case now, we should see once it's loaded, like once it's rendered in, an upgrade banner, which I have not put in. So let's go ahead and pop this in, upgrade banner, save. And look at that, guys. Well, hey, upgrade to pro to unlock all features. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to keep the Papa React account as the non-pro account for demo, and I'm going to keep the Sunny Sanger account as can we use layout effect on places of use effect? Yes, you can, I guess. Yeah, I guess you can. So in this case, you do this. But if I go back to Sunny Sanger now, we should be able to see that it won't show it. So you know, says, guys, I've been working in the company for 10 months and they decided to increase my salary. It's the first time I ever got a job and salary increase. Thanks to you and your work on this channel, mate. Bloody amazing. That's huge. Thank you so much for sharing that. So if I log into an account which has a pro membership now, the subscription provider will kick in, and then you see how boom, it shows there. But look, the problem here is that flicker. I don't like that flicker, right? So how do I fix that flicker? So we shouldn't see it until it's decided. So we need to fix that. So the reason why that flicker is happening is because of the so header oh, okay, the music's quite vibey. The subscription in the beginning is not actually set correctly, so router is undefined. So if what we can do here is we can actually console log subscription to just see, and because we're on the client, it will come up over here. No subscription came in. So what I can actually do is show if the subscription is null or is pro. Okay. So now if we do it, that's why. Yep, that's why. It was no checking against the undefined variable. So no is a value if you didn't know. So that's why I was doing this. Now if we sign into my other account, again, little check. Again, this is extra anal because we want to make sure it's correct, right? Ever tried TRPC? Yes, I have. I actually covered it in a lot of coaching calls as well. Now we should see the pop-up here. Subscription is no or is pro, return undefined, but I'm not pro, so user has no subscription. Okay, so that's correct, but why isn't it showing? Okay, so no 12 upgrade banner. I have a little mistake here in my logic. Okay, so the user is not pro. It's undefined, yes. But our straight subscription. So it's actually to do with this. It's to do with our, oh, okay. I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. This should be undefined. When we set up our store, we should have set it up as undefined, I believe. Yes. Because no is actually a value. So you don't want it to be no. And what we're, okay. Yes, that's exactly what we've done. So we use undefined as value here because what we're doing is we're setting it to no after the check is made in the subscription provider. So if we checked and it was no subscription actually present, then we set to no. So initial check is undefined. So now what you'll find is, you see how it doesn't show, it will check, it shows up. That's what we want. That's the actual behavior that we should expect, right? Unless you server-side render it. But in that case, this is great. We're going to click on view pricing. We're going to click on get started. And now you can see the sign up, boom, loading is there. So the first thing I want to do is actually get an activity loader. Then we're going to proceed to the chat where we go ahead and move up full speed to get a chat fully set up. The pro stuff, everything, it's all going to run now, okay? So first things first, I have an activity loader. It's not very interesting, but I'll show you exactly what it does. I created a custom one called a loading spinner. Now let's go ahead and pull that in. So loading spinner.tsx, and this is pure. This is actually server side supported, so it's basically just a pure spinner. So you can feel free to have a look at this. It's a SVG spinner, right? So it's literally just spinning round and round and round. Okay, and it says on the server only it's going to say loading. So that's fine for now. And on the checkout button, instead of showing loading now, I want to show my loading spinner. Boom. Okay. And now just like that, guys, we can go ahead and click sign up. Look at that. Ooh, very nice. All right. And then as it's loading, wait for it. Check out Stripe. Boom. Okay, nice. All right, cool. So that's working really great. Let's go back to our chat with anyone. And you can see we've got that working nicely, right? And if I was logged into the other account, it wouldn't show that, right? And also the user button, we need to upgrade that quickly. So user button. The next thing there that we were going to do is subscription listener. So quick little changes in the user button are going to be, we need to pull from the subscription store. So let's do that right now. Boom, we pull in, we get the subscription store. Now we have subscription here. And very simply, all we just need to say is inside of our drop-down menu, we can actually show two things. We can show if the subscription is undefined, it's still loading it, right? So we want to show a loading spinner. So underneath the separator, I'm going to say if the subscription is undefined, then show a loading spinner, right? I'm going to import that as such. And then underneath now, so what we can say here safely is that what it does is while it's loading your membership, you see how it loads and then it comes over there. The reason why I want to do that is because if you are a pro member, I want to show a star icon which says pro, okay? Now, again, very simply, all we got to do is say the following. So if subscription row pro, we're going to render in the following fragment. Now, manage account button, we haven't created yet. Instead here, I'm just going to say manage, right? And here, a star icon, we can import from Lucid React. Okay, and this is simply just a star that will go ahead and populate, right? So in this case, you see it's not a user signed in as pro. If I sign in the user with pro, we should start seeing this pro, and then we'll see manage account, which we haven't created yet, but which we will do in a second. So we're going to tie up the Stripe stuff, and then we're going to proceed to the chat stuff. So logging into a pro account, you can see it doesn't show upon loading, which is great. We go here and it says pro and manage, right? Which manage will obviously create the right thing for. So see that loading? Boom. That's great. Okay. So that's exactly what we wanted to see. Okay. Now I also did want to check something. Now that's great actually. Yeah. So, okay. And there's one slight change here as well, where the text is not centered that I'm not liking. Where's my loading? Okay, I mean, for now it's fine. That's fine for now. Okay, manage and sign out. The text should be centered, but that's fine. We'll address that in a second. Okay. Text center. The track is sick. I know, right? Look at that. The only thing that's annoying me is that's bugging me. Why is that? Why is it not straight? Text Flint. Drop down menu. Animate post. Pro is centered. Manage and sign out. Should be centered. Not sure why they're not. So text center. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a very small detail. I'm kind of obsessing over it, but I don't know why that is. But anyway, okay. Anyway, let's carry on with it. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Okay, so drop down menu content. Drop down menu content. Drop down menu item. Okay. Anyway, I'm getting caught up on that. So what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and you can see we're pro member, right? So we can now restrict based on pro things as well, right? I also said that we're going to manage the pro, this bit, right? So let's do manage account. And we need to do it from here and we need to do it from here. So when we click get started, it should check if you're subscribed as well. So there's a couple of things we need to do. Firstly, inside of register, we need to pull in the user's session to see if they are actually registered or not. So inside of this file, we're going to go ahead and go into our pricing cards. It's actually dynamic in pricing cards. And inside of here, we're going to say it's going to be for, I believe it's in the checkout button. We do this. All this logic actually happens in the checkout button, which is crazy, right? So here, yes. So here we get the subscription. We go ahead and we do subscription store, boom, like so. Now I'm actually going to say is loading or is subscribed based on the following factors. So is loading is if subscription is undefined, is subscribed is if it's active and if it's pro. Okay. Now, where do we put that information? Well, we put that information down here. So where we say, basically, I'm going to write a double ternary. I don't recommend this. Isn't really the best way of doing it, but I'm just doing it for time's sake. But we say is subscribed. Then we show this, else we can show that. So is subscribed is we're going to show a manage account button. So manage account button, which we haven't created yet, but I'll show that. And then we'll say is loading subscription. So this part here. So I'm going to say this or, so two conditions I want to check, this or is loading subscription. Okay, so the manage account button is really the one we want to do. So basically first he's going to check if you're subscribed or not. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So we'll say manage account button.tsx RFCE. Manage account button will be a button. Obviously this is going to be a use. Actually, no, that's going to be a very clever button. I'll show you afterwards. We import it as such into our code. We save, we refresh. Now check this out. Now look at this, guys. If I look at that, when it's loading, it initially will load to showcase the subscription, which is great. This is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Yeah. So now it will show the manage account button as opposed to a loading spinner or sign up, right? So in this case, if I click manage account button, nothing's happening right now. Okay. Oh no, sorry. It's creating a checkout session. Oh, that's why I did that. Oh, okay. I understand now. Okay. So this on-click handler should actually be cut from here and instead is placed as a button here. So an inline button where we have the on-click handler like this. I was wondering why I did this. Yeah, so this one. Yeah, so it's exactly, it's going to be a button. This is going to be a div instead. We don't need to disable it, so you can actually get rid of these disable states instead. You can refactor this as much as you want. It's completely up to your call. But right now, if I click this manage account button, if I click this now, you should see we shouldn't create a Stripe checkout button because we're already a pro member. So we shouldn't be creating another one. This should be managing the account now. So inside of manage account, what I'm going to do is, this is going to use server actions. So if you haven't learned about server actions, one, I have a whole video on it on the YouTube channel for free where I teach you all about it. And two, I'm going to show you right now. Right, so server action is pretty damn powerful. We're going to change this to a form. With the action, it's going to be a generate portal link. Okay. This is going to say manage billing. So it's going to be a button inside, which is going to say manage billing. And this is going to be a type of submit. So if you didn't know, server actions allow us to basically eradicate the step of creating a post request endpoint and doing that entire flow. Whereas now we can just go ahead and use a server action to do a server side event. Very simple, right? Simply, right? So in this case, I'm going to do, previously you would have to create an API endpoint just to do like a server side action. Now we can actually use server side actions, which are really powerful. So we're going to create, not here, at the top level. So if you click on Firebase, for example, and you just type in actions, we're going to create a server action called register actions, or generate portal link, to be honest with you. Generate portal link.ts. Okay. Now inside of this, we need a bunch of things. So I already set up our Stripe key previously. So I'm actually going to pull those in right now. Notice how we say use server at the top. Okay. So use server at the top. Now, why is this freaking out? I understand. Okay. This is because, all right. So we'll come back to this in a second. $10, $16. Okay, I guess that's fine. Okay, cool. Doesn't make a difference to me. Stripe, because that's what we've created from today. Oh, I see. Okay, that's today's version. All right, so we're going to import a bunch of dependencies that we're going to need. Stripe. Then we initialize our Stripe object with a Stripe secret key, which I set up earlier in the build. Somebody goes, I want to upgrade my setup. You should subscribe to papareact.com. That's how you upgrade your setup, because you can get whatever screen you want at that point once you get good enough with your coding. So at this point, I would say, no, I think you should upgrade your screen before your processor speed, if I'm honest. You could do a lot without realizing on that. Okay, but anyway, so we need to initialize or enable server actions. So you go to your next config and you want to enable experimental server actions. So here, server actions becomes true and we enable it. So let's go over here and you see it's died. npm run dev, restart our server. Go over to your button as well and import the, we haven't created anything yet. Okay, so this is going to be a function, generate portal link, import it over here like so, and then here we need to do the magic. So all right, what I need you to do now is actually go ahead and get the session from, because we're on the server right now when this happens, right? So we need to go ahead and do the following. So we need to get the session, and the headers, the host is the original URL which we came from. So this is like a localhost 3000, or if it's Vercel's URL. All right, we need this when we do anything in the server action sense. We need the full absolute URL. So at this point, we're going to check if you didn't provide a user ID. So if no one's logged in, then we're not going to go ahead and actually carry on anymore. Otherwise, we're going to extract the ID from the user using destructuring. Then what we're going to do is create a return URL. This return URL is going to check if we're in a development environment, it's just going to be HTTP with a host register. Otherwise, it's going to be HTTPS host register. Basically, it's replacing this with wherever the request came from. Okay. At this point, you know what? I can't believe it. When I'm doing a massive build like this, someone says, please do a React Native project. Guys, understand this took so long to build, right? I'm still building it right now. So relax with the React Native. I'm bringing so much value for free. It is crazy. So yeah, I will bring React Native at some point. All right. And if you want to know React Native, feel free to join papareact.com course, right? Zero full stack hero, where I can teach you it in every coaching call. Yeah. Otherwise, you have to wait. So at this point, I'm going to make a Firebase admin reference to the database. So that's why we're not using a converter here, because it's not supported. So we're going into our customers, we're getting the customer ID out. We're going to say, if nothing was found, no customer record was found. Now, what we're trying to do here is get the Stripe customer ID. And that's actually located inside of here. So you see here, the Stripe customer ID. So you got to find the user's ID, go to the user ID inside of customers, and you can see here we've got Stripe ID. So what I'm going to do is with that Stripe ID, I'm going to go ahead and grab it, and then I'm going to create a Stripe billing portal session. So what we do here is this is actually allows the customer to go into Stripe and actually come and cancel their membership, modify their payment details, all of that stuff, right? And then we're going to redirect afterwards. Now, with that code right there, we don't have to do a separate API endpoint, all that good stuff. We just literally do this. We go back to the checkout button, we hit save, and we go ahead and refresh. And now you can see manage billing. Guys, watch this. This will literally create a Stripe billing session. Look at this. And it allows the user to go ahead, fly over to billing.stripe.com, where they can go ahead and actually manage their entire membership. You can customize all of this way you want. I had it previously called AnyChat. You can go ahead and then they can modify their details, return to the app, and they're perfectly back at that screen. That's amazing. I don't care what you say, that is so powerful. That's an absolutely awesome feature. And we're simply going to put that manage billing button over there. That's literally it, and it works. Okay, so now what we do is we go to our user button, and where we had the manage account button drafted out here, we simply pop it in like so. And guys, just like that, look at this, just like that, we go here, manage billing, I click it. From that moment, I can go to billing.stripe.com and manage the user's membership. So you can see the amount of power that this has behind it. Now, all you need to do, by the way, is that once you want to go ahead and charge real money, you just need to enable all the Stripe details on your Stripe website. So then go into your account on Stripe, go to your basically your Stripe dashboard and disable test mode, and then you get a separate API key, and then that API key is the one that you put, and then all it does is it basically just starts charging for real. All right, so that's how easy it is to get Stripe up and running. Okay, so now we've essentially set up the entire app, but we haven't done the chat or any of that stuff. So this is where we have to build the entire chat. So Jay, I told you it was going to be a lot. It's definitely going to be a lot. We have to build this entire portion now, right? The add chat to users, share links, everything, right? So it's all coming, and it's 3.5 hours in. Okay, so I hope we can do this. We definitely will do it. I'm not quitting until we do it. Okay, so just like that button, smash that like button, right? So at this point now, I'm going to do the following. We are going to go ahead and create the /chat button. So where's my app? There you go. So at this point, in the essence of time, I am going to run. Okay. So we're going to go into this button, which goes to our /chats, right? So /chat, and then we're going to have create chat and so forth. So first things first, I'm going to create a separate user root. So this user root is actually very interesting because when we have the /, so this is all for UI purposes we're doing it. So when you put parentheses around the user root, it cannot see that root. So it's not going to be /user. It's just going to be / and then say, if I put chat under here, it won't be /user. It'll just be /chat. Right. The reason why I might want to do this is because I want a layout to only be in the in these files. So if I put a layout file here, for example, now only, for example, the layout that I want to kind of apply here is this one, where flex 1, width 4, flex column, and I'm basically say all the roots underneath this, like that are included in this folder, should have this applied to them. But I don't want that the pricing and registration page to have it. So basically anything under that root has that layout. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Then we've got page.tsx, RFTE, boom. And then we've got this will be the chat page, right? Or chats, actually, chats page. Okay. Now, inside of the chat page, what we have is the chat list. So basically it's going to look something like this, right? So we're going to have a few things. We're going to have firstly a chat permission error if the user is not allowed inside of a chat and they got redirected here. Secondly, we're going to have the chat list. Okay, this is going to be a server-side rendered component, and it's going to accept this. When you arrive on this page, we're going to have a few props that pop in, right? So the props that actually pop in are going to be the search params, because basically you might be redirected to this page with an error, and that means that if you're trying to access a page that you're not allowed, right? We Are Texas, thank you for your hard work, and it's free, truly appreciate it. Thank you so much, I appreciate you, dude. Right? And then we're also going to support each individual chat, right? So if you go ahead and go into the chat itself, so at this point we can go ahead and say / square brackets, and this is going to say chat ID, and inside of here we're going to say page.tsx. This just basically means / chat / anything. So / chat / ABC is going to be supported for that. So this will be the individual chat page. Okay, now this individual chat page is going to be it's going to have a couple of things on it actually. This one's going to have a React fragment on the outside. It's going to have something called admin controls, which would be like inviting a user if you're admin. It's going to have the chat members who's inside of the chat. It's going to have the chat messages, and it's going to have the chat input. Okay. And this is why I really want to highlight something here. When you build an app well, you can really start flying when the dev part kicks in. So you're going to see how fast we're actually going to move now, right? So at this point, I want to build the chat list. Okay, so the list of chats that the user has access to, so chat list. So at this point, I go into my components, I go ahead and create something called a chat list. So chat list.tsx, RFCE, boom, we have a chat list. Now with this chat list, this is going to need the server session. So it's going to have the server session. We're going to make it an asynchronous function. It's going to be a get server session. So boom, we're going to need the auth options. And I'm simply going to go ahead and get all of the chats. Now this is the code that I'm going to use to get the chats, but I don't have this. And I have get docs, but I don't have the chat members collection group reference. Now, what the hell does that mean? Well, essentially I'm going to have each individual chat, and inside of that chat, it's going to have a sub collection called members. And that members is going to have a list of users inside of a chat. Okay, so the way it'll work is you'll have your chat and then you'll have your members inside of it. Now, before we do this, I'm going to pause there, go back to my header and actually create the create chat button. The reason being is because it will make sense if we can create a chat. Then once we've created our chat, we can then go ahead and actually have it in the database for us to then query against. Okay, so this is the final app, obviously, that's working. Yeah, we'll get to this point, right? So in the create chat, what we're going to do is we're going to have a couple of things. So I'm going to need a few dependencies here. I'm going to save myself a bit of time by just pulling them in right now. So we need the use session, we need the use state, we need the use toast, which I haven't installed yet. So toast we need to install. So toast pop-ups, the little pop-ups that you saw, this is going to be inside of the toast. Yeah, like so, boom, like so, import it, add it in, subscription store, boom. Okay, so now I've got everything I need to basically do quite a lot actually, right? Now when I click the create chat section, I'm also just going to add in something here, right? I'm going to have two versions of this chat. One is going to be a simple variant of it called isLarge, which I'm going to use later on. I'm just going to prepare that right now. Okay, so isLarge is optional. I might pass it in, I might not. The only difference is rather than rendering a regular button with a small icon, I simply render out create a new chat as a big button. Okay, so once I click on this button, use toast, we can now import. And also it's worth mentioning, I added use toast, but I haven't actually put it inside the top level layout. So if we go to our layout now, when you install the toast component, you actually have to install a toaster inside of it as well. I know it sounds funky, but you actually have to add your toaster. So that way it renders. So that's support for toast. Sonny, has been long since your last stream. Yes, man, I'm back. Right. So now you can see, like, guys, I'm not joking. I came back hard as well. Like, this is like one of the biggest things ever. Like, create chat button. So now we have the create chat. right? So when I click on create a new chat button, boom, here. So this is where the magic happens now. So this is where I need to go ahead and add the chat logic in. So firstly, if the user's not logged in, we need to return them so that we don't want to do anything, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to set loading, and I'm going to push a toast out saying it's going to be, we're going to create a new chat, hold tight while we create a new chat. Okay. Thank you so much, Devin. He goes, thank you so much. Even paid courses can't provide such content. Thanks a lot, man. I told you guys, I wasn't joking when I said I want to push the limits of what content is available on YouTube, right? So my motto is honestly, like, no one can try and copy this because it's so damn big. Like, it's just so much stuff happening. It's crazy, right? So at this point, I'm going to check. So there is a to-do here. This to-do is going to basically say, check if user is pro and limit them creating a new chat, right? So we need to do this. Okay, we need to implement that afterwards. But before we can do any of that, I actually need to go ahead and pop in the following. So that's going to be afterwards. Basically, what that does is it's going to be responsible for, after we've implemented all this logic, we're going to say, if you're not a pro, you can't have more than 3 chats at once, right? So that's what it's going to stop you from doing. So I need to install UUID in order to get a unique ID. So I'm going to install UUID into our project. This gives us unique IDs. So we're going to install that. I'm going to go over to the top over here. Boom. I skipped my dinner for this stream. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Trust me, I haven't even eaten today. I had like a little bit of food earlier. So after this, I'm going to get loads of sushi, but we still got a while yet. Now, once we've done this, I'm going to go ahead and get the chat ID. So we're going to have generate a chat ID. We need that. It's very important. And then we're going to go ahead and add a chat. Now, in order to go ahead and add the chat, right, what I need is a chat members, right? So this is actually very important now. So if we go to our converters, we're going to create a new converter, which is, again, the way we access and, access everything inside of Firestore. What I would recommend is you copy your subscription converter, you rename it to chat members, because this is going to be responsible for like the chat members. And what I recommend you do is, for the interface, we're simply going to go ahead and pop in the following. We don't need the type subscriptions. Instead of this, we actually need a bunch of different things. So we're not going to use this. We're going to pull in a few different dependencies. This is what chat members will consist of. So what this information is that what it's going to be inside of a chat collection, you'll have a sub collection of members, and that sub collection of members will have the following data attributed to them. And then we use this in a way to query the database, right? So chat members, you can use crypto. Yeah, you can use that. Yeah. What is SaaS project? You can feel free to check it out yourself. Right now we're in flow. All right, so at this point we're going to pop in subscript chat members. This will be chat members as well. This will be a member, an individual member who's getting added in. Okay, and then what we do is we return. So what I'm doing is I'm modifying my converter. So you don't rewrite it every time, just modify what we have to do. So it's very simple. Same thing here. We're going to go ahead and return a chat member. Okay, and then the information that we return back from Firebase when we go ahead and get inside of it will be this. So we return the following: user ID, snapshot ID, email, timestamp, and everything. Now you can see we're type safely accessing everything. And then what I'm doing is I'm actually adding in a bunch of different references. So here we're going to have a add chat reference, which takes a chat ID, a user ID, goes to our database, goes to our chat collection, the chat ID that we've just naturally generated previously in the section, goes to members, goes to the user ID, and gets it accordingly. We're also going to have one for the chat members reference, which goes ahead and just gets the chat members. So it stops off at the collection members, gives us back all the chat members. Then we have the admin. So we're basically doing a query to see if there is an admin in the chat. And we have something called a query chat members collection group. This one is more important because it's actually going to go ahead and query all of the different chats in which one member who we're inquiring on is a part of. So this is how we're actually going to generate all of the different chats. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so let's go back to our create chat button. So now if we go back to our create chat button, we need the add chat reference. So at this point, we're going to have a call. This call is going to be, we're basically going to go ahead and create a new chat. And this new chat is going to have a lot of information that we pass through in it. The new chat will be the following. So we're going to set document. Set document is useful for when we go into a collection, but we know the ID already. We're going to import add chat reference. And you see chat reference takes a chat ID and a user ID. So we're passing the chat ID, which we just generated here. We're passing the user ID of the person logged in. Then we basically say that the chat that we just created is for this user. And then we pass in the user's email. Server timestamp is going to be the timestamp from Firebase's Firestore. Okay, now also just worth mentioning, when you imported UUID, make sure you import the type definitions as well, because they haven't updated it properly yet. So if you do that, that will disappear in just a second. There you go. Okay, is admin is true, because basically when you create the chat, you are the admin of the chat. Okay, We Are Tech says, my goal is to one day be able to do projects from scratch like you do. So you're true model. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate comments like that. Honestly, it means everything to me. Right. So when you create a chat, you automatically get assigned to admin. The chat ID is then gone ahead and passed in chat ID because you want to have it inside, because we're going to query based on that, and we pass in the user image as well if it's present. Now, once that's done, we say then. Okay, I don't really care about what comes back because it's set doc. It doesn't really tell us what happens, but all I want to do is I want to push the user to the new chat that they just created. So what I can do is I already have the chat ID. So if it's all successful, then this will exist, right? So the chat ID will be present, and the toast, I'm going to say success. Well, hey, it's all good, right? If an error happened at any point, what I need you to do is I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say toast error, something went wrong. Okay. And then finally, so basically, regardless of success or failure, I'm always going to set the loader to back to false. Okay. And then the router here we can get rid of. So now that is how we do it. All right. Afterwards, we can implement the pro restrictions. That's going to be our final set for that. All right. So let's go ahead and do this. So thank you so much, Adam. That means a ton. When I get my first job, I'll join the Popular Shadcn family. Guys, you know what to do. If you want to join us for all this kind of stuff, popularshadcn.com/course. This is where we do it all day long, right? Guys, we just passed 600 likes as well. Let's go, guys. Come on, the energy is still pretty high. Let's go. All right, so at this point, if I create a chat now, I want to showcase something. So if I create the chat, creating new chat, error. Okay, now this, I know why this happened. This is because of Firebase restrictions, because we have not got user permissions. So this happens because we haven't got user permissions, right? So in this case, the user who's trying to add to the database doesn't have, oh, and also something to mention, what is this? Encoding. Yeah, you might have this sometimes, by the way, when you start interacting, when we created our server component here. So whenever you get that, just type in npm I encoding, it'll get rid of this error. And now if we refresh, if I create a new chat, okay, so this is happening because of the, it's 100% happening because of that. So if we go to error, catch error, and I console error it out, okay, so console dot error, and I error it out, come on, yes, there we go. And I do this, boom. You can see, there you go. And on the client, we should see an error, missing or insufficient permissions. This is a Firebase error, which is what we expected. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to upgrade our Firebase permissions inside of our database. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this on the left, and I'm going to go to my Firebase translator app on the right. So I've already got the permissions written out. I need it as reference, otherwise I cannot remember off the top of my head. So this is the app that we're building. In fact, just to avoid confusion, I'm going to hide it from you lot. Otherwise, you lot are going to think, why has he got two? What's going on? Right. So this is basically what we're going to do. So right now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to write to our chats. So chats doesn't exist right now, but we're trying to write to it. Okay. Now the issue is that we can't write to chats. So firstly, we need to enable that. So we're going to go to our, we're going to say match chats, allow read and write if true. Okay. So it's going to allow anyone to read and write. Now, the next thing is we're going to allow users to read and write to a bunch of different things. So firstly, we're going to go ahead and say match chat ID. So if you try and access the chat ID, allow read and write if true. So we're going to allow all access to read and writes for chats. You can change this obviously to if you're a member. I'm not getting so far into it. Same thing for members, allow read and write. Again, you don't need to say if true. You can just write allow read and write. It works. Member ID, read and write as well. Now, the only one that I want to show you is if you try and post inside of a message, like if you try and post inside of chats. One second, guys. So if you try to go into, so this is if you're inside of a chat, and then this is after this. So it's /chats/chat ID /messages/message ID. So that's entire like kind of route. If you need to be a member of the chat. Now I want to show you an example of how you can actually go ahead and say you can restrict on that. So what you can do is you can actually add a function which says is member of chat. And basically what this says is it goes into the database, goes into documents, chats, chat ID, members, and it says if the user who is signed in is a member of this chat, then they can go ahead and write to it. This basically means that for some reason, if you went ahead and got into that chat room, which you won't even be able to allow to do, yeah. But if for some reason you got into it, it would say to you, whoa, you don't have permission to write to it. Okay. Well, anyway, if we save now and we deploy this, publish changes, now we should be able to go ahead and do this. So if we go ahead and try and write now, creating a new chat, boom, yay, passed our successful rule because we allowed it to write to the database. So you see how we got read and write rules, and we can go ahead and a bit deeper. Obviously, you can go way stricter in database rules, but I'm just showing to a degree, okay? So you can even restrict based on premium content, that kind of thing. So you can go as far as you want with this, okay? So next up, we've created a chat. So let's go ahead and see where we created that chat. So heading back into it down here. Give me 1 second. Boom. All right, so over here, chat. Now you guys can see the chat that we created, a member of it, you'll see me. So you'll see, look, Sunny Sanga with the ID, admin, timestamp, everything, right? So at this point now, what I want to do is I want to go into yes, I want to go. So now we can create chat successfully. So you can see this, look, create a new chat has been created and so forth. Now, what I want to do is, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's good for now. So what we want to do now is go into our chat page, okay, where we have a chat list. So obviously when we go to our chats, so /chat, what we should see here is if I refresh, so this is our /chat page. See how it's empty right now, okay? But inside of here, if I just put in something to show you that we're actually here, so h1 chats, and I go ahead and do this for now, you'll see that we are in chats, right? So chat list. So I need to create this chat list. So chat list is a component. Inside of my chat page, let's go back there. We're going to import it like so. Now, over here, you can see inside of the chat list, this one. Okay, now here we are. I need to go ahead and query. So basically what I'm doing is at this nested level, so chats members, right? I need to basically make a special query. Suite 5695 says he live or pre-recorded. Answers your question, right? So you can see here, we've got chats, we've got the ID, we've got the members, and then we've got the user ID. So I need to do something called a collection group query, which is actually pretty cool. What you can do is basically you can say, go through every single collection called, for example, members, no matter where you are inside of the database, and gather data based on that. So I'm going to show you how we can actually do it, which is very powerful. Now, if I go to Query Builder, I will show you how we can actually build a query based on this. So if we go to, let's say, collection group, members, okay, and I want you to go ahead and click on run. And what you'll find is if we go to add to query, where user ID equals a string, right? So user ID equals string value, and then let's just say it was ABC, and I click on run. This is what we needed to do, okay? So collection group members where user ID equals string, and I'll show you in our code, we actually have a chat members group. So if we go to our chat members converters where we access Firebase, you can see we're trying to do the exact thing here. Collection group members where user ID equals a user ID. So we have to create something called a special index, right? So look at this, ABC, you can create it here. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna click that link, and what Firebase really nicely does is it creates a custom token for us. So in this a custom indexing strategy for us. So in this case, now in our database, we will have a custom index being created. So create or update indexes. So there you go, user ID needs creation, save. So you can see here, it's creating a custom search index. So it can actually query the database based on that custom approach, right? So in this case, we are going to query on that exact reason. So at this point, we're going to go ahead, and once that's done, we can actually start querying based on it. So I'll show you. Everyone asked me for a complex project, and there you go, I'm doing it. Can you imagine how long it took me to build it? That's crazy, right? So let's go to chats. Here we are. Yeah. Go to chat list. That's where the magic happens, and we're going to see the chat snapshot. Now, obviously, once this is done, we'll be able to actually use our chat group collection reference, and I'm going to show you a sort of, let's say, React query style approach to fetching data server side, and then passing it through to a component in a server render, and then it's going to populate the data on the client side as well, but it will already have the server rendered component data first. So you'll have your initial data provided. Now what I'm going to do here is actually, I can't simply pass in, I'm going to map through all the chats that came back. Okay, so all of the chats that came back, and I'm going to map through all the data. Now what I want you to pay attention to is this. So if I was to try and pass initial chats down into another component, it will not work, because you cannot pass a server component, and I'll show you the error that we'll get if we just try to do this. I'm going to create another component now called chat list rows. So chat list rows, and this is responsible, guys, for these rows. Okay, so chat list is the entire page server render, chat list rows is this. So and we're going to pass in initial chats, and I'm going to pass in initial chats. Okay, now let's create this component. So we're going to go to this. We're going to say the best dev is online. Thank you so much. TSX/boom RFC boom. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and pass in the initial chats. Initial chats, and this is going to be a array of chat members. So chat members array, right? Like so. So if I pass in, yeah, a chat members, yeah, okay, no, it's nice, yeah. So now if I do this, you will see, if I do this, chat list rows is freaking out because I haven't imported it. So let's go ahead and import that. Now, if I try and do this, guys, you might be wondering, well, it works. So why is he freaking out? Well, firstly, I don't have permission to access those, that thing, because one, it's creating it still, and two, I haven't added the permission to access that, right? So I will show you. Firstly, it's creating the custom index. Secondly, we're actually going to need a Firebase permission to access that, right? So what you actually need to do is you probably will get like blocked at that point, and you'll be like, why isn't it working? Why isn't my collection group pulling anything in? And the reality is you're going to keep on getting this error. You're going to keep on getting missing or insufficient permissions. So you actually have to add in and I found a very handy Stack Overflow forum here, and I'm going to show you the Stack Overflow forum as well, but it's this. You're basically saying for any path, irrelevant of what path, because a collection group is essentially that. It's saying at any level, the members collection that we're trying to access for any member ID, right? We're going to allow read and write. Okay, we can change to admin access if we want to, enhance our security rules, but that is essentially what we're trying to do here. So now, if I was to do that and apply those rules, and I was to refresh the page, we would now be able to actually have a collection, right? So now what you'll see is, if you tried to do it then, it works, and it would have either told you here that you had to create that special link. So remember, I just went ahead and done it manually on the query panel. You don't actually have to do that. You can actually just do this, and then it will show an error, which will give you a link to create the custom index. Okay. So while that's creating that custom index, there you go. We've got the custom index now. So we should be able to, there you go. So now I can custom index and do a special search for it. Now, I want to show you an error now. Okay, so what we've done here is we've passed through initial chats, and you see it's all fine, right? Actually, no, wait, sorry. If we do this now, so refresh. Okay, so chat list. Now, initial chat rows, if I make this a client component, which it's going to be a client component. Now, watch this. You'll see, aha, you see this error? Only plain objects can be passed to client components, blah, 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 blah. Now, the point is that we're using this to generate the number of skeletons to render, right? So I want that. That's why I've done initial chats. The custom object is the timestamp. The timestamp is the thing which is not supported, right? So the timestamp is where it's freaking out about the timestamp. You see that? So what we actually are going to do, we don't actually care about the timestamp for now, right? We don't actually, you can, and then you could order it, I guess, based on the entry date. But for now, we don't really care. So I'm going to go ahead and actually get rid of that, like so. So we're going to get rid of, so I'm going to say timestamp is null. And as you can see now, it does not throw the error because the timestamp is nullified, right? Which is fine. So inside the chat list rows, we're going to start building out the chat list, right? So here. So chat list rows are going to be like so. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to firstly get my user session if they're logged in. And now I'm going to basically use a React Firebase hooks library. So the React Firebase hooks library is very awesome. So I'll show you right here, React Firebase hooks. This is the library we're using. I recommend you can check up on it, see the installation, the docs, that kind of thing yourself. We're just simply going to install it into our dependencies like so. Now it's installed into our dependencies. I'm going to be using the user collection data. Divya, what is up, dude? Welcome to the Splash Papa Fam special tier. Amazing stuff, dude. Yes, for everyone asking, all of the code will be available in the Papa GitHub repo. And remember, if you sign up to Zero to Full Stack Hero, not only do you get the Papa GitHub repo included, but you get access to weekly coaching calls. So make sure you definitely go ahead and check out papareact.com/course. So we've got a lot of stuff happening, guys, inside of here. But yeah, we're moving. All right, so we've got this happening down here. And then I'm going to go ahead and use the use collection data. And basically what I'm doing here is this gives me back 3 things. Okay. So if we go ahead and do the following, I'm going to pass in my collection group reference. So this is exactly what's happening previously, but this is on the client, right? So what we've done is we server side rendered the data first, so it's immediately available when it shows the view. And then once the client, we passed in the initial value, which is actually going to be the server side value that we passed through in the initial chats. So that's how it basically immediately knows what a value is inside of there. And then once it goes ahead and attaches to this, we have a real-time listener. Okay. So Papa React course, I have Next.JS 13 lessons already, 100%. I had it ages ago, guys. I started teaching Next.JS 13 inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero ages ago. Like the second it came out, I started teaching it. That's what I'm telling you. This is what it's about inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. We're always ahead of the game. Yeah. So now that we have the data inside, what we're going to do is firstly, I'm going to say if there is no members inside of the chat, so if there's no chats already, I'm going to return the following. I'm going to return this. So it's a very simple little, see, I'm going to pass in my chat button is large as well. So now you can see if we go ahead and log this in, right now we actually do have chats there because I've created some chats. So in this case, I'm actually going to render the chat list row component. Okay. In fact, here, what we'll do is we'll say, I will render out the following. So this is going to be, the div inside of here. So let's go ahead and pop this in, and we need to render out a chat list row, and which has a chat ID for each different chat. And then this is going to be responsible for pulling in the individual messages for each conversation. So notice how what we want to have is a refreshing, like, you know, it's going to show the loading indicator for the individual. So you see how it shows the loading and then it pulls in the data for each one, right? So chat list row, boom. Let's go ahead and pop this inside. So chat list row.tsx, boom, RFCE. We have the chat list row like so. And if I go into the chat list row now, it takes a chat ID. So let's pop this in, boom, like so. Chat ID is also going to be here. This is going to be a client component, right? Let's go ahead and pop this back in like so. And now what we should see is some chats on the screen. Something, I guess. Yeah. See, chat list row, 2 chats. If I create another chat, boom, see that? It created it. It actually threw me to the chat as well, which we haven't created yet. But if we go back here, you see how, look at this, it loaded it, right? And if I create another one, it's real-time listener because we're using use collection data. So if I click this, boom, it shows it actually successfully created it, throws me over to a new chat. Okay. Divya said, I don't understand what people notice. You make a scalable business application. Oh, don't worry about it, guys. This will definitely go viral in the future. I have no stress about that. Right. This is providing value to someone out there, and that's all I care about. Right. So chat list row. I'm going to go to here, and basically this is where I define what the row is. So first things first, I wanted to add a skeleton loader. So you've all seen skeleton loaders. They're very cool. You know, they look quite cool. They look quite nice. So this is what I'm going to build. So I'm going to add the skeleton loader to my library. So we're going to pop it in like so, boom. And then inside of over here, I'm going to go ahead and pop in my skeleton loader at the top. And the first thing I want to do, guys, is I want to show that I'm going to say if it's loading. So first things first is I'm going to pull the first message, right? So the first message. So I actually have all of the information as in the members, the chats themselves, but I want to actually pull the first message. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create something called a limited sorted messages reference. Now, this comes from a converter, which we haven't not yet created. So this is going to come from the actual messages themselves inside of our chats. So we need to create this. So in lib, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to copy and paste chat members. We're going to rename it to messages or message. And instead here now, we're going to go ahead and create the following. So we're going to go ahead and say, each individual chat will have a user, a message. We need to import languages like so. We're going to change our dependencies like so. And then we're going to go ahead and say, this is our message converter. So this one, message converter. This is going to say message. And again, same pattern, guys, exact same pattern. We pass in our message. And what we're essentially saying here is every single time, and this is honestly really robust. Like when I mean it's so robust, like if I was to change my code down the line, this is for when we push a message in and we pull a message out. Okay. I'm going to change the musical verse, a bit distracting. Yeah. So we've got this. Now, if I was to change any sort of structure now, my code screams at me, which is good. That's what I want, right? So you see the timestamp is the timestamp to date and all that kind of stuff, right? So we get all this good stuff. And then I've got a few different references for the chat. Now I'll show you exactly the ones that I've created. We're going to go ahead and replace these with the following. So this is a straight references to the chat. This is a limited reference to the first 25. Now, the reason why I do the first 25 here is because this will be when I'm checking if the users exceeded their 20-minute message limit when they try and send a new message. Now, obviously you can do 20 to be absolutely safe, but I just done 25 is for extra. Okay. Next one is sorted messages ref. Now this is going to be for when they actually load the chat themselves. And then we have the limited sorted messages ref, which you can see is limiting by one message. This is going to be used for when we show the last message that was sent. Okay. So in this case now we're type safety, basically protecting all of this, right? Celso says 90% what I know in NextGen is learned from Sunny's React YouTube channel. That's amazing. Firstly, thank you so much. As soon as I can save up for the money for the Popular React, I'll buy it for sure. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Would love to see you inside Celso. That's absolutely awesome to hear. All right. So at this point, we've got this. Boom, we've got use collection data. We're going to pull that in. We're going to pull our messages in from our converter. We're going to pull our limited in. So what this will do is it will pull the one single message, right? But obviously it's pulling in a collection, which is why I've named it messages, right? Now, because it's querying, it's not just, one, obviously it is one, but still, you get the idea, right? So at this point now, what I do is I say, if it's loading here, then I can basically go ahead and pop the following in. So if it's loading that message, I'm going to pop in the skeleton, and I've just sized up my skeleton, and it just looks something very simple, right? So look at this. If it's loading, it loads in, it's loading the 4 while it fetches that first message. Okay. And then what I'm going to say is that if there was no message that came in, then it should say, it should render out a row, right? Sorry, if the message length is equal to 0, there's no render out a row. Okay, I've got an idea. Sorry, I messed something up. What have I done there? That's a bit weird, actually. Oh yeah, sorry. We need to create a function for, so thank you database, I appreciate it. So we're going to create a function here, which actually renders out a row. Okay, so I have an idea here. So this This is going to be to dynamically render out the content. So this is going to be a message, but the message may not be provided, which is why we're going to go ahead and do this. And it's going to return some JSX. So what I'm going to do here is basically say, if there was no message, it will render out a row, and then we're going to basically say what that row was. Otherwise, it will render out this. Now, I will show you exactly what we do here. So basically, it's rendering out, it's passing a message in if there was a message. Otherwise, it's going to simply just show the, you could just do if messages.length was one as well. You could do that fine. Right here, the main part is this part. So the row itself. Now, all I'm doing here, guys, is basically just styled out a little bit of stuff, right? I've got a function to basically prettify the chat ID. So I've taken the chat ID, substringed it 0 to 4. Very simple. All I've done is basically, I'll show you, I'm going to pop it in and I'll explain exactly what we do here. Yeah, let's pop this in so you can see right here. There we are, this one right here. So a few things to explain. User avatar, we've already created. Session, we need. So let's go ahead and pull in our session at the top. So I'm going to pull this in like so at the top. And I will explain all the code, don't worry. Yeah. And then the router we also need in case we're going to redirect the router, the user. So there you go. Next, navigation, don't get confused. We need the message translated, and this is not working because, interesting, we haven't got the, any can be used, cannot find name language. And that was actually from our language store. So yeah, okay. We haven't set our language yet. So here I haven't defined our language logic for the app yet, so we don't know what language it should be in yet. So right now it's just going to say get the conversation started. Okay, so right now it just says get the conversation started if it's an empty message. Also, okay, I see. Basically what it's saying here is that if there is a message, show the message. Otherwise, okay, so example, if I was to put EN English, you'll see here, get the conversation started to be in English, but it feels like Espanol, then it'll be in Spanish, that kind of thing. So you'll see here, if I change my language selector to Hindi, see how everything changes in Hindi? But if there was no message, it just says get the conversation started. So that's actually what it's doing. This is the SaaS part of it, right? So this is where it gets a bit more like ingrained. Also welcome Celso to the Papa especially. Amazing stuff. We love you, Papa. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much for getting that. I appreciate you. Right. So at this point now, I think we should temporarily pause, I guess, because yeah. So we need to temporarily pause. Remind me to come back to chat list row because I need to create the language selector and append our state. So first things first, we need to go to our store. And so right now, let me just explain what I'm doing. I'm creating the store to manage and keep track of the languages, okay? And which language we have selected. Then I'm going to create a component for the language select, and I'm going to conditionally render it inside the header if we are on the /chat or any chat route. So that way I can modify the language once I'm inside the app, right? So at this point now, I'm gonna create a language state. And this is going to be, if I go to store, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. So if I go into language supported, so in this case, we've got the subscription state. That's all good. I'm going to create a language state. So language is going to be one of the languages supported. So it's either one of these. We set the language, we get the language, right? So again, this is interesting as well. You can see we've got languages supported, right? So obviously it's gonna, if we can pass in is pro, and it'll get us the languages, and we can get not supported languages. So I'm going to create two functions, one for the languages which you can get and one for the languages which aren't yet supported for you. And then we're going to conditionally render it out accordingly. So in order to create this piece of state, we go ahead and do the following, like so, and then we start populating it. So the first language is going to be by default, I'm just going to set it to English. Right, so again, this is one of many of you see the different languages based on our conditions up there. and then we're going to go ahead and set these up. So set language, fairly straightforward. It's a setter function. The get languages is a bit more interesting. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically going to restrict the user. So when we call this function, we pass isPro in, and what we're saying is we're going to go ahead and return all the languages if all the languages in languages supported if the user is a pro. If they're not a pro, we're only going to return the first 2 languages, so like English and German. So I'm just doing this as a reference, okay? Thank you so much. That's 2 jokes. Okay, so we got the get languages. Now we've got the get not supported languages, which basically is going to return nothing if the user is pro, because they should have all the access to everything, right? What's happening here? Yeah, there you go. So if they're already pro, then there's no unsupported languages because pro gets everything. Otherwise, we basically show the other 8 languages. So we're slicing off the 2 which weren't supported. And obviously you can make this a const here as well to basically go ahead and say something like, you can actually have something like const languages in free equals 2. And then what we can do is actually go ahead and say languages in free, and we can slice this based on languages in free. And now we've got some, correctness to it, because in case I ever change languages to in free. So if you want 3 languages in there, then so forth, yeah. But as long as you don't make this greater than the number of languages there work. Cool. Let's go ahead and create a header component. So the header component now is going to have the language select, which I am yet to build. So language select, boom. Now language select we haven't created yet, so I'm going to create this file like so, boom, language select.tsx, rfce, boom, like so. Now inside of language select, I'm going to pull in all of them, right? So all of those things that I pulled previously. Now notice a few things here, right? Firstly, this has to be a client component. Typically, you're used to seeing me do the subscription pull, where it's just subscription equals, for example, like this, right? Language equals, and then it's just like, state.language. But if you want to pull several, then what you want to do is actually go ahead and do this. So you can actually see like that, for example. So language, set language, get languages. So you can actually pass an array as long as you pass in the same order of the array as to what you're fetching. So get languages, get the support, and so forth, right? And that allows you to make one call to get all your things that you need. Then we're going to pull the subscription. Okay. I'm going to pull the subscription from the subscription store. So the example state case, like I showed. We're going to say is pro is if you're pro, and we can say if you're active. So, okay. So obviously I care about both. And then we're going to get the path name, and we're going to say if the path name includes /chat, because we're conditionally rendering this component. Cool. Okay. Now, with that said, what we can do is we can go ahead and say, I'm only going to show this entire component if is chat page, right? So is chat page, and conditionally render it, boom, like so. Okay. There we go. So you guys can see that right now. And then if I render this in, so you can see that there, we're now going to have a select field. So we haven't yet installed select field, so I'm going to show you how to do them. So select, like so. We pull this in, pull that in. Okay, we're going very good now. So we've got the language selection almost done. And basically what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and I think this is going to be another case where I pop it in and I demonstrate what we've done, because I think it's in the essence of time as well. I'd rather just illustrate it. So I'm going to pop in the code and the things that we pass in, and I will explain everything now. Okay. Okay. So I've already done that. One second though. Loading spinner is not from there. Okay, so I want to show you this off. So, and link is next link. Okay, so what we've essentially done here, I'm zooming out so you can see it all. So so I can explain it. So we only show this component if it's a chat page. And basically we've got a select component. When we change the value, we're changing the global state value. Okay, so that way, whatever we've selected in our global state. At this point, what we're doing is we're rendering out the value that you selected, right? And then we're basically converting it to using the language supported map. So if you put EN, it will convert to English and so forth, right? And then we've got the actual, you know, if your subscription is loading, it will show a loader. Otherwise, it will show all the language choices. Now, the reason why I need that is because I need your language to finish loading, your subscription to finish loading before I can understand if you're a pro or not. So if you're a pro, at that point I can understand if what languages to go ahead and allocate to you. So if I do get languages is pro, and you see then it'll go show ahead and it'll show me all the languages that I'm eligible for. Get not supported languages pro, and it will show me all of the languages which I am not eligible for. And instead what I'm going to do then is I'm going to go ahead and firstly for all of those we're going to prefetch false, and we just basically send the user to the upgrade page. Okay, and we're going to gray them out. So it's got a bit of styling, bit of dark mode styling as well, and we're basically going to say that that's our pro feature. Otherwise, if you've got all the languages, because your is pro, remember we'll get all of them at this point, it will use our language map to map them to the correct characters. So if I save now, go back here, pop it in, what we will see, guys, is we should see now a language selector. Aha, look at that. Oh, nice, guys. Look, German, Latin, English. And if I go to the home screen, it's not there. Amazing stuff. So we only see this where we want. It sets our global state. And if I'm inside of an account which is not pro, we should see it grayed out. So we should see this right now. If we go to popularreact.com.team@gmail.com, let's go ahead and see this right now. Happy Durga Puja. Oh, happy Durga Puja. Amazing stuff, right? So firstly, remember, I actually added this in as well, which is awesome, where we can create a new chat if there was nothing there. And look at that, boom. So it will go ahead and send me to the register screen if you want to go ahead and upgrade it. So you don't have access to these, but you can select English or German. So that way we're restricting them based on that. So that's our first restriction for languages, right? So we're going to go back to our full member so we can actually do everything that we want to do. Obviously it doesn't restrict me yet, but just so you can see it. So that's how we've completed our first restriction, which is great, right? So now we've got access to language support. So now we can go back to our chat list row and finish this off, right? So here we can now, where we had instead of English, we can say language, and you see what I'm saying now. Now we can pull the language, right? So now we can go ahead and actually get the language that is selected from our chat list row. So if I go to I pull my language that I've selected. So this is a currently set language. At this point now, if there was a message in any of these, it would show in the appropriate language. Otherwise, what I want is, you can see here, it even says the chat ID. So I've done that pretty UID. So it goes in and concatenates. You can see no messages yet. If I click into it, 1770, you see how it took me to 1770. Okay, same here, 0448. You see how it's there, 0448. And if I create a chat, look at that, boom, create a new chat, 322 AB, nice. Okay, and you see how we've got this nice streaming, pulls it in, super fast, amazing stuff. Now, let's get rid of the chat. So let's go to our chat screen here. We can get rid of this. Our chat page is loading really nicely. This is looking really good. Okay, now let's go ahead and do the chat screen. Okay, so the chat screen. So pages, users, chat. So here. Okay, so the chat screen. So this one now is where we get interesting. So this one, I've actually nicely separated it into a bunch of different things. First things first, I need to know if the user is signed in. I need that for a few things. So this is going to remain as a server rendered page. Chat screen, boom, there we go. And I also want to do something. Before I do that, I want to add a loading screen for any instance where I'm server rendering or, you know, waiting. I don't want the user to sit there confused. I'm actually going to add a loading screen in NEXT.JS 13. If you add a loading screen at the top level, it applies to anywhere where you're blocked. So in this case, if I do RFCE, loading, this, I want to go ahead and show a centered loading spinner. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in a centered loading spinner. And now anywhere where we have loading inside of our app, you see that, boom. Oh, nice. Let view pricing, boom. Oh, server rendering as its finest. Yeah, look at that. Oh, very nice. Yeah. So that way it helps us out a little bit. Also, as I mentioned before, you can go ahead and, you know, have those bits rather than server rendered, you can have them statically cached and stuff. So that's up to you to do. At this point now, we go back to our chat. So that was to add the server in, so the loading in. So now at this point, we've got the admin controls. So I want to go ahead and say chat. So okay, so first things first, I need the user's authenticated state. So we're going to do that, right? I need to make this an async function. We're a server component. So let's go and do this, auth options, pull that in. And then we're going to go ahead and start popping in things like the admin controls, the chat members, and so forth. Right, I need a quick water break because I just realized I haven't drank water in like ages. Start seeing things. This is insane. This is actually insane. Like, it's probably, I told you, I knew it. This will be one of my biggest builds. I absolutely knew it. Right, admin controls. So first things first, I need to render out. Okay, let's break it up. Let's do the chat messages and the chat input. So first things first, maybe it makes sense to do chat input first, so we can actually add to the chat. All right, so let's do chat input like so. All right, so in components, we're going to go ahead and do chat input. So chat input.tsx rfce, boom, pop it in. Now at the chat input stage, we're going to hit save, and this will take a chat ID. So chat ID, chat. And I really want this to be a show of, like, honestly, like, if you can, you know, next time you think, oh, I can't code for that long, just think Sunny coded for 4 or 5 hours straight. So I'm not just saying do it, I'm literally doing it in front of you to make a point, to show you that it's possible. And yes, like, this is what coding's about. Like, yeah, so proof is in the pudding sometimes, right? So here we're going to have a form. So this is where Zod comes in. So yes, we've got more tech to come into it. We're using Zod for authenticating our forms. So Zod is great for authenticating forms. What we can do is we can set up a form schema. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in now. So the form schema is here. We import everything as Z for Zod. Zod is very good for, like, checking against things. So in this case, you can see there. There we go, boom. Now what I want to do is I'm going to create a form. Okay, so what we do is we use a use form hook. We pull it from React hook form. If you heard of React hook form, it is damn good. Okay, so we've got our Zod resolver, which is actually coming from hook form, which is just another library, right? And now this is our form. Okay, now I will show you how we actually implement the form in just a second. So the entire form is actually going to be rendered down here. So let's go ahead and pop this in like so. So pop this in like here. And again, I'm going to show you this again. Like, I don't think there's much benefit to showing the UI elements here, except for naming a couple. I think the main focus here is the functionality. So if I pop this in, we have our form. Okay, so I'm going to show you the inputs, and then I will carry on with what I'm doing. So let's pop these in like so. Yeah. Okay, components UI input. I need to install input. So npx shad input. I haven't done that yet. So add input. Okay, that's again, there you go, it's done. And I will add that to that. If we go over here, you can see, so we've got the form. We pass in our form that we just created here. We have our form.handle submit. On submit, we have to create this function. We have the form field where we pass in our form.control. So again, everything kind of runs off this form object. And then you have your individual fields. So in this case, the input is our main field. It's only going to be one field that we care about and responsible for. We have the form controls where the input is inside of. So here you can see enter message in any language, because we support users entering in at any language, right? Then we have a button with type submit, which submits the entire form. Okay, so that's basically how we do it. And then this is going to validate that form. So we even have like modals or the other stuff. The invite flow has all of that stuff, which I completely forgot about, which we still got to do. So yeah, we got a lot to do. At this point, we are going to have a asynchronous function called on submit. So let's go ahead and do this like so. Asynchronous function on submit. Now I'm going to do 2 checks very simply. I'm going to go ahead and say if there's no user, then do like basically return. If there's no value on the input, return. I'm then going to go ahead and fetch the user's current check. So again, this is going to be a limit check. So I'm going to check here. I actually did this when we did the create chat button. I said check if the user's pro. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to come back to this point afterwards and do that. afterwards. That's basically to restrict the user's functionality. And then what I'm going to do, the main thing really here is to actually go ahead and add the message. So we've got a user who I have not yet defined. We need to create, okay, so this is actually going to come from our converters. We've got the ID, name, email, and then we've got the add doc functionality. So add doc messages ref, like so, okay, and server timestamp from Firebase Firestore. Nice. Okay, so basically what is happening here, guys, is this right here is basically when we submit the form, the values come in. The values are determined based on the form fields which we have. In this case, it'll be values.input. So values.input is how we validate ourselves here. And then all we're doing is we're basically getting the values.input and we're submitting it to our messages reference for that chat ID. And again, we set this up in our converters so we know it works. Okay, we've already coded the Stripe payments, yes. The timestamp will be the user and the user's to store will be there. So in that case, now what we can do is we can go back to our chat itself and we can simply pop in our chat input, which takes the chat ID, which we actually got, which I don't think I've pulled yet. So the way we get the chat ID is this is a page route. So in this case, we actually get it inside of the props that get passed through on the page, because we will be at like /chat/ a dynamic ID. And in Next.js, the ID is determined here by chat ID. So that ID will be passed in as that name. So chat ID gets passed through as a param. So what we can do is we can pass in the chat ID like so, boom. Okay, done. Now what you should see is at the bottom of the page, we should have a chat input that pops up. Oh, nice, look at that. Yeah, we get an error as well. Okay, we get an error as well. Let's go ahead and do something here. 1 second. 1 second, guys. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and refresh. Okay, so so chat input, I've made a slight mistake here, which was I came into this issue before. It was because of okay, so it's because we are not submitting the page as a client component. Yes. This one was because I am so This is where the debugging gets a bit hard. It's been a bit of it's been a minute since I've been coding, so I'm trying my best to debug here. Okay, well, first things first, I want to implement the rest of this code. So I want to actually add in the use session okay, I'm gonna pull in the router like so. Let's do this. Let's carry on strong. All right, so use router is next navigation, boom. Here where I do the check. So this check is basically going to do the following. I need to check if they're about to exceed the pro plan. So at this point, boom, const messages. I'm going to get the documents from the limited references. Now this one was actually remember, it only fetched the first 25 messages. Then what I do is I get the length. This will tell me how many messages the user has sent. Have they sent more than 20 messages, right? In this case, I'm fetching 25 to limit the reads, but in this case, boom, you can actually obviously be a bit more smart about that. Now, we need to know the user subscription as well. So I'm going to go ahead and get the user subscription over here, boom, like so. Pull that in. We've got the subscription here. And now at this point, we've got the is pro. So I need to just check at this point if they've exceeded 20 messages, then I should scream at them, basically. So in order to firstly do that, I need a toast so I can scream at them. Boom, like so. And then use subscription store. I have use toast. I don't have. Save the file. That will refresh. Now I'm going to check if they're not pro and the messages are exceeding that of 20. So here. Then what we should do is, okay, if they're not pro and the messages are basically more than 20, so basically, let's say you join a conversation or a message or a chat or whatever it is, and you are not a pro, but whoever's in the chat may be a pro. They can carry on chatting. You as the non-pro can't chat more than once. Chat messages in a chat have gone past 20. That's the way we've restricted here. So you can see here, you've exceeded the free plan limit of 20 per messages. Upgrade to pro for unlimited chat messages. Okay, there we go. So in this case, once you hit past 20, it will restrict the user. Now in this case, the hydration is, god damn it, what is that? Okay, let's see, I will fix this. This is because of okay, so so this code is actually up to scratch. My main issue here is, one second guys, I need to just clarify one thing. I need to be careful about one thing. Okay, there we go. Back, refresh. Okay. So the reason, it wasn't actually that, it was a stupid extension I had. Yeah, it was an extension I had. Okay. Oh my God, Jay knows exactly what extension that was as well. Wow, okay. We got past it. All right. So what I would recommend is when you're debugging on this stuff, always check on an incognito window. That's what I just did now. Check on the incognito window and do that. Like, trust me, that's like the worst thing sometimes. Extensions can throw errors, especially hydration errors, and that's just so irritating because it's not the reason why it happened. Guys, honestly, at this point, if you're still watching, I can't stress enough, like if you want this kind of level of stuff every week, 0 to full stack hero, papareact.com/course. I love and appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much. It's what allows me to do what we're doing right here. I'm going to keep on going until this build is done, whether it's 6, 7, I don't care. I'm going to keep on going. We're going to get this done, right? So in this point, if I type in hello world, right? Hello world, boom, and I hit enter, right? Now let's see if this is working. Okay, so we're going to go back to our database right here, SaaS app, YouTube data. Pull this over here. I want to show you in real time if this is working. So what chat are we in? We are in chat 17705. I see you, Solano. I see you, Mr. Tender. I see you guys. Enoch, Hapicha. Yep, all the OGs are here, right? 177. Look at this, guys. We got messages, and I want to show you that they're. Oh, look at that! It makes me so happy. Edward says, "Yo, look at this." Yo, let's just type in, hi, what is the weather today? Question mark, boom. All right, I'm gonna try and catch it. Yeah. Okay, hi, where's it? Come on, no. Okay. It does it so fast. Yeah, but look, it done it. So input was there, and then the translated fields literally are done through the Firebase extension. So let's just type in, hi there. Come on. Oh yeah, it's gonna take a second to show me. Yeah, it does it so fast, honestly. Yeah, but remember, if you leave it for a while, there'll be a code start element to it. So hello world. The only thing that I haven't done correctly here, I'm noticing a delay when I hit the enter key, which is, I know it's not the biggest thing in the world, but that like irritates me so much. So what you could do is actually store it in another variable, go ahead and put it. You know what? I'm not even going to stress about it. That's probably just being overkill right now. But what I would say there is if you get a little delay, you can just go ahead and simply say const, like, you know, temporary values equals values.input. Okay. And then you can go ahead and simply say form.reset. So if we do that here, so form.reset, take it over here, boom, temporary value or temporary input or input copy. Yeah. And then you want the UI to actually update very quickly. And then we can just go ahead and say wherever we had values.input, we can basically just pop that in with the input copy. And now your UI should immediately clear. So we say hello world. Boom. Yes, that's better. See, the little things honestly, in my opinion, make a big difference, especially to the UI. Let's just type in, this is a blue and red test. Okay, let's see if that worked. This is a blue and red test. Yep, it works. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. I did that just to get a number, like a name. So this is a blue and red test, English, Espanol. Yeah, see? Okay, awesome stuff. Now we need to render it out, the chats. Firstly, like the video. That is amazing, right? So, because I thought that was pretty cool. Okay, so we're going to do the chat. So chat. I'm going to go into the chat itself over here. All right, chat messages. Right. So what I'm going to do here is this is going to be a flex one container around the chat messages, and I'm going to pass in the session, chat, and initial messages, right? So initial messages I'm going to get by doing the following at the top. Get sorted messages ref we've already created earlier on. Get docs we've already handled earlier on. And that passes that through. Session, we've got chat ID, we've got chat messages. Let's create. Let's do it. So chat messages.tsx, boom, RFCE. Chat messages now takes a bunch of different props in. So let's go to chat messages over here. And we have our different props that get passed in. So I have the following with the type definitions. So here, boom. This is going to be a use client component. Okay. What the hell, still live? I know, it's crazy, right? So we got this converters. We've got the session is a NextAuth session, and then the chat messages, right? So the chat messages now are going to be, let's take it a step by step. Okay. So first things first, I need a few things. I need a reference, which is going to allow us to scroll down to the end of the chat every time someone types something in, like a new message comes in. I need a live connection to the messages, so we have a real-time listener, and I'm going to pass in the server rendered data as our initial value, so that way we don't have any delay. So the server render actually pulls in the initial value, use collection, and while it's getting that value, it's going to show a loading because of the loading.tsx. Use collection data passes that in, so we now got our messages with a real-time listener. I'm going to have it a use effect, which basically says if any messages change, it will scroll to the bottom of the chat, right? So we'll scroll to the bottom of the chat every single time. And this will happen because I will have a div at the bottom of this chat, right? And then that will go ahead and pull it in. So at this point, we've got the, yeah, that's good. Okay, now I'm going to have a loading state, which will basically have send your message in any language or invite a friend if you're in a brand new chat and you haven't got anything in there. All right, so in this case, if we're loading and the message's length is 0, if we're not loading, then it should say a message circle icon. So basically, if you have no messages in your chat, right? So example, right? So I want to go to chat. I'm going to pop this in and show you what I mean. So chat flex 1, by the way, pushes it to the bottom. All right, so there you go. That's better. So now if I go and create a new chat, boom, it will throw me to the new chat. And you see this, we get this. That's exactly what I wanted. Invite a friend and send your chat, right, accordingly, right? So obviously you can, firstly, I didn't realize that looks ugly on that screen. So I can make it centered and all that good stuff. So the div as well is padding 5. Firstly, that's why it doesn't look good. So class name padding 5. There you go. That's little things. Text should be centered, I feel. So text should be center. There you go, right? So that looks better already. Okay, so invite a friend, send your friend text. If I type in hello world, now the messages is 0. It's no longer loading. So underneath this, we can now show your messages, right? So here we're going to render out the messages. So I'll show you, I'm going to pop them out and then we can break it down together, guys. So we have the messages here, the user avatar we already created earlier, the loading spinner we already have. Now, this is basically isSender is checking if the message ID is equivalent to the user who is logged in ID. That way we have isSender is true based on certain factors, right? So those two things. Now, if the user is that, we can conditionally render out certain JavaScript. For example, is it on the left? Is it on the right? What color is the message? And so forth, right? And then what I'm doing is, depending on what language you've selected, right? Depending on what the language is selected, you can basically select from the message itself. So message.translated comes back with, you see all these different languages inside. You'll know that because it's here, message.translated, and then based on the selected language from the language picker, which we would have updated in our local state, then yeah, that's the message that we're showing. So, oh, amazing. Right, and then the thing I want to show you here is that if message translated isn't populated yet, so if this doesn't exist, I'm going to show a loading spinner, because what's happening behind the scenes is you write a message, it goes into the database, then that for a second or however long it's taken, it's going to be loading, right, while the translation's happening with the Firebase extension. Then when it pops in, the loader will show off, that will go off, and it will show instead the message that is gone ahead and done. So while that doesn't exist, it will show the input that you've shown. This is brilliant, because what we can do here, guys, is we can say French, right? And I can type in hello everyone on the stream, and watch what happens. That hello everyone on the stream, and then boom, bonjour à tous. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to say it, but there you go, right? And then we can say like Spanish, and you see, look at this, like, hi guys, this is amazing. Boom. Hi guys, it's amazing. Hola chicos. So incredible. Yeah. See, amazing, right? So really, really good stuff. And then you can see this, and it even works in like Russian, Latin, Mandarin, Arabic, everything, right? So even Hindi. Look at that, guys. Yeah. Awesome stuff. So this will happen on the, if it's us, the sender, and if the receiver comes in, it'll come on the left in a gray color. Okay. So that's one thing. The only final thing we have to do there is if the user, when the user types in, it should take them to the bottom of the screen, right? So in this case, we type in enough messages. Hello world. This is a test. Hi there. Let me just do it a bit more cool. Let's do this. This is awesome. I am stress testing. Let's just do test. Look at that. Oh yes, it's scrolling me down. That's it. Yep. Look at that. Nice. Yeah. You see that? So now if we go into the chat freshly, it loads it and then boom, scrolls me down. Amazing stuff. That happens as well if we're chatting to someone and all that good stuff. Also, just look crazy, the colors are. It's crazy. Yeah. So all this good stuff going on right now. We have that working. The chat messages is done. Happy days, right? Now we've got the administration controls. So firstly, the chat messages, chat input, we've already done if you're restricted and you're on a free plan. So in this case, okay, we need to do admin controls because it's going to take a while. So let's go to chat ID. Okay, over here. So admin controls. So chat membership badge is going to show who is in the current chat. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. So chat membership badge is here, chat members badges. So this one, like this. Let's go ahead and create this component. This is responsible for this, guys. So for example, look at this. We have a South African viewer in the house. That's awesome. Look at that. So right now, me and him are in the chat. That's so cool that I just did that. That's actually so cool. .tsx, boom, RFCE, boom. AJ Singh, I want to become a hardcore developer like you. Thank you so much, dude. Honestly, just practice. You'll get there. All right. And now I'm going to do, this takes a chat ID. So chat ID. As you can see, chat ID is the core really for a lot of this functionality, right? So you could even, have a global store, lift it, simplify your code base. It's completely your core, right? Now at this point, I'm going to have this, right? Which is the use collection data. It's going to pull the chat members converter and chat members ref from our converters. There you go. We get the members from that chat. Now I'm going to create a custom hook called use is admin. This will give me the admin ID whenever I need it. So I need to know who is the admin out of the members inside of a specific chat. Okay, so now we're going to create a custom hook. Just when you thought you ain't done yet, what is going on? Right, we're creating a custom hook. So I'm going to say hooks, and this is going to be called use use is admin, or to be honest, it should be use admin ID, but yeah, I'm going to say use admin ID. Yeah, .tsx, yeah. Yes, .tsx, and then we're going to say rfce use admin ID, boom boom, and then I'm going to basically import the following dependencies. This is going to be fairly straightforward because the libconfess chat members. Why is that not working? We're going to have a use effect, and basically the way a custom hook works, right, is you have some custom state, a use effect, and it returns a variable that, and then basically you just call it whenever you require it, right? So in this case, this will return the admin ID. So this will return the admin ID at the end of this goal. And what we're going to do here is have a use effect that does the following. So let's pop it in. Chat admin member, there you go, that's the one. And chat ID, we are passing in as a variable. So chat ID comes in as variable. So what this does is, I'm going to run you through it. So this will go ahead and check on chat admin reference. So this is going to go ahead and say chats members. So it's going to go through into a specific chat, into the members, and find the one user where admin is true. However, obviously this is a query, so it's going to go ahead and give me a collection result, right? So a list of docs. Now, what we do is we simply go ahead and say 0, because it would have had to have been 1 if it was created in the first place, the person who created it. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. Then we're going to set the admin ID in the global state. Now, because this is async, you have to make a inner function inside of a use effect and simply call it. The dependency here is chat ID because we're using it inside, and that is it. Yeah, that's good. And then we basically go ahead and return it. So now whenever we need that, we can simply call use admin ID. We're going to use that quite a lot throughout this build. So now to get the admin in that group, all we do is bam, we use that. Use admin ID like so. And we can go ahead and say, if we're still loading the chat members, then we can go ahead and load it like so. Okay, and I can actually start rendering this out as well. So if we go into our chat ID, someone says, let him cook. That's what I'm talking about. So let's go ahead and put this in, chat members like so, boom. And here we need the chat ID. So chat ID equals chat ID. Oh my God, okay, chat ID, boom. And now you can see it's loading my chat. Let me refresh. Loading my chat, but look, I want you to pay attention to, let's create a new chat. Okay, and you see how there's an initial chat members badge, right? So look, it's loading it, and then the chat members badge. Okay, now the chat members badge is the actual interesting part, because that's where we'll show all the users. So all I'm going to do now, again, interested time, is drop in what will be loaded as a result of that. So once we're finished loading, it's going to simply go ahead and render out badge. Now badge is actually a very nice little addition inside of Shadcn, so we need to go ahead and import that. User avatar we already have. Let's go ahead and import this, boom, like so. And now what we can see is once that's done, I'll hit save on the file, import it inside, hit save, and now you can see, boom, Sunny Sanga. There you go. Yeah. Now, obviously, we don't have the ability to add in several users now, right? So you can feel free to look at the logic and how I did it here, but it's pretty straightforward, right? Honestly, it's just putting in the member and so forth. Okay. Now, at this point, I'm not sweating. I'm good, guys. That's just a bit of shine, right? At this point, this will show the different users in the chat, for example, and it will also show it who is admin or who's not an admin. It gives it a little glow to it as well. Okay. Now, I need to add in, if you're an admin, you should see specific controls, right? So in this case, if I create a new chat in that other one over here, we should be able to see like you add user to chat, share link, delete the ability to delete a chat and so forth. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to add all of that right now. So admin controls. Just when you thought, how is he going? What is happening? Like, just pull out more, right? So admin controls.tsx, boom, RFCE. There we go. Admin controls. Now, the admin controls are going to include two buttons, the invite user button and the delete chat button. So these are going to look something like this. So I'm going to go ahead and create them. These are going to be styled accordingly. So I'm going to go ahead and pop these in. I'm so impressed by this mega project. And not at least your perseverance to maintain the high pace with such enthusiasm. I knew I made the right decision when I joined the Pub fam. Let's go hard. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Jimmy, you know it, boy. That's it, man. Chat ID. And this will be the chat ID string. So now what I want to do is I want to render this into the actual chat itself. So let's open up the chat. Boom, here. This admin controls, let's start pulling it out. So admin controls, admin control. And we always pass the chat ID. Again, yeah, you could definitely lift the state here, I'd say, to that if you would like. I think it would, or I don't think it would do the harm. But you would have to manage the state of it, I guess. But you could have a higher order component which populates the state based on where you're at. I think that's, again, a good view. So, okay, here, now we need to create invite user and delete chat buttons. So let's start off with the invite user. Invite user flow. So this will take a chat ID. So invite user.tsx. This will be responsible for, obviously we're not sending an email, but you can obviously upgrade it if you want to invite user. You can do it that way. Now let's do it. So invite user. Oh my God, this is a big file. Jesus Christ. Okay, we'll be fine. Okay. So where do I even begin? The invite user file. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna take the chat ID. Should break it down. It's fine. Chat ID string. Boom. Okay, so we're gonna do this. So the first thing is that this is gonna be all based around a dialogue. Okay, so this dialogue is going to be, firstly, we're gonna have a React fragment and then we're gonna have a dialogue inside of it. So a dialogue is a pop-up. So if you click here, edit profile, you get this nice pop-up and you see it. They handle all the click out logic, close logic, everything yourself. So it makes our life a little bit easier. So let's go ahead and add that into our project. So npx add dialogue, Shadcn, and latest add dialogue. And then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and pop in the following. So I'm gonna pop in a ton of dependencies that we're gonna need. Okay, so feel free to just not panic. We're gonna need these. I know, it's crazy. We need a lot. All right, we need all these. And we also need share link. Okay, so this one as well, which we don't have at the moment. Lib converters. We also need to create a converter called users, which I think we should do now, which is going to get a user by an email reference. So let's create that right now. So user reference is here, and to be honest with you, you've seen enough of these. I've done it before. So I think what we're going to do now is I'm going to directly create that user.ts file and explain it to you. Again, we've got it here, no different. It's simply taking a user from NextAuth. We push in a user as appropriate. So with the email, image, name, we get the user with the ID, email, image, name, and the get user by email reference will simply be, we pass an email in, it goes into the DB users, and it just does a query where the email matches, and we basically return that data. Okay, so save that. Let's go back. We actually have this now. This is inside of /lib/converts/user. Yeah. And this one we have is /lib/chat members. Yeah. Okay. Now we have all of our dependencies. So let's continue breaking it down. We're going to have a form schema. So we have a Zod form inside of here. Okay. So this Zod form is there. Then we're going to have a bunch of different dependencies now. So including the following. So I'm going to pop these in. We need our session, we need toast, we need admin ID of who is admin of this chat so we can determine if we're going to show them the button or not. We need the subscription, we need the router. We also need a local piece of state, and we need an open invite link. This is going to be responsible for showing the second modal, which is this one. So once you go ahead and click this, it will show this share link. Okay, so it's very important. We need that. The component that we're creating right now, the add invite user, is responsible for both of these two buttons, by the way, just in case, so just so you're aware. Okay, then we need to create the form. So let's go ahead and create the form using our form schema. Nice. Okay, Now we have to actually show the form on the screen. So first things first, if you're an admin, and only if you're an admin, are we going to show this the form on the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that out right now. So I'm going to pop that in like here. So return. So if you're an admin and session, so if you're an admin, because basically the admin ID is the same as the session user ID, then we log out the following. So a few things to pay attention to. The dialog is determined by these two pieces of state, right? The open state, and if open changes, we simply set that state. So that's very important to understand, okay? Now, the dialog trigger is responsible for, you know, adding a user to the chat and so forth. Now, here you can see this is just basically saying, you know, a bunch of information, but this is the main important part that I want you to focus on. Share link we haven't created yet. We'll handle that in a second. It's the on submit. Okay, the on submit is where we have the email, and all you notice we're doing form control, and this form control ensures that we actually enter an email with this. So you see .email, please enter a valid email address. So if you don't enter a valid email address, Zod fixes that. A lot of the time I always get the question, Sonny, how do you do a regex for email validation? Save yourself the hassle, use Zod. Okay. So that's honestly the easiest way to do it. Next up, we're going to do a on submit. Now, this is the next part that I want to focus on. So do on submit, and we have the on submit function. Now, inside of values, you will have your email input because it's connected to our form. So values.email is there. Okay. So we can handle a couple of things now. We can say, firstly, and it won't submit that form unless you enter in a valid email. So firstly, we're going to say toast is sending invite, and so we're gonna say, you know, please wait while we send you an invite, blah blah blah. Now what I'm gonna check is I'm gonna do the same similar check that we did earlier, guys, about, you know, the is pro check. So this is another check for we're basically restricting the user on if they're a pro or not, because if you're a pro and you go to invite another user and you've already invited, let's say 2 users to your chat already, or say it's already 2 people in the chat, we're now going to say that you're not allowed to invite the 3rd. So we're going to restrict you if you're a pro. If you upgrade to a pro membership, then, you know, we go ahead and allow you to do it. This is how you do it. So it's this block of code right here. So these two right here are responsible for getting the members inside the chat, .length, so number of users in the chat. We get the is pro, very standard. If the user is not pro and the number of users is 2 or more, we're going to say your free plan limit is exceeded, and then we're going to quit execution with a return. Okay. I literally saw him when he slept, woke up, and suddenly he's still killing it. He's the GOAT. That is amazing. Toast is the little toast notification pop-up. Yeah. So that's the pop-up. So that's done. Then we're going to go ahead and get the query snapshot. The query snapshot is actually going to be the user. Think of it this way. This is going to be, we're actually making sure that you can't just send an email to a@a.com. They don't exist. User not found, right? We actually want to make sure the user's registered beforehand, so you can actually go ahead and send only to registered users. You can obviously change this if you like, but I'm going to say if the query snapshot is empty, then user is not found. Very simple, right? If the user is not found, you see how when we write our code well, it starts to come into play fairly straightforward. Then we're going to say else. Now at this point, right over here, we're going to say, after all of this, by the way, we say form.reset. You also got reset field. I didn't see that, right? So we got that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the user out. Now, if there was a user, there's only going to be one that they found because it was a query. So we're going to get the first user. Okay. Else it wouldn't be empty, so we can safely access it. Okay. And then what we want to do is actually go ahead and set the document. So basically at this point, what I am doing is I'm going into the chat messages. No, I'm going into a chat, the ID, I'm going into the members, and I'm basically taking the user's email that we fetched. So remember, when we fetched their data to see if they existed, we grab their data, and now we add them to the members list inside of that chat. Okay. So we fetch the user here, so we have their data, and then we basically go ahead and set the documents. Basically, we're adding them to the chat. Okay. and we pass some details in, like the chat, if they're an admin, if their user information, that kind of thing, because it saves us potential reads in the future. It's a more of a NoSQL strategy. Okay, then what we do is we set open to false, and we basically say that the toast was added to chat successfully, right? And then this one is after we add the chat successfully, I want it to then open up the invite link, so it sends them a link to basically invite to the other person, right? Otherwise, if there was an error, it will catch, and I'll show you the invite link flow now. Okay, that's good. So at this point, invite user is not found. Where is invite user freaking out? I don't understand. Is this in admin controls? Yeah, okay, admin controls, invite user, boom, pop it in like so. All right, let's give this a try, guys. So at this point, the only two users that have used this app are me. So I am an admin, so I can see add. Look at that. Firstly, bam, that's bloody beautiful, right? And you can see add user to chat. I'll respond to that as well. If we say papa react team@gmail.com, add to chat, we got an error. Missing or insufficient permissions. Okay, so we need to update our permissions in our Firestore database. Give me a break, Firestore. God damn. All right, so we need to actually allow users. Okay, so here is what we're doing. So we're trying to access the users information right now. Right now, we're just going to say yes, you're allowed to access a user's information in their ID. Obviously, you can say here if they're part of a chat, but you would have to have read access to see if they existed in the first place. Otherwise, you could restructure the entire app to basically just say send an invite, and if they accept, and then have a flow that way, which is probably the way if you have an objection to what I just did. Okay, which I probably think is actually the way to go in production, but this is a demo, so there's so much I might have time for. All right, so at this point now, let's go ahead and retry, and then we should have permission to do it. So add user to the chat. Let's do papa react.team@gmail.com, and they have signed in before, which means they have an account. So boom, sending invite, boom, look at that. Now you got added to the chat. That's amazing. I haven't done remove from chat. Fairly straightforward. You can do it yourself, right? That's pretty cool. Now at this point, what you didn't see was it actually toggled set open invite link to true, which I haven't yet created. So I'm going to create that as well. Share link, right? So share link, we haven't actually created yet. I'm going to create this. Now this is actually really cool. What share link will do is it's like a pop-up, which is going to go ahead and actually allow the user, oh my God, how much code did I write? Jeez. Share link is actually going to basically have the we're going to pass in is open chat ID and set is open. So we're passing in, I typically don't like this pattern, but I would say you should lift it to a global state if I'm honest. But in the essence of time, I believe that this was okay. But I wouldn't say you should do this. You shouldn't pass in local state from one area to another. I'm not a fan of this approach, but it's okay for this one little demo. All right, I'm going to pass in our dependencies. The share link is basically going to be, I want this to pop up straight away after, and then you can copy, and it says copy successfully to clipboard. Okay, you deserve a percentage of my salary. Thank you so much, Javon. That's huge, man. I appreciate that. Let's go ahead and do this. We use toast. So here, once use toast is this, and now I'm going to get the host. The host we can get by getting the window origin. So basically I need to know this because I need to know, is it like, this is the host right here. So the forwards, like this bit, and then everything after is dynamic, but the beginning bit is the host, right? So we get the host with window.location.host, and then I need to basically go ahead and get the link to the chat. The link to the chat will be either HTTPS if it's on production, or HTTP if it's on local. Okay, copy to clipboard will be a asynchronous function, which I'm going to go ahead and set up here. Very straightforward. I'll show you. It's basically just a function which says try and copy, text copied successfully, otherwise there was an error trying to copy. Okay, so very straightforward. And then this is basically a dialogue, so it's no different to what we just did previously, and I explained a bit more, but in this case we have a dialogue. So I'm going to pop this in and I'll show you. So a dialogue is essentially this, we have open. So when you open and change it, it's local state. And this is state being passed down from the above state. Again, I would probably lift that into Zustand if I had more time. Default open is the one that you should be interested in. That's the one that's going to basically open up. Dialog trigger is again the same thing, right? Share link and all this kind of good stuff. And then we have the copy to clipboard button and then the close button. Okay, so hit save on that. Go down to invite user, import this inside like so. And I'm going to zoom back in. Sorry guys, I zoomed out just so you could see a little bit of an easier sneak peek. Now, share link, boom. Look at that, localhost 3000, there you go. So add user to invite. Let me just try something now. I'm going to try, I think they already, I think it will work, but they already added to the chat. So I'm assuming it's not going to, I mean, they would work. Okay, I haven't done that yet, but there you go. Look, share link. So you see, you add them, then it will go ahead, and I'm not checking right now if they're already added, right? So it's fine, but you can check that easily, right? So you go to add them. You can literally check a local check for that because you already have access to all the members. My jaw is hanging. Okay. And then you can go ahead and copy successfully, close, and then you basically will send that to papareact.team, right? So send that to the person and say, hey, go log in and check the app, right? So that works, right? So that's awesome. Now we're going to do, the invite flow is done. We're now going to do the share link. Okay, so share link flow is there next. Okay, so the share link is done, sorry. So if you click on share link now, boom, we have a share link and you can go ahead and remember, any user who's been granted access can use this link. And also when you go to add a user to the chat, they must be registered. So if you try to access, for example, a.a.com, which I showed you a second ago, it will not work. It'll say they have not been registered. So there you go. Or resend the invitation once they signed up. All right, and you can just go ahead and dismiss that. Now, let's go back to our admin controls. Okay, so inside admin controls, now the delete chat button. So here, we're gonna go ahead and do delete chat button. So boom, delete chat button.tsx, RFCE, like so, delete chat, get rid of that. Delete chat button, let's go ahead and pop this in. So I need a couple of imports. I'm gonna save us all a bit of time. Boom, import. Okay, very straightforward imports. And the same thing, we literally have a few dependencies that we're relying on here. Session, state, all that good stuff. And the chat ID we are passing through in the form of props, right? So there you go. Now, inside of the delete chat button, all we essentially have is a mode, again, the same thing, a dialogue. So all of this is following a very similar pattern, right? Except all we're doing here is if you're an admin, it shows it. Except the only difference here, guys, is that one second, what have I done here? Yeah. The only difference here is that we're returning so firstly, you can only see this button if it's there, but the trigger to show the button is this dialog trigger, you see? So it only shows that button if you're an admin, right? So you won't see this button otherwise, okay? Now, if I go ahead and do const delete, handle delete, we need a function like so, okay? Now, admin controls, let's go ahead and just pass this through so we can start seeing it. Now, as I'm an admin on this chat, we should see it. And also, guys, I just want to show you, look, light mode works as well. I just thought I'd give you a little bit of an extra thing there, right? So look at this. So we got this. Now, if I click delete chat, you'll see, are you sure you want to delete chat? Cancel, cancels, click out. But if you click on delete right now, nothing happens, okay? Because it's just toggling this. So this is where the delete magic has to happen. Now, this is where we're going to create an API endpoint. Now, you can do this two ways. You can go ahead and create an API, a server action to do exactly what I'm going to do right now, or you can create an API endpoint. The reason why I had to create an API endpoint is because you cannot delete nested subcollections fairly easy, and you shouldn't with a web client, right? So typically, this is first sign of restructuring is needed to some degree. However, I would recommend that you can just follow along with this. It's fine. It's demo, right? It's cool. Again, I like tackling things in different ways. So that way you can say you did it once. All right. So in this case, we're going to firstly pop on saying deleting with the chat ID, and chat ID is more so being logged out for debugging if you get stuck at this point. Then I'm going to create a API reference, right? So an API endpoint. So again, it's a full stack build, and I'm not joking when I say it's a full stack build. Go to your app, go to your API, go to chat. So I'm going to create a root over at this length. So go inside the app and create new file. And here I want you to type in inside of API, so click on API and new file, right? And do chat /delete /route.ts. Okay, so now you can see it's inside that folder. So we're creating an API endpoint for this, and I want you to write the following. So I'm going to pop this in and explain what it does. Okay, so this is a delete request. Okay, so notice firstly how, if we ignore everything, it's a delete request. So this is the syntax for doing a delete request. So a post won't work here, a get won't work here, everything won't work here except for a delete, right? If you hit this endpoint. And then what we do is we pass in, you get the admin DB, we get the chat ID from the body. So this is when we make this delete request, we pass in the body, and then we basically have our reference to the chat itself, which we're going to delete. We have something called a bulk writer. Now this is basically where in the admin database, basically what can happen is when you're doing a nested delete, if you've got like a million different chats, you're trying to nested delete them, right? There can be a chance that it fails. So basically you have to do it in a staggered approach. This is why they don't recommend it, right? So I would actually recommend at this point, I'd probably rebuild a certain portion of this to make it so you don't ever have to do this. You probably just do a collection at the first level. However, it's something that can happen and it's a fix around how you do it, right? So if for whatever reason there was an error, I want to know about it. So I want to know if a deletion ever failed. So you've got this on write error listener. Now, the main thing is you have a recursive delete. And then if for whatever reason that worked, it should say, which it should work, then you return a true. Otherwise, it will catch. So we're using a try catch block. It'll catch the error and it will delete. Right, it will say something went wrong. Okay, so at this point now on our front end we have an API endpoint. How do we then go ahead and send a delete request? Because you might have never done a delete request. So same thing as a post request, except it's just delete instead. Method delete, headers, application JSON, and we pass in the body. No different. Okay, it's just sending a delete request to the backend. Right, if everything was successful, it will go ahead and say, yep, it was all good, no need to worry. So your chat has been deleted, and we're going to make it green as well because I want to make it like, nice. It says it was all successful. Otherwise, we're going to say, yep, there was an error. There's deleting your chat, didn't go to plan, right? And then we're going to say finally set open on the share link to false. Okay, so let's give this right. Now check this out. If I go ahead and delete the chat and I go deleting chat, and then it's recursively deleting in the background. So right now it's recursively deleting, and then boom, it threw me out to the thing. And notice how I did router replace. So you can't go back now. So if I try and do a back navigation, you see how it doesn't work. It goes back to wherever it was previously. It rewrote, it just got rid of it on the stack. So let's try again. Let's type in hello world. And you can see my chat works. Everything's pretty good. It's a cold start because I haven't tried to message it in a while. So that's why you have that. And then we do delete. Right now it's recursively deleting all the messages, the chats, everything, and it's gone. Boom. Right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chats. Blue and red test. If I delete this, we should see 4 chats now afterwards. 4 chats. There you go. Boom. Works. Right. Delete. Recursive delete works. We just created an API endpoint, full stack routing from front end to back end. Done a delete. Recursive delete with admin DB. Okay. Cool. Now at that point, I probably would have checked there that you're the actual. So the only thing I would say there is that when you do that delete request, my only reservation, which is not good in this build that I just did, was I would have checked that the request, the authentication header from the person sending the request was or I'd lock it at the database level, or I would do it at one level. Basically, I would say the person who sent the request, if they're not the same ID as the person or the admin who is trying to delete this collection, don't let them do it. So only the admin. Otherwise, someone could technically send a delete request from another, like anyone could send a delete request with the body of the chat ID and it would be gone. Do you get what I mean, right? So you have to, I would recommend just doing a simple check on the back end to see if the IDs match, then delete it. Otherwise, don't delete it. And you can do that either at the API endpoint and handle it basically with Firebase. So you handle it yourself, or you can do it at the Firebase level and then catch the error and return it, right? So 2 options for that, but just highlighting that is a thing, yeah? So at this point, okay, what do we do if we don't have the correct permission, right? So in this case, I think we've got the invite flow there down. We've got this down. We can create new chats. So everything's looking pretty good so far. We can invite users to the chat. This is great. We've got this. Let's actually try and do a chat quickly. Say hello world. We can go ahead and do Spanish. Let's do something like German or whatever the case. Yeah, and then it will go ahead and convert it. Again, code starts. Yep, there you go. You can share the link to someone. You can delete. Okay, we're looking pretty good. The chat with anyone here, beautiful stuff. Absolutely amazing. View pricing. If I click get started today, my billing is there. In fact, I don't have you are subscribed to Pro, which is a very small little annoying thing that I just realized that I'm going to quickly fix because I want to have that checkout button. We have that actually here. So you are subscribed to Pro should be on top. There you go. It's just a very simple change on checkout button. Okay, we've already got the is subscribed at the top there. That's better. Yeah, you're subscribed to Pro. That's better. At least it's a little bit more like explicit, right? And then we can go here, manage billing. Let's just try and click. If we click that or that, it's the same button. So let's click on manage billing here. We get a Stripe portal. There we go. We can manage our portal session. We can cancel it. That will synchronize to the database, which of course will affect our subscription handlers, which of course prevents the user from accessing anything. The only thing we're not doing right now is we're restricting the user if they create a chat, I don't think, right? So let's check our restrictions. So have we done all the restrictions? So if we chat to a user, if we create a chat, are we doing, yeah, we haven't done this. So when we create a chat, I need to do a quick little chat now. So create chat button. If you're a free member, so you're not a pro member, after 3 chats, I want to basically say, yep, you can't create a 4th, right? You can get added to them, but you can't create a 4th. Okay, so in this case, let's do that right now. So restrictions, boom. Let's go get docs, get all the chats from this collection group reference. There you go. That's all the chats. We're mapping through them all. And now what I can do is I can go ahead and say dot length. To be honest, I can say oops, not here. Dot length. So chats length. So number of chats, basically, number of chats. Okay. And then what we can do is we can actually simply get the is pro status of the user, which we have, right? So there, we already done that. Yep. And then here we can simply just say if they're not pro and the chat's length or number of chats is greater than or equal to 3, then we should show this. Okay. So in this case, if I go to my app now, so firstly, I'm gonna check. So that's the first restriction, which we should be able to check. The second restriction was in the chat input, which we should have done here, I believe. Yes, we done that. So we done that already, the chat input restriction, and the invite user flow was the third restriction for pro members to have as well, which we done as well, right? So we've got 3 examples of restricting a user on the is pro settings and all that kind of stuff. So let's quickly give it a check now, and let's give it a check in light mode for once, right? So let's go ahead and do sign out, sign in. There's one more thing that I actually know I've missed, which I need to do. popular.team@gmail.com. Yep, look at that. Oh, looking nice, right? Now, in this case, upgrade to Pro. Okay, create a new chat. And you can see it takes me to that new chat. Great. I can see that chat. That's awesome. Let's go ahead and do create. Create a second chat. And over here, if I create a third chat, great. Now, when I try and create a 4th chat, we should see the restriction. Boom. There you go. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That is so cool, honestly, right? Someone says it's a complete full stack application with so much tech. Thanks for this build. Thanks, you're absolutely welcome. It's absolutely incredible and a privilege to be able to deliver this to you guys. Yeah, it's been so fun. Okay, so I want to finish strong, and I'm being honest with you because I know that I haven't finished something correctly, right? So I haven't done the slight little hiccup where basically say I try to access, I don't know, it could be /ABC, right? Now, what should happen is it should go ahead and say, you don't have permission to this chat. So that's the one that I'm missing, right? So if it doesn't exist, it should redirect you. That's the one that I'm missing. And then it should have a server check there. So once we've done that, as far as I'm aware, I think, Jay, can you just validate and see if I'm good on the feature set? Just have a think. I'm pretty sure I've done everything. but that's what I'm thinking we're done on. Yeah, and then I'm going to quickly build that out. So we're going to go to our chat. There we go. So chat error, this is it. So chats page. So chats page. So what I actually need to do is when I reach the chat page, I did a split second check. Okay, I know where it is. So let's do it. So if we go to chat ID, so we need to check, does this user have access to this page? And we can do that very simply, right? So we can simply go ahead and say, const has access, chat members ref, which we've already created in our converters. I hope you can see the benefit of these converters now. Look us, like it's simple to access my data now, right? So await get docs, chat member ref, chat ID dot docs, map through them all, and basically saying if it includes the user ID. So basically in this chat that you're trying to access, is this user that is logged in present, right? And then we can say if they don't have access, and this is at the server rendering level, so it won't even render, right? If they don't have access, then we actually want to do a redirect, which is a next navigation we need to import it from. And we're going to throw them to /chat/error. No, /chat, sorry, with error as a query param equals permission. Okay, now if I try this, we should be able to see, if I go to, for example, chat ABC, which doesn't exist, we should be redirected to chat with error permission. Good, that's what I wanted to see. Now what I can do is I can catch that error, right? So I can basically go ahead and say, page, thank you so much to him. He goes, you're the human version of ChatGPT. Thank you so much, guys. We got page. Let's go to the chat. Yeah. And then let's go ahead and say, we've got the error here. So I can basically say, yeah, okay, I've got it. So I need to basically have the following logic. So search params will include that little param that we've appended. And I'm basically going to go ahead and render it in at the top above the list, like so. Now chat permission error is going to be a new component, which we're going to render in. So TSX, all right, so I've just added that in. RFCE, boom. And then chat permission error is a very simple, I say very simple, still got quite a bit in there. All right, so we need an alert. Now an alert is here, boom. We're going to take that, we're going to go back and we're going to do this, add that in. And then basically very simple bit of styling here, to be honest with you. It's basically the example that they gave in the demonstration here. So you can see for yourself, like look, there's many examples. Look, this, I basically just changed it up a little bit and added a button, say dismiss. And the dismiss will basically send you to this link, right? And it replaces when you send it, right? So it's basically just, that's how they can't go forward. Thank you so much, Elsa. In that case, we're done there, and then you can see chat permission is not permitted because we haven't got the actual chat there. So we'll go to this and let's go ahead and do this. Bam, pull that in, and you can see here, oh, look at that. Yes, if the error permission is there, it will say you do not have permission. And when I click dismiss, it will literally replace, so not push on the root, it will replace with just /chat. And that means it's gone. And if I try and go back, you see it'll just take me to my previous chat, right? And that previous chat may exist, may not exist, but I know for a fact that this one doesn't exist. In which case it'll say, whoops, you don't have permission to view this chat. And the reason why that's good is because this will work even if it's a real chat, but I don't have permission to access it, right? So that's pretty damn cool if you ask me, right? At that point, I think we need to do one little test, which is a quick little validation test to see that it's all Gucci and working. Let me get, where is it gone? I need one of these, which doesn't have, yeah, I need this one. All right, so let's take this over here, boom. All right, let's go to my localhost 3000, low. Let's go here and I'm gonna sign in. And I think here I've already signed in with Sunny. Is that signed in or not? Yeah, so this is Papa React signed in. So I'm going to log out of this account. I'm going to sign into Papa React on this account, sign into Sunny Sangro on this account. And 700 likes as well. Boom, let's go. Amazing. You're watching the replay, just destroy that thumbs up button because this is going to be all timestamped and everything, right? So let's go ahead and get started. So you can see this person's on free plan, this person's on pro plan. Let's go ahead and jump into a chat. So this is one of my chats. I'm going to add sunny.sanger@gmail.com. Guys, this is a full demo, by the way. Let's get hyped up about this, right? I'm going to go ahead and put some music on for this. Let's do something like, I need a song. What is this? No. Yeah, you know what? It's full circle. I want to kind of run around there. Yeah? So you can see this. Look. So if we go ahead and add a user to the chat, right? Boom. Add users to the chat. Look at that. Oh, there it is. It's up there. I'm gonna do this, and then to be honest, the only difference is that it should have had Jay's face, but that's okay. Right? This is still a new chat. So then what I can do is I can send this to this person. This person go, oh, I want to join your chat. Check it out. Boom. And now they should be in the same chat as me. There you go. And if we type in, hi there, Sunny. Oh, hey there. And now let's say that this person on the left is speaking in Mandarin. Okay. So look at this. So if I was to type in Mandarin, boom. Look how the person on the right would see it being translated to English. So this will take a second. This is so cool. And you see how you can send several things at once, and it will, when it's ready, it will go ahead and get converted. That one's interesting. I don't know why that one's not getting converted. That's let me try to send another one, push it through. Maybe it's just that character. Let's try another one. I guess Mandarin may be taking a little bit longer, but Mandarin does work. Although, interesting. Okay, let's try. Maybe it's because of the characters. I feel like it's the characters that are maybe causing a bit of an issue there. But let's delete that chat. Let's go back. Let me go ahead and create a new chat. Let's try it one more time. Let's do come to Dubai in Spanish. Okay, I'll do it. All right, so let's create a new chat. Oh, well, actually, I'm going to invite this person to this chat. So do sunny.sanger@gmail.com. Boom. Send. All right. Okay, now we're here. And let's just say this person is Spanish. And then let's say, Habibi, come to Dubai. Come on. Come on. Let's see if it does it. Yes, it worked. Amazing. Look at that. It's so cool. And if we said, like, I'm not actually very good. I mean, I can probably speak a little bit more like a German with like a Wie heißt du? Like, what's your name? I think. Is that, yeah, look at that. Wait, look at that. Amazing stuff. Yeah. And then over here, like, what's amazing, right, is that this person can be speaking purely in German. It doesn't really matter. And if I wanted to speak even in, like, you know, French, I could say au revoir. And then mine would convert to bye, and it would say touche. Because at the end of the day, you can type in any language. You don't have to set the language. You just have to set what you want to see it in. And then that way, like, honestly, we've created this whole interaction, which is really actually a powerful SaaS, right? And you can actually go ahead and communicate with anyone, and you can have as many people in this group chat as you want. So here, if I wanted to add in, for example, team@popularreact.com, I can. So if I want to go ahead and log into that account, let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's log into a third account here. For example, here, and we will actually we'll see a restriction here, which is my final test, because it's not a pro. We should actually see that if they try and go over 2 members or 3, it won't work. So let's try and do this right now. So I don't have permission to view this chat. Yep, which makes sense. That's good. Add user to the chat. Let's say team@papareact.com. Add to chat. Free plan limit exceeded. Yes, it worked. Guys, it actually worked. Look at that. Yeah, we do sign out. Amazing, right? It's fully working. This is absolutely incredible. ChatGPT fears this guy. Thank you. That's so cool. Look how much we got. Like, we just built such a powerful app. It's nuts, right? Let's go back over here. And now I want to try one more stress test, which is I want to invite this person on the right. So papareact.team@gmail.com. And this just shows you, yeah, even after, I don't know, how long is this? Even after 5.5 hours of coding, I want to break my app because I want to prove to you like that I've thought of these things and that it works, right? So in this case, like I'm trying to show you, I'm not trying to make it look the best way. Diego Serrano says, what's the best way to give the credit of your work if we do this and share it in our own portfolio? My honest answer there is honestly, one, if it helps you, that's enough for me. But two, if you really want to, and you, but my honest, look, here's my take on it. I want to give back to you if you give me anything. So if you do want to, you know, have a two-way kind of give back situation, all I recommend is you join Zero to Full Stack Hero. This is the ultimate place where you can join us. You can learn every week in the coaching calls. You have the full access to the community, anything that I release. I taught all of this stuff inside of the course way before it came on YouTube. So honestly, like that's the best way I can say. If you really want to kind of, you know, like from your job or whatever it is, and you want to give credit in that way, just join Zero to Full Stack Hero. That's the way that I can continue doing this stuff. Zero to Full Stack Hero is everything. It's literally my heart and soul. If you enjoy the content that we have on here, that is where I put every ounce of effort into. So that's my opinion, guys. So Zero to Full Stack Hero, first link in the description if you want to join us with more of this stuff, right? Let's go ahead and stress test this one more time. Let's do team@papareact.com. And let's just send the invite over and boom, it works because they're a pro member. That is awesome. That is damn amazing. Let's type in hello world one more time just to prove this point. Make this over, and this could be, and again, look, restricted because they're not a pro member. Absolutely incredible. They can do English or German. And obviously I'm not biased here. I just did that because genuinely I just picked the first two languages. This is awesome. Yeah, absolutely incredible. And remember, guys, oh, hello world. Am I chatting in the same? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, hello world. This is cool. Absolutely incredible stuff. So this is something I really do recommend. It's really something which is really a great addition to your portfolio. You can say you have a full-fledged SaaS app. The only thing you have to do here, like I said, is set up the Stripe business details, flick it from test to real development mode, as in real mode, and then your key will change. That key will basically be the difference for it to go ahead and do that. So yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. Yeah, so this is huge. Diego Serrano got it. We just don't want to lie when we share this and make sure people understand that we're following somebody else doing it. No, I completely agree, Diego. So that's absolutely awesome. My takeaway on any of this stuff, if you find value in these tutorials, build them out, you know, add to it. That's what I would really say, is that if I was following a tutorial and I'm trying to demonstrate that, like, you know, I have this in my portfolio, what I would have said is like, I followed this tutorial, it was a huge build, we built all this cool stuff, and then I added on this. So look at it, and that passion will resonate and it will like radiate on yourself. And that will showcase your skills a whole lot better, and you'll get past that tutorial hell stage. So I tell every single one of my students in this inside Zero to Full Stack Hero, you guys are no different. You can do the exact same. But yeah, if you want the elite level training, you know where to go. First link in the description. All right. So I appreciate you so much. I learn more from your videos than ever watching videos in my native language, Portuguese. It's crazy. That means so much to me that I'm able to have that effect. Pampichi goes, I recommend this course, lifetime content, new contents, update regularly. That's it. That's what we're about. Guys, on that note, I think we should do a little wrap up with the deployment, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. All right, let's go ahead and deploy this thing. So what I need you to do here is Vercel. Let's go ahead and do Vercel. Boom. And you simply want to go ahead and do, and so I've already installed the CLI tools, so I don't need to do this. I'm going to select my team. So in this case, it's just me. Link to an existing project. No. What's your project name? Just do the default. In which code is your code directory located? Setting up the project. Boom. There you go. Now, I guarantee we probably will have an error here. We will have an error for the environment variables for sure. What I want to do now is I want to go into the environment local file. I'm going to hide my screen quickly, and I want you to go ahead and copy everything inside of here. Okay, so what I want you to do is, I'm kind of hiding this on my screen, but right now I'm kind of showing you. So I want you to Command A and then see what file I'm in, environment local. Command A, Command C. So copy everything inside your environment file. And then what I want you to do is just like copy it all, close your environment file, right? So now I've got everything in my clipboard from my environment file. Then I want you to go to the inspect link that it gives you. Okay, so the inspect link that it gives you is the important one. So you want to go to that. This will give you the dashboard for your deployment. And then I want you to click on SaaS Translation YouTube app, go to settings, go to, it will have an error, go to settings, go to environment variables, and I want you to paste. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and paste it in right now. Paste. Now when you're on here, what I want to do is I'm trying to showcase something. When you're on this screen, what I want you to do is you can see, like you should see this. So I'm obviously going to hiding it a bit, but you should see this. Google Client ID, Google Client Secret. You want to keep all these. NextAuth URL, you want to delete. So there is a delete button on the right. I'm going to delete it right now. You don't need the NextAuth URL because Vercel URL picks up on that. Everything else we need. Okay, so everything else is perfect in that sense, right? So then we go ahead, we go down to the bottom here. Everything is good there. We go down to the bottom and we click on save. Okay, now that's done. And at this point, I want you to go over here and I want you to type in Vercel again to redeploy, because the first one failed, but it sets everything up. Okay, so it helps you out. Now, let's see. People will wait for the leak. Yeah, I know. I need to go ahead and just delete everything. I'm probably going to do it in a bit. I need food after this. Is that time? Okay, so I don't see that. Let's see. His beard and hair always looking great. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. I wasn't sure if to keep the beard, but I guess I'll keep it now. You guys like it, so it's good. All right, so that's doing it. Let's go ahead and inspect and see for ourselves if it's building out. So this should go ahead and build. And obviously once this is done, it will fail on the Google authentication step, which is the final step, which is very easy to fix. And I'll show you how we can do it. One thing I want to show you as well is that this is deploying to preview, right? When we do our final deployment, I need you to do Vercel --prod, which I probably should have done right now, but I want to just make a point of this. So, okay, so that's actually, it's building. I know it's going to work. Right at this point, let's do it. Guys, remember, if you enjoyed this build so far, just destroy that like button. Honestly, it means a whole difference to this video going out. Recommend it, share it out to as many people as you want. All right, so let's see. Let's do this. Okay, that's doing it. Nice. Now, full awareness here, like full disclosure as well. You can definitely optimize for two things big time here: the landing page and the pricing page. I'll be showing that inside of 0 to Full Stack Hero in the next coaching call, how you can do that. Again, first thing in the description if you want to join it, but I'm showing that in the coaching call. So you'll see how we can optimize it. So that way you get static pages for those landing pages and for the pricing page, which should be super fast. They shouldn't be server-side rendered. Right now they are because we've wrapped it and everything, but you can actually fix that very easily. So in this case, boom, it deployed. I now need you to go ahead and do Vercel --prod. And meanwhile, while that's happening, guys, I want to change something here. You can actually promote this one to production as well. Yeah, you can do that as well, promote to production. I mean, it's going to do it anyway. It's just building it anyway now. But in this case, that will go ahead and deploy. So this one is the important part right here, but let's just let it deploy and we can carry on, right? In the meantime, I just want to say a massive thank you so much. Someone says, bro's been live for 5 hours, fair play. I appreciate you so much, Mr. Insider. I appreciate it. Celso said, it makes me anxious to think about how much good content I'll find in the Popular course. Honestly, it's the place to be. Like, I can't say enough. It's not just because of me. It's the bloody community is absolutely phenomenal. It's crazy. It's amazing without any breaks to concentrate for 7 hours. That's it. That's how we do it in the Papa Fam. Honestly, my mission and statement on this channel is to absolutely create content that cannot be replicated to this level. So I do this for you. I prepare all of this for you. I put in the work for you guys. Everything I do is to provide value for you guys. So I hope that I hope it did that, and I hope it provided value. So thank you so much. Let's go ahead and see if it's done. Come on, we're almost there. We're at the final stretch, guys. Let's just go ahead and see this deployment. Again, we will have timestamps for everything in the description once it's done. What I want you to do in the meantime, go to console.cloud.google.com, find the app that you're working on, credentials, down to web client. We're going to need to change this in just a second. And we should see in a second that this will be up and done. It is done. Yep, it is done. So what you can do now is I need you to go over to your Vercel deployment, and what we should see is, come on, where is it? Here you go. This is the one I needed. So there you go. Boom. SaaS translation YouTube. All right. So right now I'm posting this into the chat. Boom. You can go ahead and play with it yourself. Sounded wrong. I don't know why. They go sign in with Google. We will get an error now. Yep. So I already know it. Boom. Error. There you go. We need this URL. Take that. Go to your credentials. Callback. Take it. Paste it. Get this. Take it. Paste it. Hit save. And just like that, guys, if you go back to your app, now, firstly, everything is here. View pricing, sign in. Let's go ahead and do this. Sign in with Google. We should be able to sign in now. Sunny.Sanga. Let's go ahead and log in. And boom, we're logged in. Let's go to our app. And it's loading up. Everything is there, guys. Absolutely incredible. Hello world. If we see this and it translates, we are done. And I'm going to translate that right now to, oh, it's loading the subscription as well. Let's go ahead and refresh my chat. Let's see if it works. Oh my God, look at that. Hola mundo. There we go. I refresh because I want to see the loading indicators as well. Look at that. Absolutely amazing stuff. This is so cool. All right, guys, that's it. We're done. I think on that note, I'm going to do a wrap up of all the tech we've touched on. And yeah, this is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for tuning in. This has been massive. We touched on so many pieces of tech in this build. This was a full-fledged SaaS app. We had literally a full chat app. We can chat with anyone, anywhere. We done full pricing with Stripe. So you had your Stripe payments working. We had webhooks working. We had full Firebase, rules. We had data. We had Firebase extensions. We had 2 extensions. We done not only NextAuth authentication, we did NextAuth with custom tokens which interacted with Firebase's authentication. We introduced higher order components. We did Stripe portal link. We used server actions. We made our own API endpoints. We used Zustand for global state management. We used Zod. We used Shadcn for the design. Absolutely incredible stuff. And it's all there for you for free, and it works. And you can go ahead and use it right now. Dynamic, works, beautiful stuff. We even have, look at that. I mean, just everything is amazing. This has been one of the best builds. I'm humbled that everyone stayed with me to the end. That was absolutely crazy stuff, and I cannot say it enough. Thank you to every single one of you. I only put this much effort into these builds because of the support that you guys give me. It takes so much effort and so much hard work to get these builds out. But because of the love and support and the community that we built, the Papa fam, I will continue to forever do it. So absolutely 110,000%. Thank you so much. I'm reading your comments. I appreciate every single one of you guys. And on the note of, this build was absolutely phenomenal build. All of the code will be available in the Papa GitHub repo. And you can go ahead and check it out. So somebody says, can you tell in Popular how much is completed? Like all the sections, videos are uploaded. Yes, we have content in every single module. Every single module we have content. In fact, I'm actually adding more and more. I have loads of new plans for the course as well, including NEXT.JS 13, an entire mini series around it. We have so much inside the Zero to Full Stack Hero. You can take a sneak peek yourself. You can ask the members of the community. I really do recommend you go ahead and just check out. If you head to papareact.com/ just go to papareact.com, and at the top, just click on reviews and see for yourself. Honestly, just see for yourself. This is the only way, I just try and send people here. Go and see for yourself. These are real students, constant real students with nothing but success, nothing but happiness inside this community. I cannot make it up, guys. These are actual real living people. It's the best thing I have ever done in my entire life. And all we have is more and more and more and more success for our students. Sahib Singh, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Andy B, what is going on? Thank you so much. Calling me the mailman. That's it. I was waiting for you. Absolutely incredible stuff. So guys, if you really want to, remember, we even launched something recently, 100 coding challenges over at popularreact.com/coding challenges, where you can go ahead and get daily coding challenges sent directly to your inbox with a community pass. All of this is included as well when you actually join up with what's it called? You actually go ahead and sign up with Diamond. You get 100 coding challenges as a bonus inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. So yeah, we're trying our best to completely push the boundaries and everything. So yeah, feel free, check it out. First link in the description. As always, guys, it's your boy Papa React, and I will see you in the next one. Just want to mention as well, if you do use Vercel at any point, feel free to use that link. That link actually helps us a little bit, just a tiny bit, if you actually use that link. So if you deploy to Vercel, feel free to use that link. It helps us get a little bit of a commission, I guess, if you ever get a pro plan, and everything helps us to do what we do. Thank you so much, guys. I will see you in the next video. Peace. Ciao. That's mind-boggling. That was so cool. That was actually amazing. Thank you so much, guys.